hopefully you guys are getting some output on the stream, and it's just us sitting back here in the booth. We're just working on getting our view back up online.
Oh. Had it for a second.
I need to just jiggle an HDMI cord real quick, and then we'll be right back. And we got actual action on screen.
Oh, it's like still shuffling up. Mulligan. By Rob. Hard to tell for sure. Just got a brief. Could also just still be shuffling.
So we'll find out in a moment.
No, it looks like Jeff has it looks like a 7 down there.
Hopefully for Rob's sake, it's only a mulligan to 6. Because this is not a matchup where you want to go low on resources.
Not from the Delver side, no. Lands can really recuperate a lot of card advantage from things like Life from the Loam and Crucible of Worlds, but it's pretty hard for Delver to get back to go down. And the current Grixis list, unlike the green list, don't play a lot of card advantage.
Because Delver's always kind of traditionally been one of those decks where when you fall behind, you are staying behind.
You really want to stay ahead on the board, keep those threats, back it up with a little bit of soft permission, snowball your early advantage. Alright, looks like we do have the Mox Diamonds. Force here.
No force, and Rob is on 6.
And lost a die roll. Sure.
Not a good combination for the matchup.
It's not looking great. I think we were tapping. Oh,
that's
just an Elvish Reclaimer. On turn 1 is not very threatening. We do have a lot of answers to it. We have Lightning Bolt. Have even I think some Snuff Outs.
Snuff Out actually having text in game 1 is very nice to have.
Oh, has
Dismember. Some would say that 4 life is a lot of life to pay, but Legacy, especially playing against lands, your life total is either above or below 20.
Well, you do have a lot of chip games against Silver where you're just chipping down with small constructs. That doesn't appear to be the game plan here.
Let's see if Jeff's got a scary follow-up to the Elvish Reclaimer. Probably the last thing that Rob wants to see right now is the life.
The scariest thing right now would be Wasteland into Loam. That just basically close out the game.
It's an exploration.
Thinking here. Brainstorm and response, see if we can find a. Oh, it's the Thoughtseize. Oh, it passed the turn, I see. I'm gonna try to fix some things on our end here, so just me for a moment. Just to be a crop rotation and response here. Probably not something Rob really wants to fight over. His game is more going to be fighting over the recursive engines, but without access to any exile effects for the graveyard, it's really hard to fight over a life and are gonna get that. Are gonna get that Urza Saga, which I mentioned can be a pretty good plan in game one because it's really hard to answer. See if we have a backup wasteland to go with our Thoughtseize. That would be quite good for us here. Hopefully, we'll iron everything out here, and we'll be back in full force for the future rounds. Really sorry that that's how we have to start out. Get it all smoothed out here. For you guys. Pull this up on here so I see what you guys are seeing. Like there's been a couple wastelands on both sides. Another Urza Saga here. We have our threat developed, which is good. We have Delirium too. Thoughtseize, Dismember, Bauble, and Land. Not really doing much here. We have kind of relying on this Urza Saga to get us all the way. And we do have another Wasteland for the second Urza Saga. Really important follow-up.
Alright, I'm back from hopefully fixing some technical difficulties, but from what I see, Rob's in a pretty good spot.
His spot is really good. However, if Jeff ever finds and is able to resolve a crop rotation, this game could go from very good to very bad really, really fast. We have the exploration play, can't really move.
Yeah, and that Life in the Loam, if that ever gets online, is going to be brutal as well. It's like a keep on the ponder, though, which is always a good sign if you, especially when your land's opponent is missing land drops.
Yeah, mentioned that's something that can happen. Do play a lot of lands that don't really do much. You don't have any ways to manipulate your draws like this Delver deck does. Be a little tricky to get off the ground
here. That's one of the big downsides of playing a non-blue deck as a lifelong Death and Taxes player. It's something I've always missed with when I stopped playing Delver and started playing not blue spells.
Having access to the powerful blue cantrips is certainly one of the key things that does give Delver an out in this matchup. Being more consistent than your opponent. It's really a great way to find success in the format.
And it's one of the reasons why Delver decks have just been so dominant for the last 12 years that Delver's been around.
Yeah.
Just super efficient, 1 and 2 mana spells, backed up by Force of Will and Daze. It's kind of hard to go wrong.
Can never be too wrong to register Force of Will and Daze, along with these cheap threats that keep getting better and better as the years go by.
That they do. This Murktide's going to do a pretty good job of closing the game up pretty quickly as well.
Yeah, but we thought like a Thespian stage here. Suddenly it's game on. Swaps. Jeff should be a 6. Do need the Thespian stage this turn probably. Stay in this game.
That is not going to do it. So looking into sideboard games, there are a couple of white spells on the sideboard for Jeff that are going to be coming in.
And we've got 4 Swords Plowshares. Can you even consider the Dark Depths? We want both those chokes, both those endurances, for sure. Imagine we'll see Sylvan Library coming out. Don't really want to be paying life against the deck that's more aggressive. And the Sphere of Resistance can be really awkward to function under. On Rob's side, have access to.
Yeah, Rob is probably going to have a lot less to board in unless he's running Blood Moons, but he is definitely not in this mana base.
It's really hard for the 3-color Delver decks to play reasonable land hate other than something like a Price of Progress.
There are 2 Price of Progress in this sideboard.
They have 2 Price of Progress, 1 Null Rod, 2 Meltdowns, 1 Force of Negation, and 2 Surgical Extractions to consider here. It's going to be mostly trimming. We're going to trim some Dazes. Maybe even trim some of our...
Some of the removal probably will come out. Fatal Push doesn't really hit too much.
Yeah, Lightning Bolt also quite bad, especially if you wait to play your Reclaimers until they're 3/4s, which is something that the Lands deck certainly can do here. And Orcish Bowmaster really not going to trigger very often, so I really don't like that card.
It's really the only time that Lands is ever drawing extra cards is if they have a Sylvan Library in play, and let's be honest, taking 8 damage when your opponent's attacking you for 8 a turn, not the best way to win a game of Magic.
I'd expect to see all of those come out, along with kind of trimming around the edges here.
And Rob does have one way to actually answer a Merit Lage when it hits the board, because he does have the main deck Brazen Borrower. Unfortunately, there's not too much else that actually can answer a Merit Lage once it's in play. Unless you just chump block it forever.
Yeah, that is kind of why these Lands decks like to make Merit Lage, is because, especially Delver, is bad at answering the indestructible 2020.
Yeah, like there's definitely decks in the format that can't answer it, but when your best answer to a 2020 is either make sure it never shows up or kill your opponent through it, it's not a good spot to be. Especially if you ever give it +1/+1 lifelink and trample.
Yeah, Shadow Spear on a Merit Lage is
That's
nigh unbeatable for Delver.
If Rob ever comes back from that without having a Brazen Borrower, I will buy him for the next year.
Not something I have ever seen. As someone who's made a lot of 2020s, I don't think I've ever lost with a 21-21.
And as somebody who has lost to a lot of 2020s in my career, I have never beaten the 21-21 lifelink.
It's a pretty strong one. Shadow Spear is a pretty notable addition to the Urza Saga package. Even just equipping it to constructs in this matchup, having a 4 or 5 point gain life is huge.
Yeah, and if you have enough Saga tokens in play, like you can just race Delver. Like you race the Murktide, and then should be having game 2 popping up in just a few moments soon. And looks like players are shuffling up and almost ready to go. We are going to see Lands on the play again, so we'll see if he's got.
Yeah.
Stay with it. We got 5 more rounds to go.
Be a long day.
But yeah, we'll see if Jeff has one of those scary land starts of land, Mox Diamond, Exploration, second land, Loam. Go off to the races.
Loam was really what was missing in game 1. He had everything going for him, just never found any source of Loam to recoup any amount of Wastelands or Urza Sagas. Either was just win the game on the spot.
Especially when you have, I believe on my way out to fix some of those problems, I saw Exploration, no second land, pass.
Yeah, it was not a great look there.
But it's one of those hands where it's like, you're not really going to ever want to mulligan that hand, though. When you have Reclaimer into Exploration, you need anything to start going off. It's like Rob might be on another mulligan. Hear that, or he's just enjoying the company. But even if he is,
little friendly banter here.
Yeah, that's one of the things I like the most about like being at these Buffalo Chicken Dip Legacy events. Is it's a lot more laid back than most higher level tournaments. Part of that's because of the people who come to these events, and part of it's just because Legacy is just a chill format to play.
Yeah, it's not all the time. You know, you get to come out, play these busted decks, do some pretty nonsensical things. Also, like being proxy friendly kind of takes the weight. I feel whenever I'm playing with these, it just kind of takes the weight off my shoulders to go really full grinder mode on.
And it definitely helps too that it opens the format up to so many more people who normally wouldn't be able to. Whether they don't have the tools, but they have a decent modern collection, they can just proxy up a couple cool lands and be good to go. Or if you want to try a brand new deck, like if I had been playing today, I was going to be playing a deck that I have never played before in paper, and I might just show up at Eternal Weekend and play it. But it opens it up to a lot more people playing different decks, trying new things. You're not locked into playing one deck every time you play Legacy.
No, yeah, I think we have some people playing decks that they're not normally known for that we have noticed. Might get to see some of that later on. Rob's certainly no stranger to this Grixis deck.
Considering I have seen this man play almost nothing but Delver decks the entire time I've known him, I would have been shocked if he wasn't playing this today.
Looks like got a mulligan from Jeff on the play. Rob keeps a 7. Not too much to worry about for lands taking a mulligan.
Yeah, especially when you're playing a deck with Life in the Loam in it. You have 1 green, draw 3 every turn. It's a good way to recoup some losses.
Certainly a great source of card advantage, especially in this matchup. Little less good post board than it is game 1, but still quite excellent.
There's no worse feeling on the land side than getting your Life in the Loam surgicaled.
It doesn't feel great. A lot of times they will hedge with some number of
like the Horizon Canopy lands.
Some number of Horizon Canopies, some way to draw cards at instant speed, just to kind of avoid getting all of them taken out of the deck.
I've even seen the Bajuka Bog myself in response, just to protect the future loams.
It ain't pretty, but sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do.
Because this is one of the decks where eventually it will beat Delver. As long as you can survive long enough, you will be fine.
We are definitely trying to play the more controlling game from Jeff here. We're not trying to win super early most of the time. Trying to just grind out Delver's resources. Use up their mana every single turn. Really restrict them on the number of plays they can make.
Yeah, because just because you can make a 20/20 on turn 2 doesn't mean you always should.
However, in this matchup, if you can 20/20 on turn 2 and your opponent doesn't play a Wasteland on turn 1, I think you should just always going to see it gone. The only one Brazen Bar on the deck list, obviously Jeff doesn't know that,
but that's kind of stock anymore. Is you like play one main, maybe one sideboard.
Yeah, I occasionally see the rare Submerge, but it's normally pretty safe to go.
Moxdown and pitching the Urza Saga here. Second land, but no actual play. Never mind. That is a Life in the Loam. We are going to start making some Saga tokens coming up. For a lot of decks, that's a decent plan B.
Yeah, this deck, it's quite often the plan A, especially post-board against Delver. Just want to make them answer as many constructs as possible, use up all their resources, then whittle them down from there.
Very fancy island out of there for Rob.
Doesn't mean Rob probably a little land light on his draw. Like, you don't normally fetch that if you have a bunch of follow-up lands. And it also does expose you to the one Ghost Quarter that lands normally plays. Because normally once you ghost quarter that one island,
That's the only one.
it's gone. There is only one ghost quarter and all 4 wastelands, so it is definitely a safer play. But Reg snipe that one ghost quarter on our dredge here.
Yeah, it's one of the weird things about playing. Oh, never mind. There ain't gonna be no dredge. There is gonna be a choke coming down.
Hard to imagine a world where this choke isn't just getting cast even into the potential days. Delver really doesn't like days in this matchup too much, especially on the draw. It wouldn't surprise me too much to see Rob go down to 1 or 2.
So we do have a judge call coming. Fetching out that basic early, it definitely shows that there aren't too many lands in Rob's deck, because the way that you usually beat Wasteland is not by fetching your basic. It's by playing more duels than they play Wastelands.
Certainly a very common play pattern, but the no shuffle on the Ponder probably has another land, I would guess, to go back.
I would certainly hope so. But if he just follows it up with like surgical extraction here into play a Delver, into play another Delver with a brainstorm afterwards, like there are definitely draws where Rob can just win on having one land in play and having it be the island. It does shut off a lot of the extra threats he could play, but I've seen Delver win with less.
And if this choke resolves here, it's going to be really tough for Rob to win the game, especially because we're casting off Urza Saga, and Urza Saga gets Expedition Map. And with that, you can go get the Tabernacle, and once you have Tabernacle tapping down their lands every turn and keeping them tapped under choke, it's so hard to deploy any amount of resources as Delver.
100%. Because you're not going to see any bad lands or anything in Rob's deck, because while it does untap under choke, it does not cast your Dazes, your Delvers, your Ponders, your Brainstorms. So it's a little difficult to slot one of those in. Never mind, I lied. Rob is a maniac. He's playing a Badlands.
All right. Well, I guess we can play the one Badlands into a Dragon's Rage Channeler. Try to just ride that thing all the way. Resolve it under choke. But not that many spells we can cast off Badlands other than Dragon's Rage Channeler.
Especially post-board, because a lot of the black and red spells are always the spells, which are not good in this matchup.
See if we go for it. See if we respect the days here.
In this kind of situation, are you a respect the days player, or are you a make them have it?
I'm gonna make them have it. We're down so many resources here. I would think I would be pretty inclined to just jam it.
Looks like Jeff agrees with you. Oh, that looks... Yep, that is not a...
It's not.
Come on, Rob. This looks like it might be a quick go to game 2. Unless Rob's got a nice follow-up.
Even if we have a Wasteland for the Urza Saga, the game's going to continue. Jeff doesn't really have any resources. Rob's going to be playing a really low resource game. But there is still Magic to be played here. If we have Wasteland.
There's that Wasteland you talked about.
Now the onus is back on Jeff to provide a follow-up threat here.
Especially with the Life from the Loams already being surgical, that would be the best card to have in this situation. That map's going to find another Saga.
I think that's really our only plan here, yeah. Is to fetch a Saga. So it is a little bit risky to not crack that main phase in case of another surgical here. Because having your Sagas surgical is certainly the next thing Delver wants to go for after they get your Loams. And you do give it another draw step, although Rob did know that it was what it was because of that Ponder. There's that one Badlands coming up, like we talked about.
Is. And drew it on natural, too. Now let's hope that there's a Dragon Rage Channeler to follow it up. confirming that that is not, in fact, an island.
Yeah, I wonder if that makes Jeff go get.
Oh, looks like he might have had the surgical here. He does. Whether that was the draw step for the turn or if he just had that in hand, probably never know. But if that was the draw step, it kind of punishes you for just because something says instant on it does not mean it needs to be cast as an instant.
Yeah. I think we're probably going to go ahead and grab Ghost Core. Start whittling away at the lands. Delver basically never plays the second island, so you're pretty free to go grab that. If you have something like a Crucible of Worlds, getting that, using it on the island repeatedly is something that can come up here. So
yeah, it looks like there's not going to be a Crucible coming in for this matchup. But at this point, Jeff's only real win conditions are making a 20-20 or 3-4 beatdown with an Elvish Reclaimer.
I have seen weirder things happen in this matchup than a 3-4 going the distance. Certainly would not surprise me, especially once we already have the choke in play, and we have Rob this constrained on spells. That's going to be really tough to answer a 3-4 without severely hindering our own game plan.
For sure. Yeah, you play Legacy long enough, you see a lot of janky ways to win a game that you never thought you would see. I remember there was an event that I played playing Storm, and I was playing against Aluren. I didn't lose to their combo. I lost to the fact that they attacked me for 2 for 10 turns in a row.
Yeah. Also, we don't even have very many good lands to get here off of our Reclaimer. So activating it almost makes less sense, depending on what you're scared of.
The Thespian stage that he got off the map coming out. See if Rob gets a follow-up here. Does have the Scalding Tarn, which can fetch basically a Lotus Petal at this point.
Yeah, it's possible. We can try to draw the Brazen Borrower, balance that choke, set up some Force of Will to prevent it coming back down.
The Jukabog hitting the graveyard here basically turns off Rob's out of drawing land into Murktide. But this might be one of those weird situations where having Daze in would actually be still good because you can pick up your island again and play it.
Yeah. There's certainly an instance where Daze not even counting your opponent's spell doesn't really matter because it just buys you back a land. That's just good enough a lot of the time.
It almost feels like it's just counter your spell unless you pay 1, draw a card. Which, if it said that normally, I think that would be very banned.
Yeah, well. Do see Bowmasters kept in by Rob here. It is a threat that we can cast off Badlands, notably.
Yeah, because unfortunately a lot of the time with these Delver decks, especially against lands where you do have to kill them before they can make the 20-20, sometimes you just need to keep in the bad threats because they're threats.
Yeah.
Jeff going down to 17 off of that attack. We got a clock. It's not a great clock. We got a clock. Ooh, and it speeds up by a turn. Yeah, that's one of those cards where it's always kind of interesting. Do you keep the bolts in or do you take the bolts out? Because they only go one place.
Yeah. Well, we did see Elvish Reclaimer game 1. So we're kind of a little bit more incentivized to leave some number in. I don't know what the number is here. Probably not all 4, I would imagine. Just going to be playing a lot of draw go here. So we get our chip shot for 2 every turn.
Yeah, the draw go definitely favors the person who's attacking every turn.
Certainly would much rather be in Rob's seat right now. We have a lot of live draws for lands, though. Crop Rotation, Dark Depths. Really anything that makes a creature help us fight back here.
It doesn't look like Jeff's got a lot going on, because I'm not sure what would be in his hand at this point, but he's got at least 2 or 3 cards from the shadow slicking around. think one of his best outs here is just rip a Tabernacle and start constraining the mana. Because paying for that token every turn doesn't feel the best.
I wonder if we're holding on to Swords Plowshares and we're a little hesitant to throw them out 1/1s here.
That's crop rotation. If this resolves, that's a 2020 incoming.
And we know we didn't have Force of Will before because the choke just resolved. It has been a few turns since then. Certainly could have drawn one by now. Haven't cantripped though.
Yeah, because Rob's been holding on to the fetch lane for a while, partly to hit the keep the mana available. If he's just fetching now, this might be the Force of Negation being hardcast.
Certainly would be the follow-up that we desperately need here.
Unfortunately, it's not the 3-drop thing that you would want out of a Grixis deck, but Rob's definitely not playing Opposition Agent in this deck.
That would be a brutal one here. Thinking about here.
Whatever it is he's thinking about, though, he does not look happy at the moment. That is for sure. Yep, that Force of Negation. That's a big pile of lands that are no longer lands.
Now that this really adds Tabernacle as a live draw here. It's down to 1 effective mana producing lands.
Unfortunately, Jeff's down to a 3-turn clock. Then Meltdown restricting the mana a little bit.
It's a spell we can cast. Slightly restrict the mana from lands.
And funnily enough, that actually turns off any Swords of Plowshares as live draws.
It's true.
Unfortunately for Jeff, his A plus B combo deck has a lot of A's, not a lot of B's.
Thespian Sages and no Dark Depths is not really the place you want to be in right now here.
Looks like he's going to have one more draw step. Unless Rob has that second lightning bolt, then it could just be game over right here.
Ooh.
Oh, Jeff's going for it.
Another crop rotation.
And had the Force of Will. Yep, the explorations with no extra lands in hand is kind of an awkward way to draw them out.
It is certainly something that happens a lot once your source of card advantage gets surgicaled from your deck. You have no way to recoup lands anymore. Really hard to come back from that position.
So that was kind of like the draw that we were talking about earlier, where Rob just kind of had to get under him and disrupt him enough just to close the distance.
Yeah, we had that early surgical. We had the wasteland for the saga, prevent any contracts from getting in the way, and just able to get in two at a time here.
Sometimes a slow clock is all you need, because it's always disruption plus pressure is the best way to beat a combo deck, it's the best way to beat a control deck. You have to pick both. If you just go all out on combo hate, eventually they'll draw out of it. But luckily, Rob had an actual clock for him. So
yeah, and also restricted a lot of the draws with the surgicals, taking care of any sort of Light from the Loam shenanigans, any sort of Urza Saga plan. Really restricts how much lands can do to combat your plan A.
100%. So we should have a couple more minutes left before round 2 pops up, but probably not enough time to get another match in there. So we will be back in probably about 10 to 15 minutes with round 2, and we'll get some more legacy action for you. So we'll be back in a little bit. right, we are back. We are going to have round 2 coming up in just a couple minutes here for you. And if I'm being honest, we got a banger this round.
Yeah, two people who we wanted to feature happened to be paired against each other early, so we're in for a real treat here.
Yeah, so on your left, you are going to have Marshall Arthurs, who's playing kind of his signature anymore. He's playing Jeskai Staff.
Certainly no surprises there. Talk about some players mixing it up, some players staying the same. Both these players really playing what they're known for, what they kind of gravitate towards. Not really anything too surprising here.
And if any of you are surprised to see David Lance playing Death and Taxes, where have you been the last 6 years? He is definitely one of the most prolific Taxes players, kind of within like 3 states of here.
I'd say one of the best in the world at Death and Taxes currently. A lot of success with the archetype. Many people really praise his plays, and think we're in for a treat of a match here.
So David Lance is on 2 splashes today, which is kind of stock anymore. Playing black in the main deck for Orcish Bowmasters and Thoughtseize. But then there's some Gaddock showing up in the sideboard.
Yeah, they sure are. Not quite for this match. It's more for the 4-color control matchups, but wouldn't be too surprised to board it in here, depending on how many Supreme Verdicts he expects and other sweepers.
He's going to expect a couple of them because Marshall's playing 2 in his main deck.
Doesn't super surprise me here. Gotta have some respect for the creature decks, and Gaddock does shut that down nicely. Be interesting to see if that's an option that David goes for post board here.
Because not only will it actually shut off the Supreme Verdicts, it also shuts off the Prismatic Endings that Marshall's going to be using. So it takes him down to only 4 removal spells.
Also notably shuts off 4th Aerolingus, which is the main way that you get killed out of this deck these days, and you just can't cast it with Deegan play.
4th Aerolingus kind of took Legacy by storm right off the bat when it came in. Started showing up a lot more in the initiative decks at first, because, you know, there was a red-white deck already in the format that just makes a lot of mana.
Yeah.
So making a bunch of hasty, tramply 2/2s that start drawing you cards, turns out that's a pretty solid way to pull ahead in Legacy.
Yeah, it's also a really flexible deck or card for these Jeskai decks, where you have the option of playing it on turn 3, just making 1/2/2, drawing an extra card a lot of turns against decks that don't play a lot of creatures, and against decks like Death and Taxes, you wait on it for late game, wait till you can cast it for huge number, and just overwhelm your opponent out of nowhere.
And there's actually situations where the card can be even more flexible than that. I've seen Jeskai Delver lists in the past, like turn 1 Delver, and then just cast 4th Aerolingus for 0, take the Monarchy, and just pull ahead.
Not something I think we're likely to see here. Just not... The staff deck, I don't think, is very liable to play a lot of early creatures, and it's really hard to hold a battlefield advantage against this Death and Taxes deck.
And although the Aether Vial didn't stick around, if this Thalia is able to stay in play, it is even more annoying than the Aether Vial, and it looks like it's stuck. So that means one of 2 things. Either things are going to go very badly for Marshall, or this Thalia is going to die right now.
2-mana Ponder, not a great sign. Though these Jeskai decks can play through it reasonably well, but if we have any sort of follow-up to this Thalia, it's going to get a lot worse really quickly here. It's a lot harder to play these 3 drops that your deck is built around when there's a Thalia in play.
Yeah, Thalia is definitely one of the premier cards out of Death and Taxes. Slows you down, attacks in, it blocks fairly decently against a lot of things. But one of the ways that I've always described Death and Taxes to people, it's not an aggro deck. It is a control deck. But instead of stopping you from winning the game, it's just going to annoy you to death long enough to kill you.
Yeah. It's interesting to see. I'm not actually sure which side has the inevitability in this matchup here. I think we might drift towards more of a tempo role, which is what this Recruiter grabbing Stoneforge means to me. Means that David has determined that he is tempo deck. He's going to play cheap, efficient threats, try to overwhelm the answers that the staff deck is producing.
And if we get to like the super late game, having that Yorion sitting over in the Canyon Zone is a very good way for David Lance to pull ahead.
Yeah, it turns Recruiter of the Guard from kind of a nothing burner, right? This 1/1 body is not going to have a ton of text here, into something that's really threatening because you can blink it with a free card and just continually grab card and advantage turn after turn.
There are very few board states that are bad to play a Yorion into, because even if you have nothing in play, sometimes just playing a 4/5 flyer can be enough to close a distance.
Yeah, I mean, the staff deck doesn't tend to draw a ton of cards at a time unless we get the Monarchy involved for long periods of time. And so just being one card up even in the controlling mirror can be a big deal. And just all of David's threats are going to be replacing themselves. Or get answered 1-for-1. So not a whole lot of card advantage we've seen out of Marshall yet.
We'll see if he can stick one of those staffs, though, because if he's not able to start getting up on cards, then he is going to definitely fall behind, because a lot of the death and taxes staples anymore replace themselves. You have Recruiter finds a Recruiter, Flicker Wisp gets another card, Stoneforge finds an equipment. There are just a lot of ways that this deck can just stay ahead on cards.
Orcish Bowmaster, also a card that's going to be really pivotal for David in this matchup, because it just answers staff so well, right? It immediately kills their 1/1. It punishes them for drawing cards. Just really efficient threat in this matchup. Really helps to counteract the card advantage that staff is going to gain Marshall.
Looks like Marshall's throwing a Prismatic Ending back on top of that Mystic Sanctuary. This is one of the cards that you really only see in these more grindy blue-white decks most of the time. Turns out having a bunch of islands in play is not something Delver decks really do.
We saw it a lot more when their Expressive Iteration was legal, because looping that card was just so backbreaking and game-ending that you could just having access to that, even potentially picking it up with Daze, was just such a powerful engine. But these days, it's just not really what the card is used for.
Because back in the day, it was just who could cast more Expressive Iterations in the mirror won the mirror. So now having less super broken card advantage spells coming through with it is definitely seeing a lot less play. But that being said, it being able to just buy back the best spell that you've cast this game is still really solid.
Yeah, it just more of a card selection engine rather than a card advantage engine like it used to be. Much more fair than some of the other places you can see it.
And with David Lance buying up the Yorion there, his hand is probably a bunch of interaction that's going to be coming out for game 2.
And notably, Marshall is locked under his own Brainstorm for at least this turn here. Oh, looks like he's out of that at least. Does have this 2/2 Shark.
And will be a fresh card for his draw step coming up. But this does give a target to all the Swords of Plowshares that David Lance is definitely holding here. It's kind of similar to what we talked about last round with the Lands deck. Having no Brainstorms and Ponders in this Death and Taxes list, you can have some very clunky draws.
Yeah, game 1 especially, we're going to be stuck with a lot of Swords of Plowshares and Solitudes that we will point at anything we can possibly find here. Elects not to cast the Yorion this turn.
Yeah, because in order to cast the Yorion this turn, he would have to take down the Caracas, which being able to protect the Yorion and use the enter the battlefield trigger more than once is a huge reason why the Yorion build has almost 100% taken over the 60 card tax.
Yeah, it's also just so good at protecting your own threats against this Jeskai deck. You don't even have to bounce it proactively. You can just leave it in play and attack, and anytime your opponent goes to answer it, just return it to your hand. It's really hard to get through.
It really is. Because having a 4/5 in Legacy is actually a very solid clock. The format survived for a long time with Delver being one of the most aggressive threats in the format. And turns out a 4/5 hits a little bit harder.
Yeah, certainly the largest threat that David's going to play, save for Stoneforge putting in something like a Cauldra or a Batter Skull here.
And unfortunately, the Cauldra package in this matchup is not really where you want to be, just because there are so many ways for Marshall to answer that indestructible germ. It's almost not even worth putting into play.
These games do sometimes get to such a scrappy state. However, where we might see David paying the 7 mana to just equip the Cauldra to a new creature. That is not something I would be shocked at all to see.
That is peak Death and Taxes technology right there. But at the same time, there's also nothing that feels worse than equip for 7, Swords to Plowshares in response. Go.
It's certainly not a great feeling for David, but when all of his threats replace themselves, if you can just throw it to a body that is actually threatening to the staff deck, it is certainly something that is a reasonable plan.
Got another shark coming in, but David's definitely already tapped for that Swords of Plowshares, so that's not going to take a lot. So Marshall taking 4, gaining 3. David Lance's life total really doesn't matter in this matchup, but he gains 3 as well. There's not too many board states where Marshall can just straight up kill for 20. Because I don't even think he has enough lands in his deck to cast Aerlingus for 12. So the third Shark Typhoon coming down as a Shark Typhoon is going to be scary. Doesn't matter what format you're playing, this ends games.
Not something you see an awful lot, but against a deck that doesn't really have great answers to it and doesn't have any way to counter it or really remove it, makes a lot of sense here.
In game 1, David Lance has 1 card that can answer a Shark Typhoon, and that's because he has the Lauren of the Third Path in there. But that is not the hand that you want to see with a Shark Typhoon in play. That is a Lorien Revealed, a Force of Will, and a Narset Part of Veil. I feel like you just have to take the Lorien Revealed here.
Well, I think what David's thinking about is if I take Force of Will, right, I can resolve this Yorion, which lets me flick a Recruiter, which then lets me get the Loran. And so I can deal with this Shark Typhoon.
That's true.
I think might be what we're going for here, especially as you see that Force of Will headed to the graveyard. Just because if we leave this Shark Typhoon in play, we let our opponent Force of Will our Yorion and make a 5/5, it's going to be so hard to deal.
So Yorion comes in, Solitude gets Vigilance for the turn, Recruiter the Guard, most likely going to pick up that Lauren. But then if Marshall doesn't find a Swords to Plowshares in the next turn, David Lance is going to be able to blink that Yorion with his Caracas, play it again, answer the Shark that came down, and start just pulling ahead.
Yeah. It's a really tough position here. We can cast Lauren Reveal just as a 5 mana draw 3, make a 5/5, which is quite potent, but we can also use Narset, which digs 1 card deeper, lets us potentially find a Ponder to recantrip, gives us more shots at finding something like a Swords to Plowshares, make more small bodies, and that is what we like to go.
Having more mana available after the Narset and after the search on it definitely lets him start making more Shark tokens, and like you said, it does look that extra card deeper to find it out. See what he picks up here.
David helping us out with the dice here. So,
there's a Dress Down, which can answer the Yorion for a single turn if that's the line that he has to go for.
More importantly, it answers our Loran.
Also true. Though Lauren being a legendary creature, that Caracas can still do some shenanigans.
It's interesting to see what order, like how the next turn will play out here. If we attack first, if we dress down into the attack anyways, just how the sequence will play out.
I think a lot of the way that this is going to play out just depends on what else is in David's hand. But if anybody's going to find a way through this on a taxes board, I trust David to do it.
Certainly quite a messy board state. I think the Yorion attack is pretty free because we have the Caracas. Solitude can trade with a 3/3, which may or may not be something that David's interested in. Very interesting to see what happens.
Unfortunately, with knowing that the dress down is there, if he goes for this attack, if Marshall wants to, he could cast the dress down, make a 2/2, get rid of the flying on all the creatures, and then just double block.
Yeah, I think if we saw that happen, we would just Caracas our own Yorion, get it back in hand. Not too big of a deal here, David. We know about that dress down. Don't really want to deploy our Aluren.
Make him use it first and then blow up the Shark Typhoon. Never a bad way to do it. There's the Lion Sash coming down, which in this matchup is not going to do as much as it could. Marshall's not playing any sort of Snapcasters or anything like that. But it does end up kind of eating away all of the mystical... I can't even think of the name of the land.
Mystic Sanctuary.
Mystic Sanctuary. I was thinking Mystic Confluence, and I'm thinking the wrong format. It does eat all the targets for that, so that he's not able to buy them. Makes it so that there's only one use off of a 4th Aerlingus.
And notably, as we see from David here, it also kind of protects our board in case of something like a sweeper here. Because it will stay on this board if the Solitude goes away. Which is a very useful trick.
Marshall's fetching here. He did pick up a Staff of the Storyteller, though, so this could start pulling ahead, especially with that Shark Typhoon already in play. He is going to make a lot of tokens, put a lot of counters on that, and start drawing a lot of cards.
It's going to be really hard for David to get out of this, especially in the face of that face-up dress down. Just going to draw so many cards, make so many tokens here. Going to need some way to force everything here.
2 mana for a 2/2, a 1/1, and then card draw later. I'm very glad that this Staff of the Storyteller is only legal.
It is an interesting card. It is quite strong on this board here.
There's Matic Ending coming down on the Lion Sash, which is not a play that you usually would see in this matchup, but it makes it so that like Supreme Verdict or anything else coming down will just fully clear the board.
I'm gonna pick up the graveyard and see what we want to eat out of it. Yeah, it's interesting to me. This isn't really a board where I think Marshall's going to want a Supreme Verdict, just because he has such a good board state already. But
he does have access to that reset button if he needs it.
Right, and I think that is kind of what this play implies here. That he wants to be able to Supreme Verdict to clean up everything if needed.
One of the few ways that David Lance is really going to be able to work his way through a board state like this is if he commits a lot of creatures to the board, commits a lot of cards. But Marshall's cards are coming with extra bodies stapled to them. So he can trade 1 for 1 and pull ahead. So the fact that Texas kind of has to overcommit onto this board will end up in a spot where that Supreme Verdict just completely end the game.
Cycle the stress down here. Just make the board state even larger, grow our staff more.
That was with the Aluren on the stack as well, which is kind of awkward, but you had to burn through it eventually anyway. Gonna pick it up right away, play around any removal on the other side.
Make them use the Swords of Plowshares right now. Well,
picks it up. Things are not looking great for taxes, unfortunately.
Marshall just is pulled too far ahead with this Shark Typhoon. Turns this staff from a 1-card draw to just drawing a card every single turn here for the rest of the game. It's going to be really hard to pull out of this hole here.
When all of your cards put counters on the staff to draw more cards, and then it's a very hard to get out of. A replacement Narset's going to get even more cards, more sharks, more tokens, more cards. This ain't looking great.
Not looking ideal, especially if we can find a Force of Will here. If the last thing we really need is a Force of Will or some way to stop this Loran from coming down, destroying our Shark Typhoon. We got a Swords shares. And fired off now, get rid of any potential Yorion loops.
It honestly would not surprise me if David Lance was going to go to the next game, save a little bit of time, because he's one of the players that knows that even if you are still playing to a couple of outs, sometimes you really just need to get to the next game and have time to win games 2 and 3.
This match is not a match that ends quickly at all.
Never.
Neither deck is very good at beating down. Marshall's has decided that he is currently the beatdown here. Imagine we'll see David take a draw step, see if he wants to continue playing, see if they have the Force of Will for the Loran that's about to be redeployed here.
Probably not too much more going to happen in this game. Players just double checking life totals, making sure everything's on the up and up. Looking forward, you almost have to think, what kind of draw does David need to have in game 2 in order to kind of become that beatdown?
That either Vile sticking around, if we can get it to stick, we got it as well.
Yep. And that's the scoop. Yep. Yeah. Not really a surprise to anybody.
I think you want to see if we can sneak through Loran, start working our way through all these sharks, something like a Flicker Wisp. But as soon as that plan is shut down, I'm just going to stop.
So we do have Marshall's deck list up on screen here, and there are a couple cards in that sideboard that I am definitely looking at, and both of them cost 4 mana.
We got that one Humility, we got the Supreme Verdict. I also think we're going to see things like Path to Exile, maybe even a Meltdown or Null Rod if we're super worried about either Ether Vial or Stoneforge Mystic putting something into play that we can't answer. A lot of the other cards are not really what we're needing here.
Unfortunately, there's a lot of cards in the main deck that are just good against creature decks anyway.
Yeah, I think we're just going to be seeing some trimming.
Looking over at David Lance's deck here, those 2 Gaddocktees in the sideboard are definitely going to be coming in here. The opposition agent kind of could just be a gotcha moment. The Loran is definitely coming in to answer all Shark Typhoons and staffs that we saw in the early games. Council's Judgment can answer anything. And let's be honest, there are a lot of not great cards in the main deck for this matchup.
Yeah, we're going to see a lot of the Swords to Plowshares come out for a month, some Solitudes. Probably leave a couple of them in there just in case we need to answer something.
Sometimes you just need a way to kill a 6/6 shark.
And notable paper-only card, Canoptic Scarab Swarm. Probably also going to come out here. Does exile a graveyard, not really what this matchup's about, but...
Well, it does exile the graveyard. However, the big thing on that is it comes with an army.
It does. It makes a lot of 1/1s.
Yeah, I have definitely viled in a swarm at end step and just attacked for lethal through it. For anybody who has not played the Warhammer 40k decks, which probably is not going to be a lot of you, the Canoptic Scarab Swarm is a 4-mana 1/1 artifact creature with flying. When it enters the battlefield, exile target player's graveyard. For each artifact or land exiled this way, you make a 1/1 colorless insect artifact creature token with flying. Marshall's got some artifacts that he's going to have in the graveyard if David Lance blows them up. He's playing fetch lands because this is Legacy. That Scarab Swarm on its own could quite honestly be 6 to 8 power, and if there's an Aether Vial, that could be at instant speed.
Yeah, it is. It is certainly one a lot of people might not respect, might not know to play around it, especially if it's naturally drawn and not something that's just fetched up with a Recruiter of the Guard.
And the fact that it's only available in paper too, there's a lot of people who just don't play against it. You're playing all your testing on Magic Online. There's not a ton that you're actually going to have playing against it. Both players shuffling up here. Yorion still poking out at the bottom there. See if we can get another couple of sevens that interact well, but if David Lance has his way, not interact too much.
Yeah, I mean, both players pretty likely to keep a wide range of sevens here, unless we have very few lands or way too many lands on either side, but both of these jacks generally just want to get a large quantity of cards into play.
Especially with how we saw the way that last game went, there are going to be a lot of draw steps, a lot of draws that these players have. So really, you're not winning with the 7 cards that are in your hand. You're winning with the cards about 20 to 30 cards down in your deck.
And notably, we do see this Ether Vial not get immediately removed here. So that is something that did not happen last game, and is a way for David to just completely pull ahead.
If he's able to just follow this up with a Thalia into Violin, a Mother of Runes, like being able to protect that Thalia for multiple turns is a great way to start putting on the pressure. All these cantrips cost 2 instead of 1, and while 1 mana might not seem like a ton, double the mana is a lot scarier to think about.
Yeah. Ponder was an instant shuffle here, which I think David is going to be aware of. He's going to think either Marshall is light on lands here, or just really wants an answer to that Ether Vial. And looks like it's probably going to be the latter here, as we do see a second land drop from Marshall. And still no answer to that Ether Vial.
Marshall's also just played this deck so much that he could just know, like, glance at 3 cards on a Ponder, know if it's a shuffle or a keep, just because he knows exactly what he's looking for at any point in the game. David Lance is going to sit back, and you might think, oh, he's got 3 lands in play and didn't cast anything. Well, that's not because he doesn't have anything. He's just got that Vial ticking up.
Well, it is interesting to note that with the 3 lands in play, he didn't add Yorion to hand, which does mean he might be looking to cast some cards at instant speed. Unclear what they may be, but I don't think it's something that he would have missed. I think he has multiple pieces of action here.
What I'm expecting is Vial on 2, activate, brainstorm response, cast the Bowmasters I'm holding, get that 4 power into play, throw a bit of damage around.
I mean, as Marshall, you have to know that there's a Bowmasters incoming because we didn't add Yorion to hand. And so I feel like we have to have a plow rolled up if we're willing to just fire off this brainstorm here.
Orc number 1 coming down, Orc number 2 coming down, Orc number 1 going away. Yeah. Not a super surprise, but it's the play pattern that you have to have in this matchup.
Yeah, I don't think either player is surprised with this outcome here, but is how you want to interact with Bowmasters in this matchup. It's not going to be killing a lot of things on the other side. Just going to be getting in for some chip here and there, make an extra body.
And kind of like I said earlier, it's just going to annoy you to death.
Yeah, going to leave around a little 1/1, poke and prod where it can. We do still have this Vial activation to resolve here.
So if there's another 2-drop coming, which at this point, I'm worried about a Stoneforge if I'm Marshall. Nope, didn't have it. Because if David Lance was able to just jam a Stoneforge Mystic there, pick up a Cauldron or a Batterskull and just start beating down, that's the kind of draw where you can steal wins.
In a lot of trouble, as is.
There's that Yorion coming into hand.
Yeah, as is just going to keep sitting on this Vial here. Not really casting many spells.
And that's a very scary card. David Lance has 1 out in his deck to that card, and that is the Council's Judgment.
It's going to be a rough one to fight through here.
On the bright side, though, if he's able to find it, odds are Marshall does not have a lot of his Force of Wills in post-board, because 2 for 1ing Death and Taxes deck is not really where you want to be. That is a fun interaction. That is now a 2/2.
It sure is, yeah. Growing the clock here. The humility grows the Orc to a base 1/1. Also shuts off any sort of potential enters battlefield effects.
And unfortunately, one of the best cards that is good against humility, I don't even know if David Lance would still have it in his deck at the moment, because that card's Umezawa's G-Tech. Because when you can trade your 1/1 for 3 of theirs, it's a very good way to pull ahead in the random creature token here.
Yeah, it's I think it's more to just turn off any would-be enters the battlefield effects, and less to shrink David's creatures here. But certainly, gonna see.
I feel like there's going to be an instant speed 1/1 with no abilities.
Yeah, 5 mana Solitude here. It's not the best Solitude has ever looked here.
On the bright side, though, if Marshall wants to use this Teferi to bounce, there is the answer in play to be able to kill it off right away. Unfortunately, it's only a 1/1.
Yeah, it's 1/1. We have very limited clock. We have very few answers to this humility. Marshall's able to back this up with the Force Wheel of Force Negation. Wouldn't be surprised to see a session here.
Are going to get this vial going up to 5 here in a second. A lot less scary when Yorion doesn't have the ETB effect.
And is also a 1/1. It's a lot worse.
This is not looking great for the Taxes hero over here. Second vial, definitely not the card you want. I think we're about to see Marshall start rolling away with it.
Not really doing much here, but he also doesn't have to be doing much in order to steal the win here.
And that 6th land going straight into the bin, I feel like this is about to be a Shark Typhoon.
Shark Typhoon. Could also just be 4th for 4 and just, well, just start attacking here.
Either way, I don't think either of those cards is going to be very good for David Lane. Oh, just going for the Narset, clearing the top of the deck, thinning out a little bit. Let's see what this Narset picks up.
Really want some form of counter magic to protect the humility. That is how David would get back into this game, is if he can answer that humility here.
I believe that is a Ponder on top. I see a single blue pip. Yep, that's going to be a Ponder. It's literally the one downside with Marshall's deck. Everything is so foiled, old bordered, blinged out. Sometimes you catch a corner and you can't really tell what the card is. But it is definitely, these are probably the 2 most beautiful decks in the room, for sure. There are a lot of foils between these 2, and these 2 have put a lot of time and effort into getting these decks to look the way they have them.
Yeah. Also been playing these decks for a long time. Let's see, I'll put in a 1/1 Yorion. End step here.
Not the way you want to be using that card, but sometimes you got to do what you got to do.
It is still pretty hard to remove because we do have Crocus. If we have Cauldron, this game is real. Here, see if that is indeed the play.
This is about to be a 1/1 holding a Cauldron.
Yeah, another creature it would grow, and we are tapping 7 mana. Yeah, we have that forcible protection. Oh, this game's about to get interesting.
Funnily enough, I believe the way it works with the Cauldron versus the Humility, yeah, that is a 1/1 that gets +5/+5 and all those extra abilities. Unfortunately, it's a 0 mana 1/1, so it doesn't stick around for long.
Yeah. However, we are getting to that point I talked about earlier, where we're about to spend 7 mana to move this Cauldron around from 1/1 to 1/1. And
it's a pretty good way to put a clock on, that's for sure.
It's about the only way that we're going to be able to do meaningful damage under this humility. Let's see if Nars hit.
If it hits anything relevant here.
Yeah. Any Swords of Plowshares. Fantastic. Second Fairy.
He's doing some counting.
4th Aerolingus. The 4th is a little bit dangerous now, because we are facing down potential 6/6 trample.
This might be the 1-for-1 Supreme Verdict, though. Which... Yeah, so Marshall's just going to blast this off now, play the staff. I almost wonder if there was a argument to plussing the Teferi here and then just going for the Supreme Verdict on David's turn if he goes to equip.
Well, we have the Caracas in play, so we do really want to just kill it here.
If he didn't have that land drop there, though, then that Caracas would have had to be tapped to equip. So there's an argument both ways.
Most certainly, yeah.
David does take out the red source, so fourth Aerolingus, currently not a live draw, but with the amount of cards that Marshall's going to be going through, bound to find a fetch land eventually.
It's also not under that much meaningful pressure, but this Aether Vial could very well put in a creature on 2 here. Taking a lot of draw steps. We do have the requisite 7 mana to equip still.
Second staff's going to be really good here, though, because second staff powers up first staff, and then you're off to the races.
Yeah, it turns every token maker from drawing 1 card to drawing 2 cards, and they did not have the 2-drop to put in.
Does have a lot of lands, unfortunately. Marshall drawing a card at the end step here. If he just goes down on the beatdown plan.
2 points at a time here.
Not much of a clock, but it might just be enough here.
Drawing all lands here.
I think he's only got 1 card in hand other than... ooh, that's an end step. Fourth Aerolingus. That is going to be the game here. That was kind of a rough one to watch as a Taxes player myself.
Yeah, the humility just really shuts down so much of what Death and Taxes can do. And with only 1 answer to it, can't tutor it up, has to draw it naturally. And we don't have any of those brainstorms to fix our draws, find our 1-of.
Unfortunately. And a lot of the ways that Taxes usually will find a lot of the silver bullets in the deck is through playing Recruiters. Well, yeah. Recruiter doesn't tutor up your spells, and your Recruiter doesn't tutor up anything if you're under Humility Lock. So it's kind of a rough situation.
Yeah, certainly once he did try to fight his way out of it with that Calder Complete. Certainly did present a meaningful threat, but just able to answer creature after creature and keep the battlefield empty. Kept his card advantage rolling. That's how you got to do it.
I think we're going to potentially look to see if we can find a game kind of going into game 3 here. We do have about 14 minutes left in the round, so there might be some time to pull up an extra match, but obviously we're not going to stop anybody currently in play to...
We'll see. I imagine if we manage to find someone, it might be more Death and Taxes here. It is notoriously a deck not great at closing matches. So.
Yeah. I think David Lights might actually be the only Taxes player in the room. Because a lot of the time when we come to these events, there's usually 2, and I'm sitting right here. So we'll see what happens.
Maybe just a bunch of blue control then. We'll see if we can pull up anything.
I did see an Aluren deck. And it sounds like we do have another match coming up. And if it's the Aluren deck I spoke into existence, I'm going to be happy because I love watching that deck.
Not a deck I've seen a lot of since about 2018, 2019 era Legacy or so, but it is a fan favorite of many Legacy players here.
It's one of those classics that you can never really feel bad about losing to, because it's a lot of fun to watch too.
Yeah, and there are some recently printed cards that make the kill condition a little bit less convoluted. You play a little bit the cards that are a little bit better on their own. Turns it from like a 2-card combo into a 1-card combo. For example, Aceract, recent edition, just kills by itself with Aluren in play as it bounces itself, which is a notable upgrade.
And there is, like, Recruiter of the Guard coming into the format a couple years ago, did very much trim down the amount of cards you need in hand to win the game. You get Recruiter to find Recruiter to find Recruiter to find a Bouncer to just start going off. And there's a lot of ways that the deck can play around removal, play around counter spells. If you manage to get that Aluren into play, you can kill it instant speed, and that is a very scary thing if you're playing a control deck.
Also, as we just saw in our last game, a lot of legacy decks are not good at answering enchantments.
Also true.
It is certainly the hardest card type to interact with in the format. That's why you see a lot of things like Carpet of Flowers see so much prevalence. Just, it's really hard to deal with these enchantments. They're really sticky.
Especially since a lot of people, when they are playing the white decks, they're playing Prismatic Ending.
Yeah.
So there's not a ton of ways for people to easily hit a 4-drop enchantment. It's not until you start getting into like the Up the Beanstalk decks where they're playing Leyline Binding and they're playing bigger spells where they actually go and do it. Ooh, we got Dan Becker versus Anthony Brown over here. We got red-white versus another Jeskai deck. But this Painter deck, I'll be honest, is one of my favorites.
I do like the recent addition of white. We are splashing basically just for 4th Aerolingus, which is a lot of the innovation that when you have Ancient Tomb in your deck, being able to cast 4th Aerolingus for a pretty large number is kind of trivial a lot of times. And Painter can just put so much mana into play. And if all of your cards are getting 1-for-1 move like this Jeskai deck likes to do, it is something that we can potentially build towards in the end game.
And if anybody's going to figure out how to work around a Painter line, Dan Becker has proven in the past that he knows how to do it. He actually won the Buffalo Chicken Dip Open last year, playing a very similar build to this. I believe he was playing Black Splash at that point, playing Chaos Defiler. But it is a very, very consistent deck that he's put a lot of time and effort into learning how to play.
I don't know if it was Becker, but I was looking at a Painter deck list earlier today, and it did have both 4th and Chaos Defiler in it. But since we're not often paying the mana for Chaos Defiler, I don't know if we have that list up.
We don't. I don't have the list up at the moment, but I did drive down with him, so I know he is not playing Black Splash.
Okay.
But having 4th Aerolingus in the deck is huge in this kind of matchup, especially. Being able to just sneak through some damage and then just start drawing more and more cards is exactly what this Painter deck wants to do in these super grindy matchups. But one of the other things that he wants to do is definitely that Urza Saga that is already in play. That card can win a game on its own.
Yeah, a card that as we talked about from Delver, it does get answered a lot more easily post-board. I imagine this Jeskai deck has access to things like Dress Down, Meltdown. Game 1, it often just can be the deck all by itself. So we can pull it off to see how many answers to those constructs we are playing here. Imagine we'll see any amount of artifact removal that we can from this Jeskai deck because there are so many artifacts.
Artifact removal, creature removal, like there's so many different threats that Dan's able to play early on, like Goblin Welder. Turns out, still a very good Magic card.
Not necessarily on this board state, though. It is certainly a card I would not be surprised if Becker had access to and just has not deployed yet. Because it just, you don't really want to play it until you want to make them answer it. Just compile a lot of resources on one board.
Alright, it looks like Anthony is playing one Meltdown in the sideboard, but that's scary. He's also playing 2 Stony Silence.
Yeah,
he does not want to lose the Painter matchup.
Jeskai decks can come tacked for basically anything, and if you expect a lot of artifact decks, as we do sometimes see here,
there's a 4th Aerolingus coming in for 1, and unfortunately, Dan Becker's not even able to just make a 1/1 with the Saga and chump block because that 2/2 is trampled.
Yeah, but I think we're just okay making a 3/3 here, potentially a 3/3, maybe even larger on our end step, and just stealing the Monarchy back. I don't know if Jeskai is playing anything like a Solitude to get the Monarchy back, and I think Daniel is really excited to steal that Monarchy here. Let's see what we can do this turn. Now, I do have a mana floating off that Urza Saga.
So there's a lot of scary things he can get here. There is a Grindstone coming in. Double check to see if If he is playing a Lion's Eye Diamond today, this could potentially be a kill this turn.
And he is moving very fast here, so I would not be surprised to see some sort of lethal setup attempted.
Mana floating plus the mountain.
Are casting some.
That was going to be a painter there.
It's like
Which I believe that
moved
painter
it into exile.
Yeah, the painter should be in the graveyard. Force of Will just puts it straight in the graveyard. Force of Negation is the only one that exiles, so that painter should be there, which is quite relevant in this matchup.
Meantime, we have the Monarchy for Daniel Becker, and there's no way to steal it back from Anthony here unless we have another copy of Arrows.
Yeah, and after checking, it looks like Dan Becker is not playing the Lion's Eye Diamond today. It's one of those cards. Ooh, that is a second fourth Aerlingus.
Does make the first have a lot more value here because we know it's going to be easier to take it back.
And he's got that blocker back as well. Still a lot of live draws here, though, for Dan.
Yeah. We can even have another fourth Aerlingus of our own, which makes combat very tricky.
Or a Fury.
Really good on this board state here. Again, make them have another copy of that fourth Aerlingus. I can't imagine we're playing too many more in these Jeskai lists. We really don't want to have too many clunky large cards.
I believe Anthony's actually playing 3 today.
Let's see if we can hit the third on curve here.
Fable the Mirror Breaker coming down. I know for a fact that is Dan Becker's favorite card in this deck. He will play it in any format where they will let him play it.
That card has proven time and time again how potent it is in every format. And especially in this format where you can back it up with Ancient Tube and just cast it very early on, just does so many powerful things.
Yeah, being able to play a Fable on turn 1 is so much better than playing it on turn 3 in Modern or Pioneer. Especially since being able to pull ahead on mana is so much more powerful in Legacy than either of those formats.
Also, these red decks are pretty pressed for card selection, and Fable of the Mirror Breaker is not insignificant because it's pretty easy to flood, and it provides so much insurance against that.
And if you have a Goblin Welder or a Goblin Engineer in play as well, there are so many different ways that you can just get that chain rolling. Discard 2 artifacts, get them back into play, save yourself so much on mana, play around counter spells, and then just getting through the deck more and finding your relevant cards. Fable is a very good pickup for the standard. There's a Phyrexian Dragon Engine coming in. Another very good card for this deck out of recent sets.
Yeah. Also, we're seeing some of the dangers of playing fourth Aerlingus for small numbers from this Jeskai deck against decks that have creatures in them, which is, if your creatures get answered, it's really hard for you to take back the Monarchy if you don't have a follow-up copy of fourth.
Very much so. Like, having the access to the, like, just so many different cards that make random tokens in this painter deck, you don't have to be a combo deck.
Yeah.
A lot of the times, especially in matchups like this, you're an aggro deck or a beatdown deck. You are just trying to make a bunch of random 2/2 idiots and swing for it.
I think Daniel even had the option earlier of pyroblasting that Force of Will on his Painter Servant, and he just let it go because he knew that something like that Narset that he was able to counter would be more prevalent to the game state, and he was okay with letting it go because the combo is pretty fragile anyways.
Exactly. Especially when you're able to get to a point where you are pulling ahead on cards. The more you can trade 1-for-1, the better. And with the Narset pulling, like, being able to somewhat claw back on cards, just getting that out of there with that Pyroblast is a great way to keep ahead on this.
Also, notably, Narset would have shut off the Fable discard and the Monarchy trigger, which is not irrelevant here.
Another fetch coming through. Could this be the third, fourth Aerlingus? Which just sounds weird to say, the third, fourth.
Yeah. It's kind of rough here because I'm not even convinced that's good enough.
I think it might be make 4 tokens, pass.
Yeah, and that's
Just kind of rough.
it's just not getting any better. We can attack with our Dragon Engine, just eat 1, and if they double block, we get to draw 3.
Yeah, so being able to have the Phyrexian Dragon Engine come back from the graveyard and just discard your hand, draw 3 cards, start pulling ahead even more. It's very similar to Fable. Ooh, this is just a naked Days Undoing, hope to draw Swords to Plowshares.
Yeah. This is, all right. Well,
Yeah, if we can hold the match for 1 second.
That painter needs.
Yeah, one of those painters was Force of Willed and should go back into the deck. One of the few situations where having a thing in the graveyard in Legacy is actually relevant, because there's not a ton of decks that really care, honestly. Once your card's answered, a lot of the times it's just gone.
Yeah, and then we also don't see Time Twister cast too much in this format, and so but it is relevant to this game state, so I want to make sure that was corrected here before we went to draw fresh sevens. And
there's a dress down coming in on the upkeep. Actually, it looks like in the draw step potentially. But this does answer the construct token.
it'll help us get through this turn. We're still gonna flip our Fable, get in for
4.
Yeah.
But even with that dress down, let's be honest, this is still a very good board state.
And
Oh, he is playing the Chaos Defiler. He switched it up. He lied to me.
not gonna do anything with the stress down in play, or is it a cast trigger? Might be a cast. No, I think it's enters the battlefield or dies.
That is just enters the battlefield or dies.
So not gonna do anything with that dress down in play. Just gonna be a big body stick on the board.
Yeah, similar to how Yorion could be a threat just for being big. That's a 5/4. That is lethal on its own.
Also, it does do nasty things with this Reflections of Kiki-Jiki. Because you make a copy and then sacrifice that at the end of turn. That's 2 separate triggers right there.
Yes.
And that can queen through any amount of tokens that Anthony can present on this turn really fast.
I think one of the few ways that he would be able to get out of this turn would just to actually have a sweeper. But I think he would have windmill slammed a Supreme Verdict a lot faster than he's doing right now.
But also, we still have to deal with this Phyrexian Dragon Engine coming back from the graveyard.
Because it does have Unearth, so even if you just do it the normal way, that's a 2/2 double strike with haste.
Yeah.
Oh, I think he's doing some counting on blockers here. Oh, that is a meltdown for 5. That will clean up all but the reflection. Dragon Engine can come back if he does have... Or actually, no, there's still the Goblin token. He's not out of it yet.
Yeah, he has 2 attackers this turn. We're at 3 life. We have a fetch lane in play. We can't activate.
I think this is just untap, turn him sideways. Even if Anthony has a Swords of Plowshares, he has to fetch to do it, going down to 2. That's just good.
I think we might even unearth our Dragon Engine just in case there's any shenanigans like a Solitude or anything.
Just pay some insurance here. That is a hasty Fury. That is an even better attacker.
Yeah, we can just pretty safely attack for 4 here, and this will also work.
Okay. Either way, it doesn't really matter here. If he has a Swords of Plowshares for the Fury, then the 2/2 is lethal. Plows a 2/2, then he can hit for 6. So I think this is all she wrote here. Just going through the motions of this.
We have something like Solitudes.
Unfortunately, he is not playing any Solitudes. He's actually not playing any creatures in his deck today. So this is going to just straight up lethal. Yep, turn him sideways, do the thing, flip the pig. And Dan Becker moves on to 2-0.
Pretty impressive showing. Not a deck that needs to pull off its combo in order to win games. Just present a lot of efficient threats, turboed out by Ancient Tomb, and that's all you really need to do. Just present a bunch of bodies that gain incremental advantage. And it's really hard for Jeskai to answer all of them efficiently.
Yeah, there's a lot of ways that you can just play it on value in these kind of decks, because any time that a card can bring an extra creature with it too, similar to how we saw with Marshall's deck bringing all the extra 1/1s and shark tokens. Anytime you can get extra value out of your cards, it is going to be a very solid.
Yeah, and we also have a lot of Pyroblasts to interact. I think we have probably at least 7 or 8 of the Pyroblasts and Red Elemental Blasts. And that card is potent against Jeskai decks.
Very much so, because not just having to have Painter in play in order to use a Pyroblast, you gotta remember, Legacy's half blue.
Yeah.
There's a lot of decks where that just does stuff against it.
And a lot of the threats out of the Jeskai deck are blue, and just having it answered, having your 3-drop answered by a 1-mana instant out of your non-blue opponent's deck is so backbreaking so much of the time.
That's just good deck building right there.
It is certainly one of the many reasons that Painter chooses to register so many copies of that is Pyroblast and Elemental Blast effects.
All right, looks like we have about 4 or 5 minutes left in the round right now. We will be back shortly with round 3 here from Westerville, Ohio, and we'll see you soon. I'm ducked in the bathroom. All right, welcome back. We got round 3 of Buffalo Chicken Dip Legacy number 12 coming up here in just a minute. And we got a combo round.
Yeah, it's two decks you don't see a lot of anymore. One of them faded to obscurity more than the other. We have 4-color Aluren with with the one veteran explorer as a little option there. Also have a Rector, so we're on a little bit more of a sacrifice theme, paired up against a much more normal Sneak and Show list.
Yeah, Sneak and Show's picked up a couple of cards recently, specifically Atraxa. Turns out not having to pay 7 life to draw your 7 cards is actually pretty good.
The card is quite good. Also, notably, it pitches to Force of Will.
Does pitch to Force of Will.
Which is not a unnoticeable upgrade, especially in a deck where you often draw multiples of the wrong combo pieces.
Yeah, being able to pitch your extra Atraxa or your extra anything in this deck is always going to be huge. There is one big downside for this matchup, though. What are the odds we see Show and Tell get cast and then he dies?
It is certainly possible. I wouldn't be exactly shocked to see it happen. I think we're going to have to rely a lot more on Sneak Attack than we are on the Show and Tell version because of that reason that you just mentioned. I do expect Sneak Attack to be quite good here. I don't think this Aluren deck is going to be able to easily deal with a Sneak Attack into Emrakul or Traxa.
I would assume not. Most people can't.
Yeah. I would also expect the Aluren deck to go more beatdown and less combo. Save those Allurens in hand in case your opponent decides to cast Show and Tell. And just attack with this small creature beatdowns we keep seeing over and over here. And
we have a 1/1 and 2/2 beatdown theme today, apparently.
Yeah, and I think we'll continue to see this from Daniel here.
So like we said, we got Aluren on the left, Sneak and Show on the right. This die roll is going to be huge. Gotta be to 6. Because whoever's on the play in this matchup being able to... looks like we don't even get to know. Whoever's on the play in this matchup, though, definitely seems to have the advantage. Because game 1, it's probably going to be who can combo first.
Yeah, but Ronnie does have to be careful with that Show and Tell. As you said, we really don't want to put in a creature if our opponent is going to put in Aluren and just combo kill us out of nowhere, which is something that can happen.
I mean, the degenerate in me kind of wants to see Ronnie on the play, turn 1, Ancient Tomb, Lotus Petal, Show and Tell, and not get a second turn. But I'm not a very nice person, so that's fine.
Yeah.
Looks like he is starting with Volcanic Island into a Ponder, though, so no super fast mana, Blaze of Glory, go down the hard way. There's a shuffle.
See how fast he can catch on to what Daniel's trying to do, if he already knows what Daniel's playing, and if he knows that this Show and Tell might not be that reliable, and you have to find that Sneak Attack as soon as possible.
because Aluren's one of those decks where, like you said earlier, it's faded very much into obscurity. So being able to suss out what's actually going on is going to have a lot to do with how this matchup turns out game one. A fetch coming from Daniel here. Not a ton of 1-drops that would kind of hide what he's doing. Because really the only 1-drops he really has are Cabal Therapy, Green Sun Zenith, and then cantrips. It looks like it is going to be a cantrip, though, with that basic island coming in.
Yeah, I mean, neither player necessarily knows what you're playing. It's really hard to suss out from, Volcanic Piler, Volcanic Ponder, or a Misty Rainforest into Island, into a cantrip. Those both just kind of look like any legacy deck.
Very much so. Like, Volcanic Island being, pretty much at this point, the most played dual land. And if you're playing Volk, you're playing Ponder. There's no getting around that. Daniel looking at the top 3 here and decide if he wants to keep them or if he wants to shuffle those away like Ronnie did. Judging by the way he's looking at them, though, I think he's rearranging and he's going to keep those. He does keep, so he sees at least something he likes. Matching out that basic island, though, makes me feel like he does not know what's going on the other side of the battlefield. Going Vulcan to Ponder signals Delver.
Yeah.
So you gotta play around those wastelands. No wastelands on that side. Another Ponder here from Ronnie. See if he likes anything on here. I see at least one Force of Will coming through in those top couple cards. And it looks like that's the one he's drawing, too.
This is the fetch land, if that's the missing card here. Doesn't look like that's the one he wanted.
The fact that he did pick up that protection, though, he might have combo already locked in hand. He might go for it next turn. We'll see if it goes well.
Alright, well, now you see a Verd Catacombs. And something's gonna be in my brain going, something's off here, right? I don't know what's going on, but something weird is happening, and I don't really know what to play around.
Yeah.
So
I haven't seen too much Island Verdant Catacombs since the Shardless Bug days. That's been a little while.
Yeah, it.
There is the namesake card. We will see if Daniel wants this to resolve, or see what Daniel brought to class. There's going to be a brainstorming response, though, so he's either looking for something to put in, or he's looking for something to counter it.
I think Aluren might even be better than Force of Will at this particular juncture.
A lot of it just depends on the rest of the hand. That being said, though, I know that Ronnie is playing some number of Omniscience. So there could be, in theory, a show and tell, put an Omniscience, put an Aluren, in response to your Aluren, kill you.
We might end up with a messy stack if that is indeed what happens here.
Actually, it looks like Ronnie is not playing the Cunning Wish package that would allow him to win at instant speed. So it kind of brings us back into that original spot of, oh, I put in an Aluren, you're dead now. But doesn't look like he has it. He does go for the Force of Will here. And there's that Force of Will that we found on that Ponder earlier, pitching the Omniscience. I wonder if this is just like the soul read, have a counter spell, let it like fight over this, let it resolve, put an Aluren.
I think that's unlikely. I think the signals that we have Atraxa to put in.
Oh no, that's
or second Omniscience.
Second Omniscience,
right.
and then we got the Aluren.
We do have the Aluren.
Oh
boy.
This could get interesting. Trigger on the stack. Daniel, what are you gonna do?
No cards in hand. Kill me. Good luck. Yes.
Which, to be fair, if he's not dying here, this is a pretty good start to the thing. That is a...
That one doesn't matter. That one dies to the Emrakul attack, so that's fine.
See what else you can find here. Basic Force is kind of interesting. I feel like you have to go for a blue source here.
Yeah, I mean, we now know that it's not on Delver, so we're not prioritized into
That
it. Looks
is
like
a
tropical.
tropical, yes. one of the many proxies that people are able to use at events. And I always do enjoy seeing how creative people can get with these proxies too.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty clear. We got the blue, we got the green. We were both able to identify it pretty fast.
Yes. Honestly, when I first looked at it, I thought it was a like some random secret layer basic that I hadn't seen before, but we'll figure it out pretty quickly.
Well, it's formatted very similarly to his island, except we got the green right above the blue here. So.
It's a nice touch. I do like it.
Okay, well, see if we can kill through an extra turn on the stack here. I think someone's going to lose very fast, because our next card down is a fetch land, if I'm not mistaken. I don't think we've used it yet. I think it's the third card down. For Ronnie. So we're going to have to draw it here.
One way or the other, this game is over this turn.
Alright. We did not have anything.
Did not have it.
Alright.
So I feel like that's almost a misstep from Daniel there, showing the Aluren and then not being able to capitalize. Because now he's going to know what to go into.
Yeah, I think if you're not going to be able to win and your opponent cast that show and tell, I would almost be tempted to just put in Leovold
and just
completely hide what you're doing.
Looking into the sideboard of this Aluren deck, we do have a couple of answers here that would be pretty good. The Lavinia doesn't always shut off the show and tell, but it does stop a lot of the omniscience kills. Meddling Mage does hit the show and tell. Double Surgical Extraction, they're fine. I'm looking at those Carpet of Flowers coming in.
I do
just get some speed.
Do like the Carpet of Flowers, get some mana acceleration, try to kill your opponent faster. The Meddling Mage, I think, is definitely a good choice here. We can name Sneak Attack, make them cast the show and tell, try to beat that with the Aluren kill over the top of your opponent.
There's definitely a lot of options in here for the Aluren deck. Let's take a look at what the Sneak and Show deck is at. Let's see. We got some Blood Moons in there, which normally against a 4-color deck, I would be all over those. We already saw he's fetching basics.
Wipe Away is going to be fantastic here. That's really what you want in case your opponent puts in the Aluren. Just stops the combo right in Strex. Can't respond to that one. Quite good. We also have the Brotherhood's End to whatever mopey creatures sitting around.
Kind of seals up that backup plan of just attack you for 1 and 2 a bunch of times.
Right. And that's going to be the main weaknesses. I don't know if we're going to want none of the other cards. We can maybe think that our opponent's on Green Suns, but there's only one Green Suns in the opponent's deck. So not going to do too much if we do decide to board it in. Blood Moon is an option, but we saw our opponent fetch a lot of basics last game. So I don't know if it's going to be what we're leaning towards here.
Yeah, and a lot of times with decks like Show and Tell or Storm or a lot of these like very efficient A+B combo decks, you really don't want to dilute your deck that much. You don't want to sideboard a ton of stuff.
Yeah, I do think it might be a matchup where we trim on the Show and Tell combo, but we don't have enough cards to really sideboard in so that we can cut the Show and Tells. Because if we're cutting Show and Tells, we also have to cut Omniscience. There's a lot of other things that affects. Spell Pierce also not on its best against the creature deck, but does counter Aluren. So it'd be interesting to see what we go for.
Yeah, it feels like you almost just want to trim a couple cards here and there, like go down to 3 Show and Tells, 2 Omniscience, and just water down your deck a little bit, but not really remove anything.
Agree.
It'll be definitely interesting to see what Ronnie goes for here, and it looks like players just about ready to get started with game 2 here. And with Daniel on the play, we'll see what he's able to put together. See if we can get a couple of 7-card hands here, because these are two very nostalgic decks for me, honestly.
And these two decks have been around for a long time. Kind of faded off recently. But they're both here right now.
Yeah. Sneak and Show being a true terror in the Legacy format for a long time. Really only kept in check by the Delver decks running around. And even then, sometimes you just still lost.
You don't see the Seiju in the sideboard. You have the uncounterable Show and Tells. You
don't see much of a transformative plan here that they can use to surprise Delver, but
the original Boseiju somehow was even scarier than the one that we have now.
yes, that card is largely unbeatable by any blue deck.
Your opponent played that on turn 1 or turn 2, and you knew if you were not holding a Wasteland, you were dead. Daniel going down to 6, Ronnie keeping 7, so we'll see what Daniel's together. A lot of his cards do replace themselves, whether it's the cantrips or a lot of the creatures even, like getting incremental value. So there's a lot of 6s that are very scary out of this deck.
There's also, again, the option to just keep the Aluren with not enough mana to cast it, just because if we can force our opponent to cast Show and Tell, kill them over the top of it, I think that is a legitimate game plan here. Not like in his hand, though. Going back and forth. It's like,
if he's able to set up a board state where he can just play a Meddling Mage onto name Sneak Attack, force that Show and Tell to come through, and then have a kill in hand, there's not a ton that Ronnie can really do to interact with it.
yeah. However, it is going to be a lot rougher on the mulligan to 5 here, especially when we're on the play. Don't get to recoup that card. And it's very possible for Ronnie to have a very fast kill here.
There are definitely still ways for Daniel to get there this matchup, though, I'm saying. So it ain't over yet. Looking at the 5, seeing if anything looks keepable there, and it looks like he is keeping. And it's kind of a fast 2 on the bottom. Oh, changing his mind a little.
I do see an Aluren in that one.
I
So
see an Aluren and a Brainstorm, and I keep that on 2. So
yeah. Gotta be careful about that Show and Tell plan.
just fetch land pass here for Daniel. See if Ronnie is going to start with cantrip or just, he might even just have it all locked up in hand. That's the truly scary draw, similar to playing Tron in Modern. Your opponent just plays a Tron land on 1, Tron land on 2. You know they kept a good hand.
Yeah, Volcanic on 1. Show of weakness from Delver. Not a show of weakness out of Sneaky Show.
Very much so.
Yeah, that really signifies to me, hey, I kept this 7. I'm going to do something broken in the opening turns. I don't even need cantrips to set it up. That looks like a Tundra here.
That is going to be a Tundra. Looks like Daniel put a lot of thought into all of his dual lands, because those arts look pretty good for what they're representing.
Yeah. Let's see if this ends up Brainstorm here, yeah. Trying to dig for another land, whatever it may be. Something to plan to. Whatever the missing piece is here.
End step Brainstorm is always kind of an interesting spot to be in, because it says to your opponent one of two things. Either I'm very dead, or you're very dead.
Mulligan to 5. It's gonna be
It looks like that was actually a main phase Brainstorm, so a little less telling.
Yes.
See if Ronnie has just another land drop, or if he does have one of those Ancient Tombs or a Lotus Petal, then he could just make him have it this turn. And he's putting thought into this. He might be thinking, I think I go for it.
No. Alright.
Playing a land, saying go. Daniel does not want the top 2 cards of the deck. One of those situations where Brainstorm is more of a ancestral recall than it is a Brainstorm, which, let's be honest, is why that card is restricted in Vintage.
Yeah, that card is quite powerful, format defining. Why there's so many decks playing blue is just because of the power and consistency that Brainstorm offers you.
A lot of the times you usually, like in Modern or Pioneer, you're using your cantrips to kind of sculpt your hand and work through your deck. In Brainstorm, you can treat it like a demonic tutor half the time.
Oh, we are wrong. That must be an underground
Oh,
sea.
it is an underground sea. The shadows were a little...
Yeah.
So Baleful Strix coming in. Drawing another card. One of those cards that you don't really see too much in the Bowmaster meta.
Yeah, it's certainly one of the reasons why this Aluren deck has fallen off. There's just so many powerful cards put in the last few years that really power create cards like Baleful Strix out of the format pretty severely. But Sneak and Show deck is not one of those. So it's gonna be okay here. Oh.
Got looks like another brainstorm here out of Ronnie. Thinking if he wants top card. Looks like he does not. So we're gonna start doing what we always do in Legacy and just keep on shuffling. I guess we got the moment of truth coming up.
Yeah, this is where we're gonna see. So we have to see something out of Ronnie here, right? We kept 7. We said pass on turn 1. Got to sculpt our draws with a brainstorm. We're gonna be doing something. I think.
At the same time, though, I don't think we do need to see out of Ronnie. There's a 1/1 across the board from him. He's got plenty of time.
That's true. However, the more time, and you do know your opponent's missing land drops, but I do think we do have this sneak attack based on how we're thinking. It's possible we even have sneak attack or show and tell. Oh, we are gonna cast a show and tell.
With having the volcanic island up, it could even be both. It could be show and tell into sneak attack into attack with an
I think that might have been what Ronnie was thinking about the previous turn, where you saw him debate for quite a while. I think he was really thinking about, do I want to show and tell, put in a creature, or do I want to wait 1 turn, put in show and tell?
Ooh, got a Spell Pierce back.
Or do we want to hold Spell Pierce back? Alright.
Alright, let's see what happens here, because I'm pretty sure Daniel's holding Aluren.
Yeah,
he is.
Aluren.
Alright, so Ronnie gets priority, can cast the first spell, and you have to imagine Daniel's going to respond to that.
Yeah, he's got to respond here if we can. Oh. Okay.
Cavern Harpy. So, Cavern Harpy, this is going to be a lot of game actions and a lot of value, because Cavern Harpy is going to let him pick up that Baleful Strix. So pay a life, pick up the Baleful Strix, play a Baleful Strix, pick up the Cavern Harpy. Daniel's at 17. He can draw 16 cards right here if he wants to.
Yeah.
Or Ronnie just has it all.
This is a Force of Will. We can even cast that one for free with Omniscience. Looks like we're just going to cast it alternate mode. It's all over here.
Yeah, that Emrakul right there will lock it up. Let's get the Emrakul, cast it, get the other cast trigger, draw a bunch of cards, attack for 22. That's not looking good for Daniel. Yep, and that will be the game, which looks like we had a pretty quick round there. We might be able to get somebody else on screen. Let's see who's all available out in the crowd.
It's kind of a thrashing here. We did see that show and tell put in the Aluren twice, but
just not the creatures in hand to back it up.
Not really able to utilize it to its full potential. Volume to 5 really hurting us in terms of what we could put in off the Aluren.
Because there's a lot of draws that Daniel could have had in both of those games. If he had a Recruiter of the Guard in hand when that Aluren was in play, that is a 1-card kill.
Yeah.
Being able to get Recruiter, into Recruiter, into Recruiter, a bunch of those out in play. Use one of them to pick up your Arctic Merfolk.
Yeah.
So cast that, put that into play, bounce another Recruiter, use the Recruiter again, get Cavern Harpy. Cavern Harpy returns your Arctic Merfolk, and you can just use Merfolk again, return the Recruiter, and then you get Parasitic Strix or Ogre Spellmasters, and just keep returning these over and over and over.
Are we playing Azrac in this deck or no?
No, a lot of the decks have actually moved away from it in favor of playing the White Splash for the Recruiters, because it's such a tight kill package.
Well,
that
we
also
are
has value
already
in a lot of
playing
other
black,
places.
so I was just wondering if that was something we wanted to have access to. It's just it. If you aren't familiar, it's a card. It kills by itself with Aluren in play. You don't have to do anything else. You don't have to fetch anything. You just play it. It bounces itself forever, and then you kill them.
The reason I think a lot of people moved away from it is because it is harder to tutor up. And looks like we are getting Rob back on camera, so we are gonna get double chicken out of the chicken dip man.
More Delver.
Which, I'll be honest, usually if I'm seeing Delver across from me, I'm pretty happy.
I love playing against Delver. A lot of people don't like it because it's just the best deck and it's the most played deck and everyone plays it. But the gameplay of Delver is often really good.
There's a lot of
play.
interaction, a lot of play to it on both sides of any Delver matchup. Doesn't matter if you're playing combo into Delver or Delver into Delver or literally anything. Delver makes people play the game a lot more than if it was just two ships passing.
Oh yeah, it's a great deck for the format. How it is overbearing at times. I think right now is not one of those times. I think it's pretty in balance and in line with the power level of the format. It is one of the better decks to play. Not oppressive by any means, but it is going to promote a lot of interaction on both sides here, almost all the time.
Does occasionally pick up cards like Ragavan or Expressive Iteration, but we're not going to talk about those right now.
Yeah, any time a cheap card draw or new threat is printed, if it can be cast in this Delver shell, it probably will, and it'll probably get something banned. It is liable to happen.
Which really isn't anything against the Delver deck in general. It's just the fact that, okay, cool. We have a cheap, efficient blue card draw engine. It's going to go in the best blue deck. Best blue deck's usually Delver.
Yeah, the thing about like having Brainstorm and Days be format, it's perfectly fine to do. However, it is going to vastly restrict like how many decks are playable because it is such a tight clamp, and anything that's cheap can naturally go into a shell because those are both the same color and they're both so good.
Very much so. So I think I actually went back and looked at the Legacy ban list at one point, and I'm pretty sure since Delver was printed in 2011 or 2010, like 90% of cards that had been banned since then saw play in Delver at some point.
Yeah.
But Delver's still fine.
Yeah.
It's just all those other cards were busted.
Yeah, well, the backbone of making the format about Days and Brainstorm and Wasteland and Westerville is just going to mean that you're going to want to play a lot of cheap cards, and Delver's really good at playing a lot of cheap cards. And so, whenever there's something that breaks a lot of cheap cards, it's kind of going to break the format a little. But we got our match ready here, so...
We got Rob Wilson back on Grixis Delver, and Michael Darby playing Cephallid Breakfast, which is, honestly, it's a combo deck that fell off for a lot of years until Modern Horizons 2 came out.
Yeah, Urza Saga, notably huge addition to the deck. Gives you a lot of, like, a completely new beatdown plan that you didn't really have access to before. A lot more resiliency. It's even extra combo pieces because the Urza Saga does fetch Shuko, which is the worst of the two combo cards. It is quite good. Unfortunately, Breakfast has fallen off lately because of the prevalence of Orcish Bowmasters, which Rob is playing. Not necessarily because the card is that good against Breakfast, but because people are naturally playing more removal for these 1/1s. And anytime, like, you cause Delver to play double the amount of removal spells for your creature combo deck, it's going to be a little bit tougher.
It's very similar to back when Ragavan was legal in the format. People were playing main deck gut shots. Yeah. And there was a lot of times where, like, I would play a Mother of Runes on turn 1, and my opponent would gut shot it, and I would feel really bad.
Yeah.
It got hit by that splash damage from Orcish Bowmaster. But at the same time, sometimes just do the thing.
Yeah.
It's still a very efficient blue-white combo deck.
Yeah, it's not so much the fact that Orcish Bowmaster is so good against this deck, it's just that these decks now have even more redundancy against what Breakfast is trying to set up. Whereas before you could kind of rely on them having clunky answers or not enough answers and just force your way through all of them.
So we got Rob shuffling up here. Looks like Rob is up a game. So we'll have Breakfast on the play here. Probably a result of having all that extra removal and interaction out of the Delver deck.
So it is certainly possible. Again, we are playing Urza Saga Game 1. It is still possible to sneak through and win that way. Again, we do have some meltdowns post-board. We do have answers to them. We are even playing Null Rod if that's something we want access to. I have seen that last time Rob was on.
It looks like Michael does have access to a couple pieces of removal on the sideboard, boarding up to 4 Swords to Plowshares, 2 Prismatic Endings, and then not too much else you really want against the Delver decks. You can take down on your Force of Wills to go for some Flusterstorms if you'd like. In general, you kind of just want to do your own thing and stay alive long
the Magic Online art of this Underground Sea. Love it.
I really wish that they could print these arts in paper.
Yeah.
But
I'm so used to saying those Magic Online arts by this point.
I really am too.
Yeah.
Like the more and more I get rent stuff from Mana Traders, the more and more. We do have a shuffle on this Ponder though, and kind of similar to Show and Tell, it is a plus B combo deck, but it has more of a backup plan.
Yeah, you do certainly have a much better backup plan than Sneak does. You have Urza Saga, you have some small creature beatdowns.
The Stoneforge into Cauldra.
Yeah.
Stoneforge package in this matchup is significantly worse than it is in some decks, just because Rob has so much removal that he has in his deck.
However, we do need some way to overload those removal spells, and Stoneforge is a way to bait out a spell so that you can set up and go for the combo the next turn.
Stoneforge Get Cauldra is a very good lightning rod for any fatal pushes or lightning bolts. That's for Rob here. I have to hope, for his sake, he has to be playing a 1-drop creature.
Yeah, you certainly want to get that clock going. Want to start, taking care of everything your opponent plays. But also, you're not under that much pressure yet. Opponent can't combo on turn 2 without something already in play. So you can kind of sit back, set up this turn if you need to, and start developing next turn, leave up a spell. So I think even something like a Ponder this turn. Ooh,
Grafdigger's Cage. That one, yeah, that'll do. That'll do.
It's also quite good to land early. Completely shuts down the combo from Breakfast side. If you're not familiar, Breakfast aims to mill over the entire deck with the card Cephallid Illusionist and put a bunch of Narcomoebas into play and then dread return a Thassa's Oracle. And none of that stuff is possible while there's a Grafdigger's Cage.
Milling your own deck, you can do that.
That is true. If you naturally draw the Thassa's Oracle, you can still mill your own deck and then cast Thassa's Oracle. However, you only play one, so it doesn't happen that often, but it is something that we could see come up, and we can kill with this Grafdigger's Cage in play if that is something that happens.
Especially looking at all these brainstorms, all these ponders, there are plenty of ways for Michael to go through the deck and find the Thassa's Oracle. I know the last time I played against it, I did die to that plan.
Yeah. It is not an unreasonable plan.
Brainstorm here for Rob, looking to hopefully pick up a threat.
Second land. Dang.
See if he follows it up with the traditional fetch land. Oh, just a volcanic island, so he is going to be drawing those top 2 cards most likely.
No Dragon Ray Channeler to clear either, so we're going to have to naturally draw. However, we do have a lot of protection from the combo because of this Grafdigger's Cage, so not super worried about too much here.
There's not too many ways for Michael to really remove that outside of the Prismatic Ending or Teferi. I'm seeing no other way to get that off the board, so there's not too much that Rob has to worry about with that card.
Teferi is very awkward. Your opponent has 1 red mana for Pyroblast, also has Daze backup. Not really something I'm looking to jam here into that out of Rob when we know he's kind of stumbling because he is Brainstorm locked.
It's almost like your best case plan is almost my opponent has a Forceful. It's a second card out of there. Still doesn't feel great, but it's not the worst plan I've ever had. Island coming in from Michael, going for a 2-drop. That is going to be that Illusionist. Which, even though there is the Grafdigger's Cage in play, that is still a threat in case he does find the Thassa's Oracle.
Right.
Rob thinking about maybe countering this or even potentially lightning bolting it afterwards. That's force pitching a Murktide.
I think that likely means that we have a backup Murktide in hand here. Not really a card I want to pitch super frequently, and multiple copies of Murktide could be a reason that this hand is stumbling. I also think it's not unreasonable for us to have some number of black cards have the fetch land this turn. Interesting. Could have some number of Orcish Bowmasters back up. Could even see something like a fetch into Murktide Regent here. Possibly we just want to hold up more interaction. See what Rob decides to go.
And Rob blamed the Volcanic Island last turn, the fetch land this turn. Almost makes me feel like his hand might just be straight spells, straight gas. Because it means he wanted the top card of the deck as his next draw step.
Yeah. Also means we're probably holding a lot of interaction. Michael's combo. But didn't want to lose that last turn to something weird like him having the Thassa's Oracle in hand plus the second combo piece.
Just a land go from Michael, so he doesn't have much going on at the moment. And there's that choke beating Badlands that we saw in round 1.
Probably not too many chokes out of the Esper breakfast deck here, but does fetch up an extra lightning bolt source that can also cast a Born Masters, which is something we might be seeing on his step here. Just as a way to start getting in, make so that Michael doesn't have all day to set up. Make it so we really punish him for casting any sort of brainstorms or ponders.
Because this definitely punishes him for trying to find the out to the Grafdigger's Cage. Because the more you brainstorm, the more you ponder, the more you hurt, the more clock that Rob gets.
Yeah.
I believe that was at Michael's end step. So the Bowmaster's going to have pseudo haste.
That's what we're going to want to use those Swords of Flashers on here. Let's see. Or follow up Murktide or something like that.
I feel like Murktide's kind of locked in on being magnet for that, but no, he does have the Swords of Plowshares here. We are on a 17-turn clock now.
Yeah. Using the swords on that might indicate that we have a lot more removal in hand. Wouldn't surprise me to see a follow-up creature getting swords. And if you have multiple removal spells, much more willing to spend an early one on a smaller.
There's Dragon Rage Channeler, so the threats are getting slightly bigger.
Still going to be a 1/1 here, I think.
It looks like land, brainstorm, force land in the graveyard. But as we both know, the Darcy can get big quick. But with only 3 cards left in hand, if those are all reactive spells, you're not going to be able to cast many of them.
Based on his willingness to throw out the Bowmasters here, that pretty likely we have a good swath of still in hand.
Another Dragon Rage Channeler. Still just playing land go for Michael. I feel like his hand is probably mostly combo pieces at this point.
Yeah, I think he's got a lot of the Nomads, a lot of maybe some Shukos in there. Just waiting for another Illusionist. Maybe we even have another Illusionist. Nothing to back it up. Do have another Swords of Plowshares.
Yeah, there's nothing that feels quite as bad in the Cephallid Breakfast deck as just drawing the Shuko. Because really, when it's in your hand, the best use for it is usually just, man, look, there it is.
Yeah.
It's usually just baiting out a counterspell most of the time, in my opinion.
Yeah. Maybe you can brainstorm it back so you can shuffle back in so you can fetch it later with Urza Saga, but...
Although I have seen Hardcast Narcomoeba equip Shuko.
It is a plan. It's not a great plan.
But it is a plan.
It is a plan.
Coming in for another 2 here for Rob. Looks like he might be flooding out a little bit. Does have 2 cards in hand. We'll see what those will be in a bit. Oh, looks like 3 cards in hand.
Illusionist?
Another Illusionist.
Pyroblast.
Yep, Pyroblast coming in. Definitely countering this one on the stack, not letting that resolve. He does have the Dragon Rage Channel trigger. Leaves it on top, it looks like. Which, if you're sitting in Michael's seat, that's not a good sign.
Also, notably, he did tap his black source for it. So it makes it quite unlikely that he has another Orcish Bowmasters as the backup here.
My force is going to protect this Cephallid Illusionist. Not quite sure if this is resolving yet, though. It looks like it is. So with that on the stack, it is going to be that Lightning Bolt. So mill 3 off the Lightning Bolt. Looks like that's just milling the 3 from the equip. Okay. So 1 in a blue, target player, discards a card, mill 6. Doesn't seem like the best use of your mana.
Yeah, it's also kind of rough, but he is pretty aggressively going for this Illusionist, so I wonder if that doesn't mean he already has the Thassa's Oracle in hand here.
I feel like he probably has to. But the more Rob is able to keep that deck size high, less likely it is for that Thassa's Oracle to actually be anything more than a chump blocker.
And keeping the Ponder on top does make a lot of sense here. It is the sorcery, it does provide card selection. And
doesn't make that Darcy bigger though.
Not quite yet.
So
Pretty
attacking
close.
for 2. Right. See if Rob ends up passing this over, or I saw him rearranging the graveyard a little bit. I thought it was going to be a Murktide coming down to slam this door shut. And this is not looking good for Michael, that's for sure.
We do have a couple turns left here. We're not under that fast of a clock. We have 4 turns to piece together. 3rd Illusionist, plus the copy of Thassa's Oracle, which I think we probably already have the Thassa's Oracle in hand, but we do need. I think it's unlikely that we're going to be able to beat those 3 cards.
Yeah, but it's that same thing I said earlier with the 3 cards in hand out of Rob and not casting any spells. You have to assume it's all interaction.
Yeah.
Brainstorm coming in. Feels like a Bowmaster's here.
It's just going to be Pyroblast.
Pyroblast. Tapping the black mana again. And just the pass back. It's looking like Delver might be able to just squeeze this one out again. Which, something I've been saying for the last 12 years of playing Legacy. So.
Yeah. I'm down to 2 cards.
Alright, if this Delver is able to flip, then that's just a 2-turn clock on its own. Otherwise, we are looking at 3.
Yeah, and that was kind of the last turn we needed in order for a Urza Saga to be live draw here to reduce the clock from the opponent.
Oh, that is a Lightning Bolt to take Michael to 5. Set up the top of the deck for the Delver.
Yeah,
Yep.
Thassa's Oracle as the last card in hand. Kind of expected because of how aggressively Darby was digging, like trying to mill himself out.
Doesn't surprise me at all that he had drawn the natural Oracle there.
Yeah, and that just shows how Grafdigger's Cage can be completely useless in some matchups and completely wreck other matchups.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of the time it is really good against this deck, but in that game it just wasn't really going to do anything. It does reduce the combo or increase the combo to 4 mana rather than just 2, with the 1 mana being spent prior, which is not irrelevant, but
yeah, it looks like we don't have enough time in the round to pull another match in, so we're gonna hop off for a little bit, take a break, grab some more chicken dip, and we will be back here with round 4 in probably about 10-15 minutes.
to look at the Beans list because I haven't seen it.
All right, we've got another match coming up here at Buffalo Chicken Dip 12. We are going to have either the fastest match of the day or the slowest. It's Reanimator versus 4-color Bean Control.
Yeah, it's gonna be a weird one because 4-color is really gonna try to stabilize early, probably just exile all of the threats, and you're gonna have to see Reanimator present threat after threat after threat, hope one sticks, but it can also grind against this deck because there's not gonna be much of a clock here.
True.
On the other side.
Yeah, because
so,
most 4-color Bean decks have like Euro as their win condition, and maybe some 4th Aerlingus. And that's about it.
Yeah. Either way, Raw really wants to slow the game down, but also needs to back it up with some amount of pressure, so we don't give the Reanimator player too much time to set up threat after threat after threat.
Yeah, there's a lot of ways that Robert's going to be able to answer a threat, though, out of this deck. Because not only does he have the usual 4 Swords to Plowshares that you would expect, he's also running 4 Solitudes and 3 Terminus.
Yeah, Terminus not going to be at its best here, really, but it notably does prevent the life gain that the other threats allow, which makes Grizzlebrand worse if you force them to expend their life points early and can kind of battle through that, though. That is going to still be a tall ask here.
It does have one advantage, though, over something like a Supreme Verdict, where it doesn't put the creature back in the graveyard for them to bring it right back out.
That's true. We're not going to really see the creatures hit the graveyard ever. They're either going to go to exile or back in the bottom, both of which are pretty good for the 4-color control.
So a lot of this is just going to come down to, is Robert able to survive the first 2-3 turns of the game? And then from there, you just got to let his card advantage engines take over.
Game 1's going to be especially tough here, but probably get a lot of tools post-board. As you learn what the matchup is, learn what we're mulliganing towards, and see if we can stave off some of the early aggression out of this Reanimator.
One big advantage is being on the play here, because that's a whole extra turn of having mana before you have to use it.
Yeah, lets you even like set up with a Brainstorm in case you get Thought Seized, anything like that. You're not going to see here, but it is a relevant bonus. You never want to be on the draw against Reanimator.
Especially if your opponent's playing cards like Chancellor of the Annex. I have had many times in the past where my opponent revealed that and I just never got a turn.
Also, if you're going to want to fetch a Triumph, it's a lot easier to do that one on the play than on the draw. I don't know if you get a second turn if you fetch that on the play here.
Usually not. In fact, there's times in Modern where you don't get a second turn. And it is the Esper Triumph there. Another fetch coming in for a Light from the Loam. That's a one of in Robert's deck. I was kind of hoping that it was going to be a up the beanstalk to try to start getting some card advantage. Because this is not the matchup for Light from the Loam.
Not really what we're looking for here as the card advantage engine. It is going to refill our hand, get a couple extra lands going, but we really need to find some way to get more relevant spells.
Touching the basic here out of Cameron, and looks like he's going to try to go right back in the deck with an Entomb. And it's gonna resolve.
Yeah, you're definitely going to want to get that basic here. Once you know that your opponent has Life from the Loam going, you really are not going to want to fetch these non-basics if you have to. Just get as many basics in play as you can, just in case your opponent's Yorion deck finds the Wasteland, starts removing those lands from the field. There's a way you can lose this game.
So, Robert did let the Entomb resolve. I don't know if he has a way to interact with that, but it's one of the all-time questions with playing against Reanimator. Do you counter the reanimation spell, or the thing that puts the creature in the graveyard?
In game 1 especially, I think players are much more likely to counter an Entomb, but once we start going to those post-board games, do start resolving more. We have access to Surgical Extraction, have access to Endurance, things like that, so reanimation spells get really blown out.
That's an Atraxa in play for sure.
Over.
Looks like Shallow Grave, Orcish Bowmaster, Grizzlebrand, Archon, Entomb, Faithless Looting. There's a lot of alternate arts in this deck, and this is really going to test my knowledge, that's for sure.
You got some weird ones for sure.
Yeah, that Shallow Grave is an interesting addition into this Reanimator deck. Most of the time, you only really see that if you're playing like the Tin Fins combo deck, where you're trying to get a Grizzlebrand into play as fast as possible, attack, gain a bunch of life, draw your entire deck, and then tendrils them out.
Yeah.
Which, not really something you see a lot of nowadays.
Right.
That looks like that is going to be an Unmask, a Marsh Flat to Shallow Grave, and then there's the Archon just hiding off screen, going into Cameron's hand.
Cameron is playing 2 Shallow Graves over to Exhume. Is one of the choices. They're both pretty good against sideboard hate, just because neither of them target, but they are fulfilling a similar role.
And the fact that Shallow Grave is instant speed can actually be very relevant in a lot of matchups.
Yeah, where you can go for it at your opponent's end step and then untap with the creature already in play.
Or even just have games where you like play a Dark Ritual into a Entomb, and they go for, in response, they're going to surgical your guy. And well, I'm going to put him back into play.
And here we do see one of the hidden modes of Atraxa, which is discarding a backup threat to hand size here.
Yeah, what is usually a downside in Reanimator, turns out that's just a game plan.
Yeah.
Third lane coming in for Robert. See if we can get this Atraxa off the table. Which, if I'm being honest, I'm not too concerned about. There's a lot of ways that he can go for it in his deck here.
Notably, we do have all of Domain, so our Leyline Bindings are going to only cost 1 here. Not too big of a deal. Also, because of this Life from the Loam, the downside of Archon making you discard is really mitigated, which is...
Yeah, when you're able to just put a bunch of extra lands in your hand and throw them away to the Archon, that's not much of a downside. You're just more worried about the fact that it's basically attacking for 9.
Right.
Keeps on the ponder, so he likes what he sees. Let's see if he has an answer right now for this Atraxa.
I don't know how much you even care about the Atraxa, right? It's attacking you for 7. You do have to get rid of it probably in the next turn, but maybe wait this turn, wait to use removal spell on the Archon that's coming in. Archon presents more of a threat, more card draw.
Well,
Whatever's happening, we're gonna have to do it now, though.
See what Robert's working with. And since he kept on the ponder, I almost wonder if he shows nothing in hand here. No, double Leyline Binding. Never mind, he's got something.
Yeah, it's got a lot of somethings here.
So Cameron kind of has a interesting decision here. Do you go for the Solitude or do you go for one of the 2 Leyline Bindings? I feel like it has to be the Binding.
Yeah, Solitude is a little bit away from being castable here. You're going to get your Atraxa or Archon binding tier, and Solitude not a turn away from being playable here. We can't add Yorion to our hand next turn if that's something we're really worried about, which is a line that you see up to play Solitude for 3 mana as opposed to the full 5.
The one notable thing about the Solitude, though, and this is probably also another reason why Cameron is playing the Shallow Graves, if Cameron were to cast another Exhume right now, Robert could pitch cast the Solitude, exile the Atraxa, goes to the graveyard, comes back, eats the Archon, and it answers 2 creatures with 1 card.
Yeah.
Which, when you're only running so many threats in Reanimator, that is huge.
Yeah. So, Shallow Grave is actually looking a lot better than Exhume in this exact instance, where we can put a Solitude in our graveyard, or upside.
And the fact that Robert did not get rid of the Atraxa here really shows that he does not care about that 7/7 body. Because if your life total is not 0, you're in good shape. This Archon is going to come into play. What are the odds that the top card right now costs 6 mana and he's going to cast it for 1? I think there's a Terminus up there.
It's definitely not impossible. We did set it up with a Ponder here. He hasn't been removing anything. I think would not be unreasonable to see. And it would also clear everything out of the graveyard, which is, we would have nothing left in the graveyard.
Hey, look at that. I sometimes know what I'm talking about. So that Terminus is going to come in and very cleanly answer this Atraxa and this Archon.
He's left with nothing in the graveyard, which means we have to set up another Entomb or
another Faithless
Looting, or discard a hand size again, which I actually don't think is going to be that difficult if that's the line we're going for. I think we could just discard, but we do still have another threat if that is going to be the play that we're looking to make.
And Cameron did have the option earlier to pick up a Faithless Looting on that Atraxa, but he opted for the Unmask instead, which, let's be honest, when you cast that Unmask and you see 3 removal spells, it didn't feel great to know it was coming, if we're being honest.
Yeah.
But being able to pass on an empty board here, I think Robert is in a very good position to start taking over this game. Another basic at the end step for Cameron.
Problem is, there's only so many Forcibles you can play, and you are down to 7, and your life total is relevant, especially when the threats are going to be Archons, deal 3 damage every enter the battlefield, and you're losing life to your Misty Rainforest. We do have a Solitude, which can theoretically recoup some of that life lost, can draw an Uro, but we do need to find one here.
Yeah, Euro is definitely going to be the best opportunity for Robert to really start pulling ahead from this relatively stable game state, especially since he already has the Life from the Realm going to fuel the escape.
Right. Now, the question here is if Robert is so interested in Uro that he's willing to dredge the Life from the Loam just to look for Uro. It's not really going to do anything just by recouping lands. It's not really what matters here. What matters here is, does he want to dig closer to Uro, or does he want to take draw steps to find Force of Will and blue card, things like Brainstorms, in order to present a sufficient counter magic for what Cameron's trying to do here?
And a lot of that just depends on the contents of Robert's hand. If his hand is just straight gas, I would dredge Loam all day.
Well, we know the context of his hand. We know his Solitude. We know he has 1 Leyline Binding. We know he has some number of lands. I think 2 lands. 2 lands still. Basic Sanctuary. You can put Mixes Sanctuary Terminus back on top. That's something we want to do.
Which is a very, very good combo.
Yeah. Basic Sanctuary, notably, another reason you might want to dredge Loam, decides to just take a natural draw step, draw towards some of the blue spells. You see him go for that Ponder on top there. And Yorion might make an appearance in the hand here for Robert.
Yep, Yorion getting picked up with the extra hidden mode of Pitch to My Solitude, which I used a lot more in Modern than I do in Legacy, that's for sure.
It comes up a lot in this 4-color deck, just because you don't have that many great things to blank, and spells costing 2 less can be a huge deal breaker. Also, it just invests in the future, make sure that you have more mana to spend on your more relevant plays like that Ponder in future turns.
Yeah, because he's not really trying to abuse the Yorion ETB like Death and Taxes was earlier. For the 4-color control deck, it's more of a, why not?
Right.
Just play it.
You have a lot of good cards. You can sometimes get a card draw or 2 out of it. Maybe you'll exile a creature every once in a while. Or it just pitches to Force of Will, and you don't have to spend an extra card to do it, because it was just effectively in your opening hand already.
Yep. Yeah, there's always been a lot of discussion, throughout the years of, don't play 61, it's going to make your deck worse. And then Yorion comes out, and everybody realizes, oh, this actually isn't that much worse. Are we about to see something hardcast here?
That's what this looks like to me.
So for 6 mana, what does he have available?
I think we're probably going to Dark Ritual something out here. It's the only thing.
Yeah, because I don't see, unless there's a Sire of Insanity in the main deck, which I would be an absolute fan of.
Been a long time since I've seen that one. But that one also not going to work out super well here. We do know that there are multiple ways of removing that from the opponent.
Alright, are we going to see the mono-black hard-cast Atraxa?
We're just going for Dark Ritual, and
No, it's
Grizzle.
just a Grizzlebrand. That's less exciting.
Got a lot of life points to work with here.
It does.
It's very disconcerting. Here.
And it's not like Robert's going to flash in a threat at the end step here.
Right.
Alright, so is either in response to a Grizzlebrand activation or just a pass the turn. But we're going to be drawing. I feel like Cameron's going to be drawing a lot of cards here.
Yeah, I think you draw at least 14. Unclear to me if you need to go any further than that. But
a lot of that just comes down to what cards are actually in hand.
right, exactly. Life total's not going to be super threatened here by Robert.
Yeah, so there's a lot of things that Cameron can do here with having Griefs and Unmasks. He could completely decimate Robert's hand here, but it looks like he's just going to his discard.
Yeah, it looks like this was done all in end step, so we're just sculpting the perfect 7 for us to work with next turn. You know, Robert's going to get to do some sculpting of his own, set up to be able to deal with this. Looks like we only drew 7.
Must have been a good 7, because he already pitched the Attrax in a hand size, and if he's just holding like two ways to get it out of that graveyard, then he's going to be all set. Shuffle on the Ponder, not too surprising, knowing that there's going to be something to fight over next turn.
Yeah, you know you have to get some card advantage going in order to keep up with what Cameron's trying to do here. This is what I said, like, Cameron's keeps on presenting threats, and we keep answering them, but all the threats just replace themselves and keep drawing more threats. It's really hard to keep up with all of them.
Draw step here. Let's see what big scary thing is going to try to get into play. Are we going to cast something else?
This is Unmask. Pitch Unmask. Yep, all known information here. Oh, we drew another Leyline Binding.
Yep, drew another Leyline Binding. So the Solitude going to the graveyard, just telling me it's not an Exhume. Let's see what's happening here.
This might be a hard cast. Oh. Thoughtseize.
Thoughtseize. Take the Leyline Binding. Leave the opponent with a 4/5 with no relevant text. And I feel like it's time to get off to the races.
Well, interestingly, if you go for Grizzlebrand again, blinking this Leyline Binding is relevant.
That is true.
But,
ooh, nope, that's a hasty Atraxa.
That one's just lethal.
That is going to just be dead. Pretty much all that's left to do here is reveal the top 10 cards of the deck, show that there's nothing too spicy, and then Robert's gonna need to go to game 2.
Notably, the Underground Sea does reveal that we do have the option to go into Show and Tell on the sideboard. That is what that means. You can select however many of them you would like. You can be 0, it could be all of the card types you want.
Yeah, at this
Whatever
point,
you would like to do.
At this point, it's all just for show. Alright.
Demonstrated we can attack, and
Yep. Opponent did not click through their attack step on Magic Online, so that is game. Alright, so let's take a look at some of these deck lists. Oh, we get a mystery deck list out of Cameron here where we don't get to see anything. Which, after having looked at the way he submitted his deck list, I'll be honest, is probably better.
yeah, there's going to be a lot of mismatched cards on this deck list. A little bit hard to parse. Not anything super strange other than that split of 2 Shallow Grave, 2 Exhume. From the sideboard here, we have the option of 4 Dauthi Voidwalker, 2 Dismember, 2 Fairy Macabre, 1 Magus the Moon, 4 Show and Tell, and 2 Wear Tear.
Yeah, so the Show and Tells are very good at getting around Graveyard Hate. There's not too many ways to really interact with the Show and Tell outside of a counterspell. Like, for example, the Surgicals that are going to be coming in out of Robert. Not very good if your opponent's just casting a Show and Tell on turn 1.
Yeah, but notably, we can just put in Solitude or some enchantment in order to deal with it. Not sure if that's going to be the direction he's going to go for. I would definitely board in this Magus of the Moon. Unclear to me how much else he wants to board. I really don't like diluting my deck too much, especially when I'm going against a control deck like this.
Yeah, I feel like the Magus of the Moons come in, the Wear Tears probably come in, just because having answers to those Leyline Bindings is a great way to just instant speed get back a threat.
Yeah, it's certainly reasonable to do that. Also hedges against potential Rest in Peace or any sort of artifact graveyard from the opponent.
Yeah, out of Robert's deck, I'm definitely looking at the 3 Veil of Summers and the 3 Surgical Extractions. Veil of Summer, very good against Grief and Unmask and Thoughtseize and just all the different ways that the Reanimator deck can really tear your hand apart. And Surgical is Surgical.
Yeah, Dress Down is also an interesting consideration here. It potentially prevents your opponent from drawing cards on the Atraxa ETB. It potentially prevents... it does a lot of things to mess up Shallow Grave, which is really interesting. It's a consideration if there's a lot of cards you don't like in the main deck, like the Teferi, we can maybe trim on Uro.
Life from the Loam doesn't look great.
Prismatic Ending is bad. One Ring, maybe a little bit slow. There's a lot of things you can trim on. If you decide you want to go that direction, it's perfectly reasonable to do so. Yeah,
it really just depends on how Robert wants to play the matchup, so we'll just see how he boards when he casts the cards he boards.
Yeah. Certainly a match where you need to see some amount of either sideboard cards or a collection of Forcibles.
Yeah, the Reanimator sideboard plan is definitely going to be a lot more easy.
Yeah, it's just gonna trim 1 or 2 cards here, gonna add a couple more. Nothing too fancy, not too much to worry about.
Yeah, being able to trim down on like an extra Grizzlebrand or something like that.
Right.
Like anything to make your deck less soft to Surgical Extraction is always good. I know playing around Surgical is something that Legacy players have had to do for a long time. Like, High Tide used to have to sideboard out a High Tide in Game 2 just in case they had to Cunning Wish for it. Robert did have to step away for just a moment. But let's be honest, there's going to be enough game actions taking place in the next couple of minutes, they'll make up for it.
Hopefully. Unless somebody mulligans very low and it's just kind of a slaughterfest, which can happen here. Especially post-board when we have access to those Surgicals like you mentioned. Oh.
Yeah, and honestly, even either side mulliganing like 4 or 5, it still could be a very competitive game.
That's true, yeah.
Like, Reanimator mulls to 4, okay. Darkrit, Thoughtseize, Entomb, Reanimate.
Right.
Like,
yeah, we do still need to land here, but it's certainly quite easy for Reanimator to kill on a low card quantity. And this 4-color control deck can just... We can have multiple Surgicals, we can have a Force blue card, a lands. It's a lot to fight through here for the Reanimator.
I do want to check one thing about Robert's mana base. Is if he is playing a Caracas, it also has an option to just draw the Caracas and shut off a lot of the threats that Cameron has. And it looks like he is not playing the Caracas. Part of that is just due to playing the Leyline Bindings. You want all of your lands, as many as possible, to have those basic types. But I just can't leave home with a Yorion deck and not play Caracas.
Yeah, it's a nice one for sure. Combos with your own deck, lets you do fun things with Uro as well. Pick back up with the Sacrifice trigger on the stack if you just want to draw a bunch of cards and Fair Mirrors. Saves it from Swords to Plowshares. Can bounce your opponent's Legends. Bounce Merit Lage.
This is definitely one of the matchups where he's going to feel the hurt of not having access to that card. Because out of all of the threats that Cameron was playing, only one of those was not legendary.
Yeah.
And I do catch a peek of it in his hand at the moment. This hand actually looks very scary out of Cameron. Except, yep, there's no reanimation spell in that hand.
Yeah, I mean, Reanimator is a deck that is an A plus B combo deck, and a lot of decks have one and not the other. But again, there's a lot of redundancy, so going low isn't necessarily a bad thing. Also, all of your cards cost 1 to 2 mana tops, so you're not really that worried about mulliganing.
Yeah, you don't have to really worry about getting to the 3, 4, and 5 mana that Robert's trying to get to when you're playing a Lotus Petal Dark Ritual deck. So we'll see if he's able to snag a 6 that he likes.
I think we're down to 5 already.
Oh, even scarier then for the Reanimator player. See, one land and a Lotus Petal. Some ways to get stuff in the yard, some ways to get them out. That's going to be a keep on 5. So I think a lot of it's just going to come down to what's Robert going to have in hand.
Oh, well, can he interact, save himself from the turn 1?
Classic blue start of Island Ponder. Doesn't matter how long you play Legacy, that feeling never gets old of casting those cantrips.
Yeah, it's certainly a good one. It's something that Reanimator lacks out on. Consistency, and had to mulligan multiple times because you don't have access to those powerful blue cantrips. Quite as consistent.
In the pre-Grief days, a lot of Reanimator decks actually used to play blue for all their own cantrips or Force of Wills, and it almost played similar to how current Doomsday decks play, where it's just a blue-black combo deck with protection and a rather tight kill package. But after Grief, people are just brute forcing their way through everything they can.
Also, there's an interesting question here. We saw Shallow Grave in game 1. Robert knows that there's potential for it. Do you just fire off the surgical end step to play around something like a Dark Ritual Shallow Grave?
I 100% snap this off.
I don't think it's unreasonable to do that, right? Like, you wait for a Reanimate, and then you just get Dark Ritual Shallow Graved? It's gonna be kind of rough. If you have extra counter magic backup, then it's more reasonable to wait. But I think there's definitely a chance where you see that happen to you in game 1, you're like, maybe I should be more aggressive about surgicaling. Looks like we do decide to wait. Currently implies we have some forcible backup, but we'll have to see what happens here.
It looks like that surgical is going to resolve, so even if it was going to just be an animate dead on that Grizzlebrand, so depending on what Robert shows on this Grief, we might just see an animate dead Grief just to get another card out.
Yeah, I mean, the classical modern scam plays, but might be good enough to get it done here. We are not working on many resources, but you also, because you have so few cards, you kind of need your every card to count, and so you kind of need to draw another Entomb or Faithless Loading into a large creature in order to see how we want to sideboard.
Yeah, it's a very awkward spot for Cameron because you need your cards to do something, but you also want your cards to do something now.
Right.
So it's finding that balance of timing versus like powerful play.
Well, I wonder if Rob is thinking about Leyline binding it on this with the that one doesn't cast Leyline binding.
Even worse, I think this is a Veil of Summer. This game might just be over right now.
Yeah.
If this is a Veil, Robert is just going to be so far ahead on cards.
Called mulligan to 5. They pitched a card. It's not quite over. You still have a couple draws, but it's gonna be real
not
tough.
Feeling good.
Yeah. You're gonna have to draw pretty well to get out of it. It's Dress Down.
Dress Down in response. Okay. Also reasonable. You don't end up getting the card out of Robert's hand, but there is the 3/2. But if we're being honest, if this 4-color control deck can't beat a 3/2, you're not much of a control deck.
I'm certainly much less worried about this 3/2 body than the ETB taking a card out of your hand. And we know that there's not really anything Cameron can do to follow up as of right now, unless there's some sort of Entomb on the top here.
Especially Cameron with only the Ooh, and that Teferi is going to also be very solid.
Yeah. Resetting the Grief that was pitch cast is going to be really rough here. And it's probably we're about to... Well, we are getting pretty close to just hard casting this Grief. So, let's see if that's something that he elects for.
True, because if this Teferi puts it back in the hand and Cameron just draws a land for the turn, that Grief can come back down. But at the same time, if my Reanimator opponent is spending their whole turn to play a 3/2 Thoughtseize, I'm okay with it.
Yeah, it's certainly not the best situation for Cameron right now.
And then, judging off of whatever land Cameron picks up here, we might be able to get a hint at the sideboard plan, but it's just a basic swamp. So still playing around potential wasteland loops, which, if I'm being honest, in this kind of matchup, when you're this far behind, I feel like you can't really play around anything.
Yeah, I think it is kind of rough because now we don't have access to Faithless Looting if we were to draw it, but with Faithless Looting, we also kind of want to wait to cast it until we want to draw something that we want to discard. The Grief is not too bad to discard because it's not going to be doing very much here.
Yeah, we do have the out of using the Lotus Petal, but then you only get to cast the front half of Faithless Looting, so it's not a great feeling.
Right.
That was the last known card in hand with that Animate dead, but Karen's only on one card, which is not a great spot to be in your A plus B deck.
Yeah, can't be Entomb plus Reanimate. No, it's possible we can see a Reanimate. Just going to Force of Will this Grief. I wonder what card is so valuable that we want to Force of Will to protect it.
I mean, in a situation where you're playing against Reanimator, though, you have to assume that your opponent is going to take a Force of Will.
I think we might have...
That was a good one card to top deck,
Yeah.
but less good if it's just a Grief.
Yeah. It's certainly good and does punish us casting Force of Will. Oh,
that was a one ring. That makes sense.
Sure.
I want that card in my 4-color deck.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you very much.
Makes a lot of sense here.
Didn't get a good look at what else was in Robert's hand, but with the amount of cards that he has gone through this game that have replaced themselves, I have to imagine he's still got 4 or 5 cards in hand that probably are...
I think they're
pretty
all
solid.
lands here based on how fast that card was pitched to the Grief here.
The rare 2-mana Leyline Binding. Turns out, still a good card.
Yeah. No access to the Triumph this game. Might fetch it here and end step.
Especially with the opponent just being completely empty-handed.
Yep.
I probably still want to save the fetch lane just for a Brainstorm. Because using all your mana every turn isn't as difficult when you're only playing 1 or 2 spells a turn.
Right.
As opposed to in a game state where you're casting cantrip into Leyline Binding for 1.
It's interesting to note Robert did hold up his mana instead of adding Yorion to hand. Assume that means he has something like a Swords to Plowshares, maybe another Leyline Binding that he wants to hold up the option to cast, maybe even another Dress Down or something to that effect.
I'm almost wondering if there's a 4th Aerolingus coming. Because that Teferi did get ticked up. At end step, he could just make 2 2/2s.
Yeah, but I think we want to do that on our turn, because I think we want to get that Monarchy going, just get this game so out of reach, just really snowball our threats. So, it's possible, but I think I'd like to see that done at sorcery speed here.
I kind of like it at instant speed just because Robert is also playing 3 main deck Force of Negations, so he could just be holding up Force of Negation in addition to having the 4th Aerolingus.
So we'll see here.
That's a Brainstorm in response.
Yeah. Brainstorm didn't go to the graveyard yet, but it does appear to be what we're casting.
Yeah. People typically don't just draw 3 cards on the top of their deck without playing Brainstorm, so...
I think it goes in the graveyard.
I think that is, I have all lands in hand and a spell on top of my deck.
Yeah. Appeared to be as well. Have the Wastelands.
Have the Wasteland. That takes off Show and Tell as an out.
Well, Show and Tell is not great at Hellbent anyways, but...
also true.
Certainly cannot cast it. We still actually can cast it here because we do have the Lotus Petal, but you have to draw Show and Tell into
threat and hope that Robert doesn't do anything with his Teferi on 5. This isn't looking great for the Reanimator deck.
I think it might flounder for a little bit, but I think Robert should be able to play some threat. Might have to be that 5-mana 4/5 Yorion with very little extra text. We can bounce something with Teferi or just use Teferi to draw a card.
Looks like we are fetching an end step here. This could be that 4th Aerolingus just to close out the game.
I think this might just be a Solitude for no value.
Could also be a Solitude for no value. I don't know. I just really love 4th Aerolingus as a card. I just want to see more of it. And I want to see it. I want to see it more when I'm on
Even
coverage.
better. How do you feel? End of turn, Lorien revealed. Draw 3 cards.
I'll take it.
Yeah,
I'll take it.
not a bad one to hide. No, as far as hiding cards go.
Very true.
Yeah.
Very true. It's like that card feels dirty when you're casting it in Modern. You cast that in Legacy, you are a very good spot, especially when you put it back on top.
Might be putting back Surgical. Yeah.
Just in case.
So we don't want. We can even use Teferi to draw it this turn if we feel really threatened. All sorts of options here. Oh, just gonna tip up. It's very safe.
4 mana. The One Ring comes down. Can draw that Surgical at any point.
Can't get Thought Seized. Can't really interact at all. We can use Teferi to bounce and replay Ring.
I have a feeling
keep
as soon as Robert finds any threat at all, Cameron's going to scoop it up here. This is not looking great.
Yeah.
So, that's a show and tell.
All right. We did top deck. Apparently, do top deck show and tell into threat.
Rest down.
It does not trigger.
That's a pretty good one to put in.
Yeah. That is how that interaction works. It is very relevant. Comes up a lot in Vintage where show and tell puts in Atraxa and the opponent puts in dress down, and it does mean that Atraxa does not have an enter the battlefield. We're just gonna put it on the bottom,
yeah. And unfortunately, it does also not have a leave the battlefield.
Yeah.
Because by the time that Atraxa would try to trigger, the dress down is already on the battlefield, so Atraxa has no abilities.
Yeah.
Kind of an awkward card in hand there for Cameron. I caught a glimpse of a Faithless Looting that he cannot cast without that Lotus Petal anymore.
Yeah, I mean, it's just... This game might go on for a few more turns, but...
But this game's also been over for a couple turns.
Yeah. We're gonna see players take some game actions, maybe. I don't know how many of them are gonna matter. The outcome's been decided a couple turns now, but if you want to stay on camera, certainly nothing saying you can't.
Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, though, I think Cameron's best out here is... Oh, never mind. Cameron's dead. All right, we are going to go to game number 3. This is the scary game. This is Reanimator on the play.
A lot of the times, the matches with Reanimator, you win game 1 because your opponent doesn't have any sideboard hate. Game 2, your opponent's on the play. They have a bunch of hate in their deck. You lose, right? Time to go to game 3. You're on the play. Your opponent has sideboard hate. You have the Thoughtseize. You have the Dark Ritual. Let's see if your Thoughtseizes can line up before your opponent can put together enough walls to prevent you from taking over the game.
This is definitely one of the situations where the Reanimator player wishes that they had the Chancellor of the Annex, though. That's for sure.
Card is very good on the play, but card has not seen much play in a couple of years here. Just really outclassed by Atraxa as a reanimation target.
Yeah, having Atraxa, having Archon of Cruelty, just 2 different threats that just have good ETB abilities. There's not much reason to have to super protect your Grizzlebrand like there was in the past. It's not like we're running around with Jin Gitaxis anymore. We have good fatties to bring back.
Most of the time they end the game on the spot. It's pretty good, yeah. Notably, we did see those dress downs come in for Robert. He did board in both of them because we saw both of them. So it appears that is the angle he wants to fight on. Does make sense, especially if there's a lot of cards you really don't like in game 1. But we did also see Teferi, which means they left some number of them in. Not necessarily leaving in all of them, but at least leave in some of them. Cameron once again taking mulligan. Robert gonna keep his 7. Again, not really gonna mean that much. Reanimator's gonna mulligan pretty aggressively. Robert's gonna keep pretty aggressively. That's kind of what this match was about.
Yeah, a lot of the non-blue combo decks, the reason that they're able to still keep up even through a cantrip forcible format is because they just have so much raw power in the deck that having to mulligan to 6 or 5, or sometimes even lower, you can still just kill people.
Yeah. It doesn't really matter how low you go. It means you're going to have, like, less backup threats, but you're still going to have that first threat, and you do still have to make them have that check. It's something like, even a turn 1 with Thoughtseize, still pretty reasonable even on 6 or 5.
Yeah, because even if you're playing against a Force of Will deck, I think that, I can't remember the exact Frank Karsten math, but if your opponent's playing 60 cards and 4 Force of Wills, they have like a 48% chance to have a Force on turn 1. Sometimes just make them have it.
Yeah.
Because if they have the one, they definitely don't have the other.
Ooh, looks like we're playing towards show and tell here. This is not a type of hand Reanimator normally keeps unless you have access to that show and tell.
But this is definitely an interesting collection of duels in play, though. How often do you see Underground Sea, Badlands, Trop, Plateau in the same matchup?
Not a lot. Not a lot. We do have access to Leyline Binding with those 2 lands, which is of note. There are also a lot of cards Robert can put in off of show and tell that kind of invalidate some of the threats that Cameron could put in. We have a Solitude, we have those bindings. So, just because it resolves doesn't mean it's going to be great. Again, we did see that dress down interaction last game. Oh,
We'll see what Robert has to work with, at least.
Yeah. Start off with an Unmask.
Oh, that doesn't look good. That is Force, Luring Revealed, Solitude, Leyline Binding, 2 lands. That is a pretty good hand to be sitting on for Robert if your opponent's on the show and tell plan.
Yeah, it's certainly not bad. Question is he interested in Force of Willing the show and tell? I imagine he probably will, as opposed so that his opponent doesn't draw 7 cards with Atraxa.
I feel like if Cameron's going to go for a show and tell line here, I kind of like just taking the Luring Revealed and making Robert use 2 forces on it.
Yeah, it also just really depends on what your threat is, right? If your threat is Archon of Cruelty, it's just so bad into this face-up Solitude, and
well, being off the top.
Draw.
Oh, that is brutal.
You're just gonna have so many extra cards to work with here. If you're Robert, you can use this Force of Will, we can use this Solitude. They're both gonna replace themselves, replace that card you picked.
This Missy's gonna fetch a Triumph at end step, and it's just gonna be off to the races for this Beans deck.
Yeah.
Who would have thought that the multi-format All-Star would have been just a random uncommon out of Wild's Veildrain?
Yeah, a card designed for the limited environment, by the way.
Yeah.
The card was designed to support these go big green decks in the limited environment, and it turns out it's just very good at recouping cards and drawing obscene numbers of cards in all constructed formats.
I know, I personally play it in Modern with anywhere between 4 and 8 Cascade spells to go find it, a bunch of pitch spells, and just... There's been turns where I've drawn like 28 cards. And it's just, this of the Beanstalk is just absolutely a house.
Yeah.
Takes the downside of playing Force of Will, getting rid of a card, into just pay a life.
Yeah.
If you have more beans in play, you are up on cards on your forces, and that is just an insane place to be.
Yeah. Also draws you a card when you cast Yorion, and gives you a card to flicker when you cast Yorion. The Yorion draws 2 cards per bean instead of just 1. Pretty nice.
Any incremental value is always very near and dear to my heart, but I don't even know if you can call this incremental at this point.
I was going to say, I don't think that's an incremental advantage. I think that's just
massive advantage.
Massive amounts of card advantage. Yeah. This thing can draw so many cards over the course of the game.
All right, fetching that Esper Triumph there, so we do have access to full 5 domain.
But notably, we did spend his Force of Will, which means, as far as Cameron knows, Robert doesn't have anything to put in off that show and tell. Or any way to Force of Will that show and tell, assuming we have it.
On the bright side, the One Ring doesn't trigger up the Beanstalk. On the downside, they played a One Ring.
Yeah, that means we can't Thoughtseize them. You know, there's not a whole lot we can do here.
Draw a card just to see what we find off the top. Oh, found the Force of Negation.
Jeez.
Oh, Mr. had all Ds.
Yeah. So
That is just backbreaking at this point. So Robert's going to be able to untap, draw for turn, draw 2 off the ring, and just have a handful of gas that also draws him more cards.
yeah, this one very quickly slipping out of Cameron's grip. His hand was pretty slow. He kept the hands. Not really sure what he has. I still assume he has a show and tell, but it definitely possibly doesn't at this point. Maybe he's just lacking that discard outlet. Kept a medium hand because his opponent doesn't threaten him quickly. But the thing that this 4-color deck does do is get massive amounts of card advantage. And that is what Robert has been able to do this game. And once they start on that engine, it's really hard to shut down. And another Forcible. Alright.
I feel like you almost want to, because he's still holding the Leyline Binding. If you let the Animate Dead resolve and then binding it, you don't get the creature back.
Yeah,
So it saves your Forcible for something later.
Yeah, the thing is, we're just going to be drawing so many cards before our next turn that I think Robert is like it's clear that Cameron keeps on drawing these cards because he could have cast it the turn before if he hadn't top decked it. So it's clear he keeps top decking these, and we're just drawing we're drawing 3 from the One Ring this turn. We draw 1 for turn. We draw 1 off the Solitude. We can draw another one off the Leyline Binding if we haven't hit already. It's just so many looks at another Force of Will, a Brainstorm to select our cards.
Robert is basically Scrooge McDuck in the vault right now. He's got infinite cards to work with. Here's going to be the show and tell. If it resolves, cool. If it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter anyway. And now that Robert has that clock in play with the Solitude, gaining him a little bit of life, he doesn't even have to worry about dying to his own One Ring. This is very, very over.
There's finally show and tell. I assume that Cameron kept his hand on the back of, and not quite enough threats to overwhelm Robert's massive amounts of answers here, unfortunately. And we also always just have this Misty Rainforest to fetch for a Mystic Sanctuary in case we don't have Forcible in hand. Just put one on top, draw it with the One Ring, no problem.
Draw it and 3 other cards.
Yeah,
Hard cast it, draw another card.
Yeah, it's
Double the clock. I will give props to Cameron, though, for playing this out. I would have scooped 6 turns ago.
Yeah, I mean, Reanimator is not a deck that normally worries too much about finishing the games. You're pretty good at finishing the games pretty quickly, so if you want to play a couple extra turns, by all means.
Yeah, I'm not going to deny anybody playing a bit more Legacy.
Yeah. Or watching your opponent play a little bit more Legacy as the case
That
may
is
be,
slightly more accurate, yeah. But that's one of the big things about Legacy that I actually really enjoy, is even in the games where I'm getting absolutely dismantled, if my opponent's doing something cool while they're doing it, I'm still fine with it.
Yeah.
Like, you're playing some crazy combo deck and you did something awesome on turn 1 and beat my Mother of Runes I played.
Yeah.
Sure, I still got to watch you do something cool.
Yeah. This is a really impressive showing from this 4-color control deck, right? Like, our opponent had 3 reanimation spells and a show and tell, and we just drew so many cards that we countered all of them.
Yes. Yeah, there was so many different things that Cameron did during this game, and if we're being honest, not that many of them were relevant. Oh, and a Veil of Summer for the Thoughtseize he found. Oh, God. Just an embarrassment of riches at this point.
Put anything on top that we want with our Misty. We take the amount of damage from the One Ring that doesn't matter because we gain 6 life every attack step, and just very over. Discarding a One Ring to hand size, it's...
Resolves.
That one... Let you have that one. Says Robert, and textually.
And that will do it. And we've got 4-color Yorion control. Sitting at 4-0, that should lock up top 8.
Yeah, I'll have to do some math in between rounds here. Make sure, confirm everything with you. But yeah, this 4-color deck, really impressive. just the amount of actions it can take, the amount of, threats and answers it can present, really, really unlike many other decks we've seen in the history of Legacy.
Yeah, it has so many different removal options, card advantage. It has so many cards that just do the same thing. It just has a level of consistency that a lot of the control decks we've had in the past just have not had.
Yeah, and we even start out with 8 cards in hand because we have that Yorion. And it's so consistent and so powerful. And the answers these days are so good.
So efficient.
Yeah, and many of them don't cost mana. And it doesn't matter if all of our spells are expensive if half of them are free.
Exactly.
And it's just an incredible angle that this deck gets to play off of.
So we got a couple more minutes left in the round. Not enough time to bring in another match. I think we only got like 3 minutes on the clock, so it definitely was the slowest match of the day so far.
Yeah.
But we will be back in a couple of minutes. We will have round 5. We'll figure out who we're going to put on camera, and we'll see you back in a little bit. All right, welcome back to round number 5 of Buffalo Chicken Dip Legacy 12 here in Westerville, Ohio at the Warp Gate. We've seen a lot of good Legacy today so far.
Yeah. Seen quite a variety, different decks. One player, we've seen a little bit more than some of the others.
And unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on if you like the guy or not, we're seeing him again. We got Rob Wilson back on camera again because we wanted to show his opponent. And his opponent's Cole playing Mono Red Bombardier Stompy. This is playing a brand new card out of the Lost Caverns of Ixalan Commander decks.
That's correct. Broadside Bombardiers, 2 in a red. It's a 2/2 Menace and Haste. And if you've attacked with it this turn at any point during the turn, you can sacrifice an artifact or creature and deal damage equal to its converted mana cost +2. Sorry, mana value +2. Apologize. To any target, I believe.
I'm still old school. I still call it mana CMC. You can't change me.
Yeah. Classic Legacy player mannerisms, right? Yeah.
Yeah, so we got Cole Roskowski against Rob Wilson again on Grixis Delver. This one is going to probably be a lot more play draw dependent than any other matchup that we've had.
Yeah, especially in game 1. Delver really needs to play. You have to resolve that 1-drop on turn 1. Because if you do not resolve that 1-drop on turn 1, you might just get chaliced or transferred, and you're not going to resolve that 1-drop.
And Cole picked the Rock Lobster into the Scissors Lizard there, so Cole is going to be on the play, which is going to be very scary for Rob if he doesn't have a Force of Will in hand.
Yeah, especially if you don't know what your opponent's on. However, it is a later round, so it's definitely possible. You know what your opponent's playing. It does kind of happen at these larger events.
Yeah, and especially when you're sitting next to these people for several rounds in a row when you're up at the top tables, you start to pick up on what people are playing around you. So it just depends on, was Rob able to catch a glimpse of what Cole is playing today?
Yeah, and it is going to be really important here. We have to mulligan for some early plays, some Force of Will to stop the Chalice on 2. Blood Moon against this particular version of Delver that has only 1 basic in it is pretty game-ending. Especially game 1. We don't really have many good answers to it. It's really hard to cast spells under with just 1 island. You can see funny plays like Lightning Bolt you, Float Blue, Daze my own Bolt, and then play Murktide Regent with the 2 blue from the same island. It is a play that can come up. Just a lot of weird stuff happening anytime Blood Moon gets involved with that 1 basic.
Yeah, that's why we were talking about earlier with Rob having the basic island in play not really being how you play around Wasteland. It is somehow, it lets you somehow play against Blood Moon.
Yeah.
He does have the advantage, though, of being able to actually cast red spells through a Blood Moon, so he's not as dead as some people could be into this matchup.
But Chalice into Blood Moon is pretty much lights out against this version.
It looks like Cole is on a mulligan to 6. Does not have the most explosive start, which I know after playing Land Go, you don't really feel good about saying that. The City of Traders coming in. There's going to be something scary. That is a Goblin Rabble Master.
Not really the threat that you want to be playing off of City of Traders, but it's certainly possible we have some amount of backup. Also, means we can't really fetch basic island properly or profitably. So hopefully we have another fetch land that can go ahead and grab us that basic island. That is something we're going to want to have access to. Case of 4 Blood Moons plus 2 copies of Magus the Moon. But it looks like we're going to fetch Underground City. I wonder if this means that 1 dismember that we've seen come up a couple times here for Rob. Oh.
The one of Fatal Push that we didn't see.
Sounds new.
And Rabble Master is one of those cards where if you're playing on Magic Online, make sure before it resolves, set a stop in your opponent's main phase, or they are going to get that token.
It's a tricky one for sure.
Alright, Rob does have the second land that is able to get a basic, so in case of Blood Moon Break Glass. And having the Underground Sea actually makes it so that if there is the Blood Moon, so he actually would be able to deploy any Bowmasters that are in hand. And it does just have the Brainstorm, going to take advantage of having the fetch land.
Let's just get more information. Do I need to fetch basic? Am I allowed to just daze it? So it is a little bit dangerous using daze against these mono red Stompy Sticks because of the 4 copies of the Simian Spirit Guide. It does often force you to use daze and then forcible afterward, which can be completely backbreaking if it's something that happens.
Yeah, especially since even though the Blood Moon has not resolved, you have set yourself so far back on both cards and tempo, and it's just a very difficult spot to climb back from.
Volcanic means I think we're going to be seeing something else here. And, otherwise, I think we would just be fetching that basic. Maybe we have that basic island in hand. Maybe that's what that means.
Could be. We'll see in a second what Rob plans on doing with this Blood Moon. That is a force, pitching a force. Kind of an expensive counter when you think about it, but at the same time, as long as you are still able to play the game, you can draw back into more counter spells, more blue cards.
Also, your opponent is kind of forced to just stay on 2 lands forever. Oh, got it. Murktide Regent, no backup land, I think might be what that play means. End of turn Bolt you.
Into Wasteland you, into Murktide. Yeah. This is not good for Cole, that is for sure.
That's really hard to crawl out of after in game 1. Post board, you have access to those Pyroblasts. Game 1, not going to be easy to remove that creature.
I believe that Cole actually does not have any way to get a Murktide off the table other than Pitchcast Fury, Pitchcast Fury.
It's not really a play you want to make, huh?
Yeah, you want to talk about expensive answers. That's up there. I think the Scourge of Modern is just a little too big, and Cole's going to scoop it up and go to game number 2, where he's going to have a lot more play against this Delver deck that Rob's got.
Yeah, unfortunately, this deck really does want to be Delver in game 1, where they can't really answer that Chalice or the Blood Moon. It is going to get a little bit trickier post-board. Don't have a ton of great cards here. I like the 2 Pyroblasts. I like the 1 Hearse. I don't really want anything else here. Magus, much worse than Blood Moon.
I think the Dead Gons definitely want to come in here. Like, if your opponent has or if you have a Chalice on one,
yeah,
then Dead is not going to be relevant because all their 1-drop creatures are already not in play. Yeah. But Gone being an actual factual answer to Murktide is really good to have, especially if you have a Blood Moon in play. They're not redeploying that Murktide.
It is also good to note, some players actually opt to cut Chalice post-board against Delver so that we have access to our own Pyroblasts, we have access to our own Dead, and also your opponent is forced to board an artifact removal in case you draw it. And so if you just cut it, it turns off a lot of cards in your opponent. Unclear to me if that's the angle that we're going for, but it is something to keep in mind here.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the random tricks that you can kind of pull on the Delver opponent, similar to, you saw a daze in game 1, you're going to play around it the rest of the match.
Yeah.
I took them all out.
Yeah.
What has Rob got to work with, though?
He's got 1 Force of Negation, 2 Meltdowns, and 1 Plague Engineer that's acceptable but not particularly exciting. We do have a lot of not great cards in the main deck, so it's pretty reasonable to cut stuff to make room for all of those. Gotta have some answer for Chalice. Meltdown comes in. Want more answers on the draw. Force Negation comes in. Plague Engineer, it's not super exciting. It is a reactive answer to a Rabble Master that's gotten out of hand a little bit. So, and it blocks very well against this mono red deck. So
Is there any thought in bringing in the Maddening Hex just as another card you can actually cast through a Blood Moon?
It's okay. The thing is, your opponent's deck plays a lot of creatures. It's a card that you can board in. It doesn't interact with the board, and tapping out on turn 3 for a play that doesn't interact with the board against this aggressive deck is pretty rough.
Alright, so we'll see how close they are to getting ready to go here for game number 3. Or even game number 2. It has been a long day.
Yeah.
Alright, so Cole's going to be back on the play again, hoping to keep a 7 for sure.
But again, a deck that really doesn't mind mulligating too much. Ancient Tomb, really powerful card, negates the effects of a lot of mulligans here. And really looking for a fast Ancient Tomb start, especially on the play.
Being able to just play 2 lands in a single land drop is a very, very huge reason why you see these mono-red Stompy decks in Legacy, but don't really see them in any other format.
Right. Just utilizing Ancient Tomb to its fullest potential here. Deploying Chalices early, deploying all sorts of 3-drops on turn 1 with the help of either Chrome Mox or Lotus, probably not Chrome Mox in this list, but a Lotus Petal or a Simian Spirit Guide. And can have very explosive turn 1s. That's really hard for Delver to come back from if they don't have the turn 1 Force of Will.
It looks like Cole is actually not playing Lotus Petal, he was just playing Chrome Mox.
Interesting.
Because he does have a lot more impactful 3-drops that he wants to keep the mana around for.
Yeah.
It's not so much in Initiative, you don't really have as much of a need for the Chrome Moxes because you do have the Initiative creatures to go and find you an extra basic so it can get you back up on mana. Whereas with the mono red deck, you want that mana to stick around to help you play through your own Trinispheres or play through just playing more 3-drops. Both players are going to 6 here, which I feel just has to favor the mono red Stompy deck.
Yeah, certainly anytime you mulligan, the better Ancient Tomb becomes compared to your opponents. Rob doesn't really have many 2-for-1 answers. So see what happens here.
As the back half of the Shatter Skull smashing. So it is one of the mythic cycle of untapped/tapped multi-dual face cards.
Something like that.
Whatever
yeah.
they are.
MDFC is, yeah.
Comes in untapped if you want to pay 3 life, otherwise just comes in tapped. It's a 1-mana bad shock land, but it pitches to all the red spells, so you play 4 of it in Legacy.
Also, you draw a lot of lands, and sometimes you just cast it.
I have died to this card.
Yeah, but it is certainly a card I have cast in many formats.
Alright. Rob with a nice aggressive start that you want out of the Delver deck.
Also, we're somehow able to get this in under a potential Blood Moon, which is very important.
Chalice on 1. A turn too late, some would say, but I'm still not feeling bad about having a Chalice in play against Delver.
Yeah, it's certainly never be too wrong having it in play, and it is going to eat the Force of Will.
Alright. See how quick this Dragon Race Channeler can turn into a 3/3. Rob keeping that on top, though, it looks like. Still thinking about it. Yep, kept it on top, so definitely a card he likes. Brainstorm. Just Delver doing Delver things. Start churning through the deck, filtering through all these cards.
Yeah, he is down a few cards because of the Force of Will, because of the 1-drop. Really, even just like a Wasteland here. Get rid of that Ancient Tomb. Really limit the damage that your opponent can do on the follow-up turn.
Yeah, Ancient Tomb has that upside of playing 2 land drops in 1, but also downside of you Wastelanded 2 lands with 1.
Yeah, it's a brutal one. Wasteland?
It's just a little poke for 1 out of the Darcy there. A quick glimpse of a Magus of the Moon there, but I'm not 100% sure.
That one is significantly worse than Blood Moon against the Lightning Bolt deck, I would say.
Unlicensed Source is going to be very good against this Dragon Race Channeler. That thing will never be more than a 1/1.
It's quite strong. It's hard to remove unless you have the Meltdown, which is already pretty taxed in this matchup.
appropriately grabs the D20 for the unlicensed hearse, because that thing can get pretty big in this format. Also, not only does it keep the Darcy down, but it also makes it very difficult to play a Murktide.
Yeah, notably, DRC actually does kind of outgrow the hearse in terms of Murktide, because you can just get so many cards in your graveyard per turn. Like, you cast one cantrip, that's 2 cards in your graveyard if you surveil, and then a fetch land is 1 more. So you can't actually out-combat a hearse in terms of in terms of putting cards in the graveyard for Murktide. Not easy to do, but certainly doable.
Yeah, it's not going to be an impossible task, but it's definitely going to be something that he's going to have to try to keep that velocity up in order to do it. If he stumbles at all, it's going to be very difficult to come back. And another little poke for 1 here. Cole's untapping with a lot of mana in play, so we'll see if he's able to throw down one of those big, scary threats. Definitely not an easy situation to work through. It's not even a spin down. That makes it so much harder. Okay, well, the Mirror Breaker coming in, though.
Exactly what we want as follow-up here. Get a little bit of card selection going. Get a little bit of a clock going. You got a 2/2 outsizes the 1/1.
The rare times where on turn 5 you can actually block a Dragon Rage Channeler with a ground creature.
Yeah, this unlicensed verse is definitely going to do some work if we can't get rid of it here.
Although it looks like Rob's fetching with the Fable still on the stack. So it's not resolving yet. But having that Ancient Tomb up, you don't really have to worry about Spell Pierce or Daze or anything. It's literally Force Will or Bust at this point. This card.
Yeah. In theory, you could see a Hydro Blast come out. That's we know Rob doesn't have access to that card. It's just going to.
It is just a force getting 2 cards.
And then you wanted to clear the top card, so it was a fresh Surveil. You have more card selection going into the next turn. Makes perfect sense to me.
Going over that land, we got 3 card types still for the Darcy. So yeah, like you said, it's outpacing that unlicensed horse pretty easily. Yeah. That's still only getting in there for 1.
Yeah. This is close to resolving a Murktide here, especially if we have any sort of cantrip or any way to get a card in the graveyard. You know, Wasteland, Fetchland, anything does it here. We have it. Looks like we don't.
Cole's got a lot of very scary things, including that Fury that he could cast here.
We pitch a lot of Dazes to Force of Will. It's unlikely we have another one here. See what play is from Rob.
And Fury lining up very good against Dragon Rage Channeler, because even if in response he's able to grow it into a 3/3, it doesn't matter. It ain't gonna stick around.
Do have the Bolt, thinking about casting it with the trigger on the stack so we can get 1 more card in the graveyard.
Looks like Rob's got a very aggressive hand, I'm hearing. He's got 2 Lightning Bolts in his hand, plus a Brazen Borrower.
Upstairs, he says. Alright.
Gotta close the game out somehow.
Yeah, we got a plan.
Whether it's a great plan, we'll figure it out in a minute, but I feel like his best out here is draw a Murktide this turn.
Murktide would be good. Even his hand is Lightning Bolt plus Brazen Bar, which is 6 damage if we can get another land in there. But this Fury is a pretty significant clock, as is that Unlicensed Hearse if we get to crew it. We are also able to bounce it with the Petty Theft, so let's see what the play ends up being.
Yeah, and the fact that the Unlicensed Hearse only needs 2 to crew, any random goblin or anything off the top can just suit up.
Yeah.
So if Cole were to play like a Goblin Rabble Master here, for example, then that would have been an attack for 13 damage, which is a pretty good chunk when you're at 16.
It is. It's quite a bit. Rob's determined that he can race. I think he's going to look to deploy that Brazen Borrower at his end step here. See if we can draw any amount of reach on the next turn. We have the Bolt to follow up. We know that. Can sponge up another Fury hit. It's gonna be close. And by bolting earlier, Rob has set himself up. If he can survive one more turn.
Because if he plays the Brazen Borrower here, he attacks back, Cole down to 5, which honestly shuts off that Ancient Tomb too. Because in response to any 5-drop, Rob can just bolt him and kill him.
Yeah.
But then take 6 on the crackback, go down to 3, attack down to 2, and that bolt will be lethal.
Yeah, it really heads up from that play where Cole spent 3 mana to cast Fable, tapping all 3 red lands. If he had tapped that Ancient Tomb, he'd be dead on this sequence.
He 100% would be. Yeah, both players are playing this game pretty well. It's just a lot of it's going to come down to what can Cole cast next turn.
I'm going to pause the Pyroblast here. Thinking about, do I want to Pyroblast at 3-1? Yeah, looks like we do. Alright, well.
That Pyroblast may single-handedly win this game.
Yeah.
Although Rob does have the Lightning Bolt for the Fury.
Yeah, the Lightning Bolt for the Fury. We do still need some way to beat that Hearse now, though. It is growing very quickly, and
yeah, that Hearse is going up to 8. That turns any Rabble Master into a lethal attack. Because you get the 1/1 from the Rabble Master plus the 8 on the Hearse. Looks like Rob's committing to the using the bolt upstairs.
No, that was a Dismember.
Well, yeah, but the fact that he didn't use the Lightning Bolt on it.
Saving the option. We also have the option to bolt any potential hasty goblin here.
There's the Fable.
Down to 6. Alright, so now Rob has to ask himself, can I win a game where I don't top deck Lightning Bolt right now?
Oh, it doesn't even matter. Cole just has to crew and he's dead.
Yeah.
Because that Dismember took him down from 9 to 7 because he only had one
black
mana.
Right, yeah.
Alright, so Cole evens it up on the back of a very, very big car.
Yeah. Card is quite good here, especially if you can Ancient Tomb it out early. But we will get to see Rob on the play for this game.
Yeah, which is exactly where Delver wants to be in this kind of matchup. Being able to have your dazes be more live is huge when your opponent's trying to cast 3 mana worth of spell on turn 1 or 4 on turn 2.
And notably, being able to cast a 1-drop before your opponent can cast a Chalice, it's a big game.
It is. Because even if Rob doesn't have a counterspell for a Chalice of the Void, if you play a Dragonite Channeler on turn 1, you can just start chaining your spells into the Chalice, and it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
Like you're growing your Darcy, you're getting to where you can cast a Murktide. Like, turn 1, Dragonite Channeler, turn 2, throw 2 spells into your Chalice, turn 3, Murktide.
Yeah,
that's a hell of a clock.
You also just play more on 2-drops. You can use your 1-drop cantrips on turn 1 if you need to. You know you're going to be set up. Even if the Chalice comes down, just get the 1-drops out of hand. Use them as soon as you possibly can. Maybe protect it even with a Daze because you're on the play and can daze that Chalice on turn 1. And certainly a big advantage here.
It definitely is. You're just being able to interact with more of your own spells instead of hoping that I have a Force of Will for their turn 1 play. So we'll definitely see what kind of hand both these players keep. But unless some tiebreaker math goes a little crazy, I think this is just a straight winning into top 8 too.
I did not get a chance to look at it. They assume they're both at 4-1 here. It really depends on how large it is, but I would imagine with reasonable enough breakers, this should be a win.
I believe Cole and Rob are towards the top of the 3-1s on their breakers right now, so I would be surprised if this wasn't a win. Badlands into Dragonite Channeler, which is one of those times where that Badlands is hurting because it does not have days up right now.
But Cole,
Den of the Bugbear,
third time in a row,
not had a particularly impressively powerful turn 1.
Which really, if you aren't holding an Ancient Tomb, a scary turn 1 is kind of difficult to do. Because you basically need to have Ancient Tomb plus Chrome Mox or Spirit Guide.
Yeah.
So it almost turns you into like a show and tell-esque A plus B combo deck.
Yeah. However, there are, we do also play 4 City of Traders, which we can also play on turn 1 if needed. If we want to really race out an Ancient Tomb or something like that. Really race out a Chalice of the Void.
Rob having that basic island to just naturally drawing it. If Cole does have a Blood Moon, it is a lot worse now.
Yeah. It's almost to the point where I don't even want to cast it because it's turning off my own soul lands. And, Rob probably doesn't really need this black mana. There is that City of Traders and Chalice.
A little bit of Daze Protection from having that Den of the Bugbear up. Rob's definitely doing a lot of thinking. I feel like this is more of a what do I pitch to this Force of Will thinking.
Well, it really depends on the context of our hands, and he lets it go because this isn't a threat all by itself, right? If we can counter the next actual threat, start growing our clock, start getting cards in the graveyard, we can certainly play through this Chalice, and that is part of what being on the play. Like Rob has already cast 2 1-drops this game. And I don't know how many more he's going to have. It's certainly possible he has another stray Brainstorm or Ponder. But he also just cast 2 1-drops before his opponent could cast the Chalice.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it could definitely be a very low-impact Chalice, all things considered, which, when you're thinking about a Delver deck, it's kind of weird to think of it that way.
Yeah.
But he already does have the threat.
Right.
So it is a smaller threat now.
That hurts.
This one's probably getting countered.
I think might be worth fighting over unless we already have the Meltdown in hand. But based on how Rob is thinking, doesn't look like he has that available to him right now. Because if he had that, there would be no thought here. He just instantly let it resolve, sweep up the entire board. Probably gonna have to contemplate this one.
It'd be really interesting to see what kind of threats Cole would really have to put together in order to... Oh, bouncing the Chalice in response.
This is at end step. Not really sure what stage we're in. Maybe we're going for a Brainstorm?
Yeah, just all depends on the actual timing of the Petty Theft. Because if this is at the end step, also makes perfect sense.
Right.
Cole being kind of stuck on mana is making his hand a little more awkward, almost guaranteed. Because even if he does have another mana source, losing that City of Traders is going to be huge.
Right. It does appear to me that this hearse is still on the stack. I think this would have been activated if already if it were not still on the stack.
Going over a Delver and a
Underground Sea. The 2 mills off of the Dragon's Right channel this turn.
So Darcy's on 3 types at the moment, but with that hearse, if it is in play, then it's definitely not going to matter too much. And it looks like it resolved.
Two spells.
Need a couple types there. So it's a Brainstorm and a Ponder. So it was a 3/3. Ponder was kind of hidden off screen. If Cole has the extra mana, just deploy the Chalice again.
Yeah.
Especially since it's another City of Traders. So you don't really have to worry about playing around days or just untapping with less mana.
Days it. Just to get another card in the graveyard, maybe? Wonder if we have a Murktide to follow this up here.
that would make a lot of sense as to why we chose this play. Should get another card or two in the graveyard for this Murktide coming down. That is indeed what we have.
1, 2,
There we are.
7. Not the biggest Murktide we've ever seen, but a 4/4 is still not bad.
And it's really hard for this mono red deck to answer that.
Pretty much has to be Fury or Bust, especially with having the Chalice in place. So Pyroblast is off the table.
Right. Pretty hard to hardcast Fury on this board too, with one of your lands being City of Traders, so you can't really develop another land behind it. And second red source is going to be hard to come by.
Now that the Murktide's in play too, this unlicensed source is actually kind of awkward for Cole, because in order to keep the Darcy off of Delirium, you're removing spells from the graveyard, which grows the Murktide.
Yeah, it is. It's going to be a little bit awkward here. See how Cole manages this board state. See if we can deploy any sort of threat here. Well,
it's not a threat, but it's a dead card to pitch.
It does mean we could see a hardcast Fury this turn.
We could. 1, 2, 3. Play around days. Play a Fable.
That one is a lot less threatening when there's a 4/4 flyer on the other side of the board.
It is, but at the same time, I'm not sad to be casting a Fable.
No, it's certainly a powerful Magic card here.
Especially just being able to start churning through the deck a little more. You can get to situations where if you're able to pitch cast a Fury, for example, or even hard cast a Fury, just copying it and being able to kill multiple threats is one of the ways that Cole can actually come back in this game.
Did attack with his 1/1 Dragon Ray Channeler. I feel like that means he's representing Orcish Bowmasters.
Mm-hmm.
Cole does have some respect for it. Choose not to block. Reasonable decision.
It's one of those blocks where it's like, if Rob does have Orcish Bowmasters, it is kind of a blowout if you go for the block, but there's no real downside of letting it happen because it's 1 damage. And looks like he does have the Bowmasters.
Yeah.
Which makes the Fable trigger a little awkward this turn if Cole does decide to pitch a couple of cards. So Rob's kind of constricting his options a little bit.
Make this a little bit more awkward here for Cole. Try to put Cole on a clock here. One point of damage at a time.
Players just double checking where they're at on life totals. Going back over to Cole, we'll see what he's able to put together here. Fable ticking up to 2. Does he feel like he's far enough behind where he has to pitch cards?
I mean, he's certainly not winning the board state. It really depends on the texture of his hand. He certainly are pretty close to desperation pitching cards here. Would not shock me to see it.
It might not shock you to see it, but it would definitely ping Cole to do it.
It might even shock him
If he's
I think it might shock the Goblin Shaman, actually.
Yeah,
but
probably.
It's like no discard, just an attack. Get that treasure.
It is mana number 5 if he's going for a Hardcast Fury. Trading with the Bowmasters, which after the Fable trigger resolves, the Bowmaster is just a pair of 1/1s.
Yep. It's done his job. Did damage. Traded the token. Prevented some looting. At least threatened to prevent.
Doesn't look like a ton of cards in Rob's hand, but this is 5 mana. This is definitely going to be a Fury coming down.
Yep. This is the one thing we needed to prevent. Let's see if we have that forcible backup. Ooh. It resolves.
That does not. That's not how you want that Fury to go. Especially with that Fable flipping next turn.
It's gonna get really dangerous really fast here.
If Rob doesn't have a Lightning Bolt either in hand or on top of the deck.
Well, we have the Chalice in one, so it has to be Meltdown
into Chalice, you're not wrong.
Yeah.
It's not looking great for the Chicken Dip hero.
Yeah. Could be second Murktide here. Kind of what it's feeling like.
Even second Murktide would only be a 4/4 as well.
Yep.
Which could trade with the Fury in combat. But Cole just doesn't attack next turn, put a second Fury into play, and then do mean things to Rob.
This is not an enviable position to be in for Rob here. In all sorts of trouble. And no real way to filter his draws with all of the one-mana cantrips being shut off here.
Yeah, with that double fetch is definitely just another Murktide coming in. So if it is Meltdown for 1, he could still cast a Murktide and then have a 5/5.
I think he's down to just the one card in hand, though.
And yeah, this is just a very expensive Murktide.
Yep. No hand. 4/4 Murktide against the world here. Not a lot
my
of
money's on the world.
Yeah, not a lot of great draws either available. We can draw a Meltdown, but that's
I
not
think
even
it's too little too late.
too little too late. Yeah, it's not even gonna clear. Can't clear the reflections, can't clear the fury. That's what's really gonna do you in this game.
Yeah, the more and more I see these mono red Stompy decks play in Legacy, the more and more I really want to buy Ancient Tombs and City of Traders.
Yeah, I mean, the more good red 3-drops they print so that you don't have to play Goblin Legionnaire is it makes it significantly better.
Yeah.
But when the threats you're casting actually win the game and aren't a 2/2 that will make 1/1s very slowly.
It definitely improves the matchup a little bit for whatever you're playing against.
Yeah.
And the fact that, like, 2 and a red for a red creature is very much a standard level play space.
Right.
So I don't think this deck is ever going to run out of new cards to play with.
Yeah.
Rob coming in for 4. Takes hold on to 7. Unfortunately, Rob's not going to cast too many spells the rest of this game.
If you draw exactly Dismember here, maybe we can fight through this. But it has to be exactly Dismember exactly this turn.
And it's still a maybe even if that happens.
It's a little rough.
Another Fable. So this Fable can crew the hearse. That's 4 plus 6 for the first Fury, plus another 6 for the second Fury. So it's not technically lethal.
Yeah.
But I think it's pretty damn close.
Yeah. To have any hope, we have to have drawn the Dismember for the Fury in response to the copy. If this copy resolves it, I think.
Oh yeah, Rob is.
All right. Yeah.
Rob's dead.
I think that's gonna be it here.
That's gonna be a lot of damage coming through, taking Rob down to 1 if he doesn't block. Oh, looks like Cole's actually holding back the original Fury. It's kind of a protection plan.
I don't think
it really matters at this point.
I don't think there's much that you could do here.
Yeah, we could end up with a.
There's any random sequence of multiple Bowmasters that lets you go over the top.
Can't even
if
cast
you don't.
Bowmasters.
Yeah, can't do that. It's a Blood Moon. That's fair.
Yeah, so at this point, there's a potential for a very interesting matchup in top 8 if we have the 5-color Leyline Binding deck versus the Blood Moon deck.
Yeah, I mean, can you resolve the Blood Moon card is, I think, largely what it's going to come down to.
Yep.
And, I think really does not, it often, as an 80 card deck, often plays 1 basic island and 1 basic forest, and that's it.
Yeah, and they don't really usually want to fetch them either because they're trying to get those Leyline Bindings out there.
Yeah, but more importantly, none of those colors can do anything to touch Magus of the Moon.
Also true.
So that means we can cast Magus of the Moon, and if we don't have Force of Will, or like a float white mana into Swords of Plowshares, it's going to be really rough.
Yeah, and that looked really rough on Rob's side there.
Yeah.
But Cole is going to move to 4-1 and should basically be locked for top 8.
Should be able to provide a better update after this round. After
Yeah,
we
we'll be
see
able to
standings. And
See some standings, do some math, see if it's going to be a clean cut. I'm going to leave all the math to you over there, Adam, because
Fine
you're
with
better
me.
at than I am, and I don't feel like thinking right now.
Yeah, well, I might need to find some scratch paper around here, but
I think we can make it work.
should be able to.
So we got about 10 minutes left in the round. I don't think we'll really be able to pull in another match. So might as well take another break, go console Rob on getting hit in the face with a Fury a couple times.
Yeah.
And we'll be back for the last round of Swiss, see if we got any winning ends. We'll be back in a little bit. Alright, welcome back to round number 6 of Buffalo Chicken Dip Legacy. Number 12, we are here live at the Warp Gate in Westerville, Ohio. We got a winning in.
Yeah. Final round of Swiss here. Got a good one. Someone who's been on camera earlier.
And it's not Rob again, don't worry.
Not Rob. I tried, but he didn't quite make the win in it. So. Unfortunate.
But we do have Marshall back on camera with his Jeskai staff deck. And I'm going to be honest, it's going to be an uphill battle for his opponent.
Yeah. His opponent's on blue-black Death Shadow. It's going to be rough. He's probably got to come out of the gates really hard, really fast. Got to get a quick reanimate, troll set up. Has to fight through all these Swords of Plowshares, maybe some Thoughtseize into Daze protection, but he's going to be fighting. But
he definitely will be fighting for his life here. Because, unfortunately, unlike in Modern, where for years, the best removal you really had to worry about was Path to Exile hitting your Shadow. You started to get a taste of this when Solitude got printed, but now that Swords of Plowshares is the answer of the day, your Death Shadows are not going to be great in this matchup.
Yeah, I wouldn't even be surprised to see some of them come out post-board just because it's so bad into Swords of Plowshares.
Also just bad into Army of 1/1 tokens.
Yeah.
Because you're not seeing anything like Temur Battle Rage like you do in some Modern lists. This is just a big, dumb idiot that is just trying to attack. But if it's going into an Army of 1/1s off that staff, it's not going anywhere.
Notably, Troll of Khazad-dûm does attack pretty well into an Army of 1/1s.
It does.
Pretty hard to block that one.
Being a 6/5, just basically being a 3-turn clock on its own. I'll be honest, if he wins, it's going to be off the back of a Troll draw.
Yeah, I think so as well. It's just such a massive clock, a lot of pressure, pseudo unblockable, replaces itself when you cycle it, get it back for 1 card with Reanimate. It's not like the Reanimator deck where we saw earlier get dismantled by Control. It's just kind of a value Reanimate deck.
Yeah, it's playing Reanimate because it wants to play the Street Wraiths and it wants to play the Trolls anyway to help with trimming down on lands with the Trolls, and then the Street Wraiths just powering out your Death Shadows a little more, start cycling through your deck, and even just fueling some Murktides too, but it's not trying to do something completely broken.
These basic land cyclers have really impressed me in a lot of formats, especially Legacy. We see Troll in Andrew's deck, Marshall's deck, we see Lorien revealed, making a big impact in all formats.
Yeah, I've even seen some of the Eagles of the North get played in Modern a little bit, in some of the Beans 4-color decks. And then the red and green ones just like completely giving the Living End decks in Modern a huge boost.
Yeah.
Like you're seeing Living End decks playing 14 lands.
Yeah.
Which is just absurd when you're trying to get to 3 mana.
Right.
Luckily for Andrew, he is on the play though, so we'll see if he's able to get in there with just like a turn 1 Thoughtseize, or maybe getting a Troll. But he is fetching that water he gave first, so he might be trying to go in on that Shadow Plan a bit more. Also a big red flag to Marshall of, I am playing Shadow.
It does really reveal what you're playing against. And you do have the Thoughtseize. Right.
A lot of stuff out of Marshall. That double staff is actually going to be very good for him. Because unless Andrew's got a second Thoughtseize coming up or a Counterspell, that staff's going to stick.
Yeah, I mean, it is pretty soft at Daze because we don't see the 3rd land here yet. I do think we're probably going to have to take one of these unless we want to take the Shark Typhoon. I think we kind of have to limit the staffs. Force of Will is not really a card that we're interested in taking here. Looks like
it's the Shark Typhoon.
They're going to try to tempo through these staffs. Maybe Daze 1 and try to wasteland them Marshall off of playing the second one. But
yeah, it kind of shows that Andrew's kind of accepted the fact that this is going to be a long game where that Shark Typhoon could just actually come down. Coming in with a Ponder. We are in turn 2 Shadow territory off of another Fetch Shock, but I don't think that's going to be that great if he does go for it.
It's certainly not the best, but if we have Daze Protection, it is certainly going to be pretty good, and
Force of Willing and Daze that picks up a Water Grave is really not where Marshall wants to be in this matchup.
Yeah, that's the big upgrade over the modern Death Shadow lists is being able to play Daze with your Shocklands and just reuse them and lower your life total.
Yeah.
So even after something like a Swords of Plowshares, you can get your life total lower without too much issue. Wasteland for the second land. Ooh, but that fetch land off the top for Marshall is exactly what he needed.
Just what the doctor had ordered here. 2 lands, can't get wastelanded. Probably just getting a Jamma Staff into Daze. We know he has the second one. Not too big of a deal here. Can't get wastelanded off your second mana.
And if your opponent picks up their 1 blue source in play, you don't have to worry about a Murktide coming down next turn. So in any situation, Marshall's very okay with whatever happens here.
You just still kind of have to worry about Troll coming down next turn. It is pretty reasonable that your opponent can Daze this and then cycle in the end step. See what happens here. See if this is the fight that Andrew wants to fight. Here's the not.
It's either the fight that he doesn't want to fight or the fight that he can't fight. And if it's the one he can't fight, it's not looking great.
So we'll pass back at the turn. No third land. This is not looking pretty.
Especially with the second staff coming right behind it.
Yeah.
Because if you're not countering the first one, you're definitely not countering the second one.
And this is where they just produce such an unstoppable engine here. It's so hard to fight through.
It's a Bowmaster, so definitely going to fetch and draw a card in response. Only lose 1 of the tokens instead of 2. But if we're being honest, even if Marshall loses 2 tokens here, I think he's so far ahead.
It's just so much card advantage. Opponent's missing land drops. You're making your land drops. You have 3 delayed draws if you want them. It's just not that big of a deal here.
So Spirit goes down, Orc comes in. I'm not gonna lie, the old school control player in me seeing double basic planes in Legacy, it does my heart good.
Yeah.
I've played a lot of blue-white X control throughout my years playing Modern and even some Legacy, and seeing that second basic, I love the second basic planes.
On the other side of the board, we're doing something almost even more old school, which is the little pebbles as the 1/1 counters.
Yes.
On the amass orcs, which is something I have not seen in decades.
I think the last time that I had little glass counters on some of my stuff was when I was playing Pokemon over COVID a little bit.
It's certainly something that used to happen in Magic, but
not so much anymore.
Yeah.
Fits the nostalgia of playing Legacy, though, I'll be honest.
If there's any format where you're going to do it, better be Legacy. Also, Andrew now Brainstorm locked. Marshall can draw however many cards he wants. Really can do anything. We know he still has Forcible backup too. Pitching this pretty dead Narset doesn't really do that much. Could even just play the Narset off Tundra here. Really do whatever his heart desires.
Yeah, and having the second blue source in play, like, for this Narset, but honestly, if Andrew wastelands Marshall here, I don't think Marshall cares. He's just so far ahead. If Andrew wants to put himself back on mana, that's perfectly fine.
Looks like we top decked it to Fairy. Wonder if we're willing to fight over it with our own Force of Will, pitching Aluren. So he's still holding on to that Narset here. Haven't brainstormed it back or anything.
Yeah, Teferi into Orcish Bowmasters is kind of a interesting little back and forth. Because if you bounce the Orc army, the Bowmasters can just ping the Teferi, make a new one.
Yeah.
If you bounce the Orc army, you're pretty much committing to countering it on the way back down, or you're just okay with throwing away the Teferi.
Yeah. Let's see which one it is here.
Does want to get that card draw engine going, though, which makes perfect sense. the way that you usually lose to Shadow is they just 1-for-1 you until they run you over.
Yeah. We're just drawing so many cards here, developing our lands. Our opponent is locked under Brainstorm. Redeploy a Bowmaster, but it's...
Yeah, we're right back where we were a turn ago, except Marshall's now up 2 cards.
This almost feels like he has Supreme Verdict rolled up here. Just surprised if he makes this play and doesn't have some clean way of getting rid of this board.
At the same time, though, he's at 17. I don't think he really needs to clear up the board anytime soon.
Yeah, it's true. Does still have the Narset, so you're just going to deploy that here.
Let's play your mini dig through time on a stick. Andrew's cycling a Street Wraith in response to try to either find some interaction or get the second Street Wraith to draw a card.
Yeah. Gotta get our card draw while the Narset's still on the stack here.
Narset in play, coming in, gonna dig a little bit for an extra spell. Kind of got to feel if Marshall finds a Sword Plowshares here, or literally any spell that matters. Hey, look, there's a Supreme Verdict.
There's a verdict, yeah. It's really hard for me to imagine Marshall finding a way to lose this game.
Yeah. It is going to take a lot of runner, and Marshall probably has to disconnect.
Yeah. I think it's a miss that land drop, and we can resume drawing again, and
yeah, it kind of just has it all at this point. Bring up the Bowmaster there. He can draw this extra card. And Marshall just has everything he could ever want in this kind of matchup. He's definitely playing the kind of deck where his win condition is eventually. Like he just
Brainstorm cast into Narset, and put 2 back on top. The top card,
yep.
Just gonna.
Yeah, Andrew probably not winning that game, even if that Brainstorm wasn't cast, but it never feels good.
It's certainly not a place you want to be.
All right, so looking at the sideboard out of this Death Shadow deck, there's not a ton that really comes in for this matchup. The Null Rods, the Powder Keg could be both answers to the Staffs. Shieldred's Edict can answer a Planeswalker, but you're definitely not using it to get rid of tokens. It's not really a whole ton that I really would want out of
If you want to cut down on the graveyard threats and the Death Shadow, it's reasonable to bring in Doffy here. I don't think it's wrong one way or the other. It's just a good mid-range threat. Can't be blocked easily. It's fine. It's not great. It's gonna be a mediocre mid-range card. Basically.
Marshall definitely has a little bit more to go off of, like having the extra removal on the board with the Path and the Supreme Verdict. You really just want to be able to just have more answers than the Death Shadow deck has threats, which he kind of already did game 1. He's definitely going to game 2.
Also, from how he was boarding a while back, I do know he likes to board in this Blood Moon against Death Shadow, and it is a house. This Shadow deck normally doesn't play too many basics, maybe a swamp, usually doesn't even play the basic island, and of that lands, it's really hard for that Shadow deck to cast anything.
It really is. Their mana base is already so constricted just between having like 2 Water Graves in play. Like there's times where they can only still cast 1 spell a turn. And looking at the mana base, Andrew does have 2 basics, but we'll see if it's enough if Marshall does bring in the Blood Moons. And then we do have a quick look at our current top 10 standings, so you can kind of see who's probably locked, who's probably not. We do have Marshall and Andrew currently playing. They are definitely going to be a win into the top 8. I know that at least Table 1 has drawn in because they are 100% a lock.
Yeah, Table 1 through 3, so standings number 1 through 6 should be able to draw in. 7 and 8, that's the match we currently have on. The winner will move on. And in the match between number 10 and 12, Matthew versus Daniel Becker. Again, the winner of that match should move on.
There might be some interesting things that happen if there's any unintentional draws or anything going on in there, or if somebody drew who wasn't supposed to, but we'll see. we'll see what happens at the end of this round, and we will definitely have a top 8, all 3 rounds coming at you, and we'll have plenty more legacy once we wrap up these rounds of Swiss. So if you were Andrew and you could sculpt the perfect 7 in order to be able to beat what Marshall is doing, 1, could you? And 2, what would it be?
I think so. I think you have to lead on Water Grave Thoughtseize like we did in the previous game, but we have to follow it up with, I want to have a Daze, I want to have Troll Reanimate. So those 5 cards are really what I'm looking for.
Mm-hmm.
I want at least 1 land, I want the Daze, I want Troll Reanimate, and I want some form of hand disruption. The other 2 cards kind of be whatever, but I think we have those cards pretty well set up, but it is a lot to ask for here.
It is a lot to ask for, and it's even more to ask for because it does look like Andrew is going down to 6, unfortunately. So, perfect 6.
Still those 5 cards.
Still those 5 cards.
Last card can be, dealer's choice. But
Get a Blue Eyes White Dragon, piece of Exodia, something like that. It really doesn't matter. You kind of need that core 5 cards.
You need that, and then you need to get lucky too.
Yes.
It's even if you draw those perfect 5 cards, it's still very easy to lose from there.
Yeah, Marshall just has so much card draw, so many different options for removal. And then if it gets to Marshall's turn 4 and he just slams a Supreme Verdict and cleans up the board, it's not looking great.
Right.
Alright, Watergrave into Ponder, not quite the killer start.
Saw a black card in there. It's one of the cards you want normally.
Was a keep on the Ponder too, so that's a
Yeah.
good sign. Island Ponder for Marshall. See if he really finds what he's looking for. Although at this point, there's plenty of things he could be looking for. He could be like just looking for extra lands, or honestly, if he has 3 lands in hand, he can just be looking for more cantrips, more spells, more anything. His deck is just so consistent and has so many redundant pieces that a lot of times your cantrips are just to find more cantrips.
Yeah, it's really hard to know without seeing his hand what exactly he's looking for. Either needs some form of card advantage, some amount of removal, and more lands. And
whatever he was
probably
looking for.
missing one of those pieces. Probably looking for it, didn't find it. No problem. Should take a shuffle.
We don't know what he was looking for, but whatever it was not in those top 3 cards. All right, draw for the Ponder, pass it back, and we'll see if Andrew can have a threatened play by the end of turn 2. This feels like another matchup where Marshall might be interested in having that humility.
Maybe, but it is a tough ask to resolve a 4-cost card through days where they're trying to pressure you. It's certainly possible, and it probably wins the game if you can get it into play. Problem is getting it into play.
Yeah, having it not be uncounterable like Supreme Verdict is definitely kind of awkward. Got the Reanimate for the Troll on turn 2, so it just depends on if Marshall has an answer for the Reanimate or an answer for the Troll.
Here's most of what I wanted from our 6. We don't have the Thoughtseize to protect from something like a Swords of Plowshares, which we can play through the days, which is a little bit rough if that's something that we have access to.
Yeah, and if Marshall doesn't have an answer to this Troll pretty quickly, it's not like he can really block it. Because having to be blocked by 3 or more creatures, having that super menace, it can definitely beat if Marshall just has a staff this turn.
Yeah, and if Marshall has staff, I think if I'm Andrew, I probably should let it go.
Doesn't look like a staff.
That looks like a Swords.
Yep, that looks like a Swords.
Might be fighting over this. Yeah.
Force a negation, pitching a Daze.
This is back to victory. We don't have many lands. We gotta ride this 6/5 all the way. Hope he doesn't have another Swords of Plowshares. Anything to back this up. Force back, it's fine.
That's another
cantrip.
ponder.
Yep, another ponder. So Marshall pretty much just looking for another swords to get into a spot where he can answer this troll. He's got 3 turns to do it, so he has plenty of card draw where he will be able to filter through his deck and hopefully find what he's looking for. But that's a scary troll on the other side of the board.
Marshall, I think, should also be at 19 here. I believe he fetched once.
Yes.
But there we go. Just get it for you.
Marshall's infinite number of basic lands playing around the wasteland in play. There's not a ton of colorless pips in Andrew's deck on cards he's actually casting, so that's not really a land drop for most situations.
It's not great. We have it casts a lot of cards we can already cast with 2 lands, and it casts the 1 force negation that we boarded in, and I'm pretty sure
already been cast.
Only have 1. And there goes.
There's the troll, and that's a good sign for Marshall fans.
Yeah. It's really what Andrew needed to ride in order to have a shot here, I think. Kind of rough winning through it.
Let's see if Marshall might be missing a land drop here.
Yeah, that would certainly be bad. He has pondered a couple times. Ooh.
No, tapped Mystic Sanctuary.
Yeah. Land Wasteland at some point here. Might as well untap and see what we draw, but I decided to fire it off here. Oh, there's gonna be a Bowmaster. All right. Well,
Marshall down to 12.
We've got our plan. We start out with the troll. We had the follow-up threat in the Bowmaster. Opponent is stuck on lands here, right? Like, if Marshall had anything to play other than that Mystic Sanctuary, I imagine he'd be pretty inclined to do so, especially in the face of face-up Wasteland.
There's a chance, though, that he has... Yeah, because if you have the Tundra, you want to have that one stick around more often. Narset being very good at drawing cards without drawing cards,
right.
So this Bowmaster is not going to get any bigger.
No days. Switch it to the Force to Guard Protector or Troll for a turn.
And that staff is much better against the Orc army as a blocker than it is against the Troll.
Andrew knows he has a lot to fight through in order to have a shot this game.
Now the question is, do you attack the Narset or do you attack the Marshal? Because Narset would get another card.
Yeah.
So it's basically, do you value 2 life on Marshal versus a card in hand? I agree. I go for the Narset myself.
Yeah. It's reasonable to even split attacks there. Allow Narset to downtick 1 more time, but in doing so, unlock all of your cantrips. I think that's also a reasonable attack. Just kind of a middle road. Marshall without another natural land, but does still have the Yorion revealed, so we'll have the land up for next turn.
And just showing the modal spell aspect of Yorion revealed. Just having an uncounterable way to fix your mana while having a card that pitches to force and does things in the late game. Like you said earlier, these cards are just very good for Legacy and Modern.
Alright, let's see if we have the second Bowmaster here. Would turn this into a game here.
It would.
See if we got it. He was thinking. Imagine what else.
Could be looking at some sort of removal spell too, just to really just try to push damage. Probably. Yeah, Petty Theft on the token.
Alright. Got a plan.
Hey, you gotta do what you gotta do in this kind of matchup.
I mean, it's about as good as Petty Theft is going to be. You don't really want to bounce a Narset or any Planeswalker. You're gonna want to bounce a Staff.
Definitely don't really want to bounce a Shark Typhoon.
Yeah.
Like there's not a ton you really can do with it other than just push damage and hope.
Yeah. So what Andrew's been doing here.
Oh, there's swords on the Bowmaster.
I mean, Bowmaster did its job here, right? It ate a swords. It ate a Narset.
Made a 1/1.
Prevented Marshall from doing things.
Another
Very
Bowmaster,
fast
though.
Bowmaster.
And a very faster Force of Will.
Yeah.
Looks like he's pitching a Supreme Verdict on that, which can't really blame him because he does have the 1/1 basically answered with the with any other staffs or anything that he does draw into.
Yeah.
He finds a Shark Typhoon and just cycles and blocks with a much bigger shark. But the fact that this Brainstorm resolved without a Bowmasters in play is huge for Marshall. And he does find the extra land, draws another card, which is a card that he knew about. So it's not getting him any extra selection, but sometimes all you need is just raw card advantage. Going down to 7, there's some draws that Andrew can have here that put Marshall on a hell of a clock.
Yeah. Alright. Cycle another troll, get that in the graveyard in case we find a reanimate. But I wonder if we have reanimate, what we want to even target here. It's unclear to me if troll is that much better than another Bowmaster in this position.
I feel like it almost has to be the Bowmaster just because it makes the extra body.
Yeah.
Prismatic Ending taking out the 1 token. Marshall passing it back. This Brazen Borrower is an actual threat.
Yeah. And can't easily Prismatic Ending it. So, gonna go down to 4. Not the Thoughtseize.
Blood Moon, Force of Will.
Do you know Marshall likes Blood Moon in this matchup? Alright. We need to draw Staff right here. We've gotten our way through the Brainstorm. Have to find...
Staff would be huge.
Gotta get Staff, have to get Shark Typhoon. Either one of those gets you so far back into this game. Kind of in trouble if we don't hit. Sword Splashare is also, of course, a great draw. Cycle... Street Wraith. Down to 1. Dead to any Bowmaster. Any fetch. Can't fetch.
Force of Will turned off in hand.
Yeah.
Looks like we might be hitting game 3 in a second.
See if he remembers the attack.
That, I was going to say, is probably his best draw, because uncounterable blocker, plus can draw another card.
Yep.
That was a sick top deck, if that works. Children's Edicts, never mind.
Wow.
Alright, apparently Andrew did want the Edicts.
Yeah, I mean...
Which, if the games play out that way, and there's only 1 or 2 tokens in play, sometimes you just gotta push damage.
I don't think he's really trying to answer, like, half of a staff that way, but...
Probably more for the Narsets.
More for the Narset or Teferi, which can be pretty problematic to answer in these blue-black based decks. Don't have access to Pyroblast.
But I'll be honest, this is a much closer matchup than I thought it was going to be when we sat down.
Yeah, I mean, I did say, he had most of the aspects I wanted out of his 6-card hand. He had the early troll. He had the permission to back it up. He had the follow-up Bowmasters. It's about as good of a draw as his deck can produce. Didn't take too long setting up with those cantrips. Wanted a huge clock. Had a force as protection.
And the couple of Wastelands just setting Marshall back like a turn was enough to get over the line.
Yeah. And it's going to be much harder to do that on the draw. You have to have, again, just a really, really good draw like that. But it's possible. It's just an uphill battle, as we saw there. It really is.
And let's be honest, that's why we play the games.
Yeah.
If it was just coming down to, oh, my deck's favored against yours, so I win, we would just be a couple computers playing chess.
Yeah.
But there's the variance in the game. That's why we all love it. That's why we all hate it.
Yeah.
So we'll see if the variance goes Marshall's way or if Andrew can sneak this one out.
Wonder if Andrew's approach to fetching and playing changes now that he knows that Marshall has access to some number of Blood Moons, which is something I know Marshall likes to do in this matchup, but if you're not familiar with him, you might not know that that is his plan here.
And plus, game 1, I don't think that Andrew saw any red mana at all.
Yeah, I think his deck plays 1 Volcanic Island as a red source to cast it, maybe 1 basic mountain. I don't remember the full details here, but
kind of
it's very few red sources.
The traditional, I play 1 red land, so I'm a Jeskai deck, Miracles style.
Yeah, it's very much the same thing here, yeah.
I got the Street Wraith going in the bin here. If you have a reanimate for the Street Wraiths, do you just put a clock into play and see what happens? Or do you kind of have to save those for trolls?
It really depends on the texture of my hand. I'm certainly not going to wait around to draw a troll. If I had the troll in hand, I would wait. But if I don't have the troll, I'm just going to reanimate on turn 1, see what happens.
Especially since in the Death Shadow deck, having you reanimate on a 5-drop, plus another 2 life, plus on the Watery Grave, you're already at 11. You can just play Death Shadow on turn 2.
Yeah. It's unclear to me how many of those are actually left in the deck, right? We didn't see any last game, and Andrew went through a lot of his deck.
He did. And there was plenty of times where Andrew was below 13 life, so there would have been plenty of opportunities to find him and cast him. But like you said, it doesn't seem that great in the matchup.
Yeah. However, him fetching... No, he played Watery Grave.
Yeah,
which
played
means he
Watery
didn't
Grave
fetch
straight
it.
from hand.
I think once he fetches, we'll know, or we'll have a better idea of, is he trying to play for these shadows? Because if he just gets an underground seat, clearly Shadow is just not in his mind at all, and he's not really trying to set up.
Mhm.
And if he gets another Watery Grave, we might have a little Shadow or two.
And we did see last game, all 3 times that Andrew fetched after turn 1 of the game or searched was all underground seeds.
Right.
So he wasn't really playing for the Shadow line last game because there was just a lot of underground seeds.
Yeah.
Marshall fetching another basic, going for a ponder with a shuffle. Draw a card, probably passing back.
Not a ton to do on the first couple turns. Don't really want to jam a staff into days. It is one of your better cards in this matchup.
I just want to survive and make the game go longer. That's just another Watery Grave from hand, so we still don't really have a clue on if the Shadow plan is actually a plan.
Right. Just gonna pass, which is...
Smells like a Bowmaster.
Yeah, really telegraphing Bowmaster. Marshall's not going to... not gonna forget about that. Definitely gonna be something on his mind. Was that the 3rd land? And just a pass of the turn.
Yep. And Marshall's very comfortable with just playing land go magic here as long as he can. Bowmaster in, Bowmaster out. We've seen it before.
Yeah.
Kind of a classic play pattern in Legacy at this point.
However, using a Sword Splashers on a Bowmaster, that's a Sword Splashers we don't have for those reanimated threats and the Death Shadows. So, wow. He really wants to protect this. Force of Will pitching a Brainstorm.
That's a lot of resources to protect this Bowmaster.
Really aggressive here. Maybe he thinks Marshall really needs some setup time, which, based on how Marshall has played this, is not an unreasonable assumption to make here. If you think Marshall's hand is just all Brainstorms and blue cards, maybe fighting over this is just the place you want to be.
And it also kind of signals that this might be one of the only threats that Andrew really has. Because between casting the Ponder and the Street Wraith, Andrew did see a lot of cards. But if this is really all he has, then Marshall's kind of incentivized to fight back.
Right. Marshall being willing to fire off a Forcible to...
Pitching his own Brainstorm, too.
Yeah.
That's 2 forces, 2 Brainstorms, both down in the blink of an eye.
Yeah. Just make sure that Bowmaster gets into the exile zone there. Is relevant.
Next, we don't want that accidentally getting delved away for a Murktide.
Alright, see if we have any sort of follow-up threat here.
If Andrew passes back without putting a threat into play, I don't like his chances this game.
Yeah. But there's not that many cards he can have that he wouldn't play here. So it's kind of other than another Bowmaster.
True.
Certainly is a reasonable card for us to have. Could also have a hardcast force negation up here, which is what it is.
Did miss the attack on the Orc army, unfortunately. But being 1 damage, probably not going to matter too much. Another Swords of Plowshares here. which I guess Marshall does have the extra Path of Exile on the sideboard, so he does kind of have an extra one.
Got it exiled this time. Good.
And Ponder resolves. No other fighting over that. I think Marshall would be very content with just playing cantrip, drawing a card, play a land, say go.
Yeah, I think the land is what he really wants here. He might even be worried about having an extra Sword Splash Airs. I think it's pretty likely that we actually just have the third Bowmaster on the other side, right? Like, that's one of the cards that you can have. Never got a chance to deploy it. There's never been a turn where that's been an option.
The only other option would be like a Murktide Regent, but at the same time, fetch land goes to the graveyard, tap out for a Murktide. It's not actually that threatening.
Yeah.
But Marshall does have the extra land, so not missing on those yet. So I guess we'll see if Andrew respects the Blood Moon that he saw in Game 2, or if he goes for an Underground Sea here. Just stuck himself in the, I'm probably not beating Blood Moon anyway, so let's just get our mana.
These shadow decks are pretty mana hungry, so it is perfectly reasonable to do so. Especially, you're going to need to cast a lot of blue spells this turn.
Murktide, a Troll, and a Wasteland. Not a bad 3.
Yeah, I can't imagine this ever gets shuffled here. Question is, how do you order them?
I feel like you kind of have to just play the... You pretty much have to play the Murktide this turn.
Well, it really depends on the context of our own hands. There's a possibility we just want to wasteland him. Maybe we have another Murktide in our hand. We want to play this turn. A lot is writing on what we have access to in hand. 2.
14 all around, so life totals are relatively healthy for a blue-black shadow deck into a control deck.
Yeah, but the way Andrew's playing...
Yeah, I think this is a Murktide.
Yeah. Don't count your graveyard like that if you don't have the Murktide.
Yeah, you're not exactly bluffing Snapcaster Mage.
Yeah. Not in this decade, fortunately.
God, I wish. I still got my signed Snapcaster sitting in a binder at home, and I cannot take those out.
Oh. Got more glass beads. I love it.
Got the 6/6 Murktide here. See if Marshall has an answer.
Yeah,
I think
we've gone through 2 Sword Splashers already, so...
We have, but worst case scenario for Andrew would basically just be untap, Supreme Verdict, go.
Yeah. There's that Volcanic, so...
So the Blood Moons are probably still in the deck, unless... Are there some Pyroblasts? Pull up Marshall's deck list on my phone real quick.
All that we're playing is Blood Moon, if I remember correctly. I don't think we have any access to Pyroblast. I think we're relying on Sword's Path and Verdict in order to deal with it. I think it's just the Blood Moons.
Blood Moons, there's 1 Pyroblast.
1 Pyroblast. I stand corrected here.
Brainstorm coming in.
Problem with wanting to set up Blood Moon is you're really behind on this board. We have to... If you can clear this board and then land a Blood Moon, it's probably lights out. But until that happens...
Until it happens, it's rough.
Yeah, we're facing significant damage. Doing some math here. 6, 8. Turn clock. You fetch down to 12. Take 1 hit. Then you're down to 2 hits from the Orc.
Yeah, it feels like it's almost Supreme Verdict or bust at this point, honestly.
Yeah, we need something. Teferi would also be quite good if you think your opponent doesn't have these. Did play out the second Underground Sea, so I feel like we might have something here.
Fourth land from Marshall. That is definitely the face of a man doing a lot of math right now. Alright, fetching down to 12. So players just double checking life totals here.
Yeah. This feels like it might be fetch for basic, cast my Blood Moon, and hope to just weather this onslaught to fight through.
Could be. Almost, because if Marshall fetches for a basic plains here and plays a Blood Moon, he's kind of showing I am holding a Supreme Verdict. Because because it plays around the days, and then he still has white, blue, red for the next turn. But Andrew pretty much be locked out of playing anything.
Well, we do actually know that we have Troll somewhere in the top 3 because we saw it off the Ponder.
The Sanctuary coming in.
That makes sense.
That's another Swords of Plowshares on that.
Yeah, but if Marshall were to play a Blood Moon here, we know we have a Troll somewhere on top. That can get the basic Swamp. Then we're drawing live to Reanimate. We're drawing live to Bowmasters. We can cast all of our black spells, and that's really what's going to kill Marshall here at this point.
And that's if we get past the Murktide killing Marshall.
Oh, put Ponder on top.
He did bring in the Humility.
But, as we saw earlier...
Grows one, shrinks the other.
Yeah.
We have a 4/4 and a 3/3.
Yeah, I mean... Shrink them as much as it could.
Yeah.
And we can't block.
It gains 1 life.
Yeah. -2 on one, +1 on the other.
Cycle Troll at the end step.
Probably that basic now. I think it's about time.
Yep, basic Swamp.
There we are.
And yeah, just untap, crunch in, and see if Marshall whiffs. Because Marshall's drawing that Ponder.
Yeah.
Either I have to imagine he's not holding a Verdict. He would have slammed that this turn.
Yeah, I don't think you can play Humility into this board state where your opponent has so many counters on things. If you have access to a Verdict here.
So Marshall's pretty much going to be at draw Ponder, cast it, and hope to find it in 4 looks.
Yeah.
Maybe a couple extra if there's another land.
Right. Well, we know that Andrew did have a Wasteland in that Ponder. See if he kept it here, because if we activate that on the Tundra...
I think the Wasteland got shuffled away because the draws were Murktide, draw Troll, Wasteland was the top card, and they cycled away.
I think we did decide to do that instead. Yeah, I don't think it was another Troll from hand, although it certainly could have been. But that Wasteland might have been really clutch on this board, just shutting off so many potential outs for Marshall.
That's the Ponder.
Yeah.
Number 1, 2, and number 3. That's not 3 verdicts.
This is
the windmill slam.
Yeah,
see
we
what
gotta
happens.
flip it. We gotta flip it here, Marshall. Come on. For the stream, come on. Just gotta flip it.
Hand the deck to the opponent. They cut to their own doom.
You gotta
flip
knock
the top card.
You can do the little knock beforehand. Channel your inner Supreme Verdict. You can also brainstorm. Brainstorm is a redraw.
Brainstorm's a redraw
But you
into
have to
land
hit
verdict.
land. Yeah.
But yeah, this is not a bad time to cash in your one-time dealer.
Yeah.
Slam it.
Oh.
That won't do it.
Oh.
And looks like we are going to have Shadow with the heck of an upset.
Yeah.
And looks like Shadow's going to be in our top 8.
That was an impressive showing from the deck. Incredible resilience through multiple Swords of Plowshares. One through a Humility because all of your creatures had counters on it.
Creatures got bigger.
Yeah, incredible showing. Really great way to end off the Swiss.
It really was. So we will be back in a little while. We got only a couple minutes left in the last round, and we'll be back with our top 8 and pick out a good match for you, and we'll be back in a little bit. All right, and we're back. And wait a second, you're not Adam.
I'm not Adam. Hey everyone, it's I'm Robert Wilson. For those of you who don't know me, I'm the
They should know you by now. We had you on camera 3 times.
again. I'm back again.
So we got our first top 8 match just about ready to go. They have all their mulligans resolved. We got Cole Roskowski, or however the hell you pronounce it, back on camera, and he's going to be playing against Logan Foley on Grixis Delver. So brought the Grixis expert himself in for this one.
Yeah.
We got a top 8 bracket up on screen here. There's a lot of people that you've seen all day pretty much on camera, so might as well just get right into the action because I know they're ready to go.
Let's do it. Yeah, looks like our player's ready to go.
We got Logan on the play here with Grixis Delver. Pretty similar list to what you were playing today.
Yeah, he usually plays something pretty close to me. I assume he'll start with a cantrip here or a DRC.
I know he's been playing some form of Delver pretty much since he started playing Legacy. And definitely been improving almost every single tournament he's played, so
yeah,
it's fun to watch.
And he did the right thing here. You can see he's waiting on the bobble. He'll wait on Cole's turn, pop it then to see if the top card is an instant or sorcery, and if not, stack the triggers. So okay.
All right, so he does have the right threat to beat a hearse, luckily.
Yeah, and this was the card that really trounced me on camera.
Yeah, it looked kind of brutal. All right, Bob will look at the top card.
So eat them. Yeah, I didn't want to hand Cole my cards, so we just did the dice.
I mean, having the D20 out there, it's definitely relevant.
It just makes it easier, right? So he did the bobble trick, 2 non-instant or sorcery cards on another Delver.
I mean, a second Delver's not bad, though.
No. I mean, this represents a lot of damage that doesn't care about the hearse.
And the fact that he's not playing the second land here, too, his hand's straight gas. 4 straight creatures, one of the 2. I'd be
Right,
shocked
does
if
he
this
have the counter?
I'd be shocked if this resolved with him not playing a second land. But his hands, if his hand is just dazes, yeah.
Okay.
It's kind of rough. Ooh.
Do you know if Logan is playing the Island Badlands combo?
I do not think he is. I believe he's just playing all duels. But I can pull his deck list and find out for you. But the way that this game is going, he definitely needs to flip these Delvers and flip them quick.
Yeah. I mean, that tune did some pretty good damage, so this could be a... Okay. Yeah, if he flips these Delvers next turn, I think Logan's still in a pretty good spot. I don't think we're in a panic situation. But Rabble Master represents a lot of damage.
Yeah, and if he's able to find an answer for this Rabble Master relatively quickly, then he can just race it.
Yeah, and that's kind of the plan here if you're Logan, right? We just save the bolts, go upstairs, flip the Delvers, and that's kind of really the game plan.
Looks like he is not on the Badlands Island. He is on a Mystic Sanctuary, though.
Okay.
Which, this isn't really the matchup for the Mystic Sanctuary, because turns out it doesn't really do much under Blood Moon.
Nope.
Cole coming in for 3 damage here. See if these Delvers flip. Ooh.
And that's one of the things, like, if you look at some of these lists, they're only playing 20, like, when you start going up in baubles, you start going down in spells. I mean, the safe point to reliably flip Delvers used to be 24 instants and sorceries.
Mm-hmm.
Logan's playing 23. You see some deck lists playing 22. So, I mean, it really kind of... You can really kind of get into a spot where you're sitting here just like this, because you go down 24 instants or sorceries, put you at 40% to flip it, which I always kind of felt was like the safe place. But
yeah, kind of like this, the safe place to just go for a blind flip. Let's see what Cole's got for a follow up here, because there's some cards that he could have that could almost end the game on the spot.
Yeah, I'm really wondering what Logan's hand was. I mean, he hasn't interacted. Oh, are we just gonna Fury and take care of these and call it a day?
And that's what it looks like.
Yeah, that's yep.
All right, so we're gonna go and take a look at Cole's deck list here. I'm definitely eyeing down those Pyroblasts and those Dead Gons.
Yeah, I see why you wanted Cole on camera. To seeing the Bombardiers, that would have been cool to see how they were doing. 3 unlicensed Hearst main deck.
He really did not want to lose to Murktide today.
Really did not. I mean, game 1, that's how I beat him. To go to game 3 was just a quick Murktide, and you can kind of see where I tried it again, because it's kind of your best card in the match.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, there's not a whole ton that he really wants to board in here. It's like Maggots of the Moon. You don't really need extra copies of that effect against Delver. Fairy Macabre, Fire Confluence, all that stuff. It's just some are just a little too slow, a little too low impact. But let's take a look at what Logan has going on here. I definitely like the Force Negations, being able to snag Chalices, snag Blood Moons. Meltdowns are going to be really big here. Blue Elemental Blast, being able to answer almost any threat.
Yeah, and
He's got a lot of cards for this matchup.
the cast into fire should come in.
Pretty much just depends on how many cards he wants to take out here. Because like the snuff outs don't really function at all under Blood Moon.
And you kind of saw, I don't know how much was kind of picked up when I was playing my match against Cole, but he has really played around days.
He did.
And
he definitely did.
I recognize that and cut those, and we'll see if Logan kind of does the same thing. I mean, I can see wanting to keep them on the draw, but I think what Cole's done really well has been be very patient
Mm-hmm.
and kind of not panic if he kind of gets behind.
Yeah, because he knows that if he starts to be able to actually resolve all of his 3s and 5 drops, that he's just going to pull ahead just naturally because the cards are just that much more powerful.
Yeah, and that's pretty much exactly what happened with Cole and I in our game 3. I mean, he kind of turned the corner. The Furies kind of took over and copied them, and he just went right over the top.
Yeah, that copied Fury taking out the second Murktide was kind of brutal to watch, but I mean, you know me. I usually play taxes. I like beating up on Delver players.
I continue to play Delver, and sometimes I don't know why. If you've ever seen the trophy and someone commented on this earlier, they're like, wow, look at it's a lot of painter and depths, very hostile decks to Delver.
Mm-hmm.
And Delver has never won. So it's pretty rough if you are a Delver player.
I mean, we'll see if Logan can break the streak today, though.
I'm rooting for him. So we're going for the Blood Moon. And it resolves. Okay.
Yeah, at least the Delver flips this time. If he's able to follow it up with like Dragon Rage Channeler into a Lightning Bolt or a Bauble, though, he could still very easily get there. But no follow up is kind of rough.
Yeah. This puts Logan in a pretty bad spot. Your Murktides are shut off. Your cantrips. I mean, so much of your deck. And now we're just kind of
that doesn't really help.
Really closing the door. So we've shut off DRC.
But at the same time, if Colt doesn't get a threat in play, this Delver could very easily go the distance.
It could. All right, so we'll play this Shatter Skull Smashing. We're in the 3s, and this is kind of where Cole can really start to make something happen. All right.
That is a squee. It's definitely the worst of the Rabble Master effects in this deck, but it's definitely a raceable one, though.
Yeah, if you're Logan, this is probably the best case scenario of threats you could see here. Because essentially Logan is locked out of the game at this point.
Yeah, pretty much locked out of playing anything that's not a Meltdown.
Yeah. Or Force of Will.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh,
That's that Bombardier's coming
there's the
in,
Bombardier. And I think at this point we just attack and we just shoot. the Delver.
Yeah, the fact that that card can hit any target.
We'll see if he remembers the Chalice trigger, and he did not.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah, Cole has really missed some Chalice triggers. He missed some against me.
Yeah, he was telling me about those after the match.
Mm-hmm. And he missed another one there. I mean, he gets that Chalice trigger. That's essentially the match.
Mm-hmm. Takes Cole down to 6.
I know, this is like, can he do it?
Right, it's like the little Delver
fun,
that could.
This is the fun tension. I mean, this is the thing with playing Delver. You kind of are riding the rickety bike to see if you can fall apart across the finish line.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because like I played Delver for a long time towards the start of my Legacy career. I was playing a lot of Bug Delver usually, just because they let me play with Deathrite Shaman. I was going to play it. But
So,
there was definitely a lot of times where it was that same thing of just, I barely get there, but barely is better than not.
yeah, and Logan's gonna fall to 6 here, and he's dead on board. Can we get another lightning bolt through a Chalice? Right, that's the hope.
That's pretty much the only out, yeah.
All right, Cold draws for turn.
Cole
Move to
turns from
combat. All
sideways.
right, and Logan will scoop.
Yeah, it's kind of a rough matchup, all things considered. But mono red gonna mono red.
Yeah, it's a great deck. He's set up for Delver. It does its thing. It does it well, and I mean you saw it even through the missed Chalice triggers against me and against Logan.
Mm-hmm.
No sweat.
Yeah, the deck just has such powerful cards that it can play, and there's a lot of cards that if they resolve, it makes it very difficult to play through them.
Yeah, game 1, the double Delver's not flipping was pretty brutal.
Yeah, it was definitely a downside of variance on that one. Like, you would expect that after looking through the Bulba card and 3 draw steps, that even on like slightly under 40%, they would still flip.
And that's kind of, you have to wonder what Logan kept in his hand to not interact, because it's so easy to get shut off of your deck so quickly. And I think this really just shows how important your mulligan decision is. It's not enough to just have a turn 1 Delver, turn 1 threat, and go.
Yeah, and a lot of that just comes from playing the matchup more too. Definitely want to see if we can get another match on camera, because that went kind of quickly, and I can almost guarantee there's at least 1 or 2 matches
There's got
out
to be
there
something
still.
still going on. I think most matches are probably in game 1. So we'll take a quick break here. We'll get another quarterfinals match queued up.
Looks like we're working on getting another match in there. So hopefully we get another good one.
Yeah.
Because we want to bring you as much legacy as we can today, because that's the whole point of the tournament.
Right, and thanks to everyone out there for supporting BCDL. You can check us out at BCD Legacy on Twitter, Buffalo Chicken Dip on Facebook, basically anywhere you can find us.
Yeah. Is there any more tournaments in the works coming up?
Yeah, so I'm kicking around January. I just saw a free plug for Star City Games. They announced an event in Cincinnati,
Okay.
the beginning of May. All right, and I will be right back.
Gotcha. Yeah. So it looks like we're just waiting on a match to get between games, because don't really want to move anybody in the middle of the game, because that just brings all sorts of problems with it. But we're hoping that we can get some decent matches coming up. There's a lot of decks that we've seen already. I know that we have Painter still in. We have 4-color control still in. So we will see what we can pull together for everybody. Try to pull up the bracket here on my phone. Because I believe we still have some sneak and show in the tournament as well. So depending on how that matchup goes, that one could either be done already or it could be on its way. if we need to take a break for a couple minutes until we can get somebody on, we can certainly do that.
Yeah, let's take a quick break. There's a couple matches about to finish and go to their next game. So,
yeah, so then I guess we'll be back in a couple minutes.
Hey everyone, we're back with our semifinal. We're getting ready for the semifinals.
Yes, sir.
We've got a pretty good treat coming up for you. We are going to see the Coil Forge deck.
Yeah, we haven't really had any really degenerate combo decks on stream yet today, so we're gonna break that streak.
Yeah, this is a pretty fair overall meta,
Yeah,
and this is really the kind of the unfair combo deck
very much so.
in the top 8. So it'll be cool to see it, something very different. If you're not familiar with Michael Coyle, who was Susurrus MTG, you can see his deck list up here. And this is kind of really akin to the typically it's called like Colorless Mystic Forge or something, but it plays some Paradox engines. The kind of key to the deck is making a bunch of mana with the keys and Grid Monoliths, Basalt Monoliths, playing Paradox engine, and then just making a loop and making generating a lot of mana in a turn, and then using something like Karn to go get Walking Ballista and shoot them for lethal. But the deck can easily win on turn 2.
Very easily. Especially when you have every spell in your deck is able to make 8 mana plus draw 2 cards, and then make 9 mana plus draw 3 cards. It's very easy to just go infinite with this deck.
Yeah, really the key to fighting this deck is fighting the mana artifacts, attacking the monolith, the Basalt Monoliths and Grid Monoliths, and those things that really produce mana, and wastelanding some of these soul lands like the Ancient Tombs and the City of Traders to really slow them down.
Yeah, because it's not really like one specific card that you can target in order to turn this deck off either. Because if you go after the Karns, they're just gonna kill you with Saga tokens.
Yeah, this is a really kind of redundant deck. That, like, Michael played these type of decks for a long time, and Urza Saga kind of gave it a backup plan that they never really had.
Exactly.
You know, these artifact prison strategies, being able to actually attack. I mean, you see the one Ensnaring Bridge. This deck, the old versions of this deck were very reliant on Ensnaring Bridge, whereas this isn't, but it's still there in the sideboard to fight your Merit Lage type decks and things like that.
Yeah, just a very small Karn package compared to a lot of decks you might see like in Modern or in Pioneer, for example. Just because the cards that you're tutoring for in this deck are just so much more powerful, being able to hit that Lattice, hit that Walking Ballista with a billion mana in play. So you actually have a lot more room for real sideboard cards, really.
Yeah, like Sky Sovereign console flagship.
I mean, there's some not real cards, but hey, I've got my Sky Sovereigns at home. I play them in any format that let me play Karn, so I can't judge.
I mean, if Coil put it in there, it's for a purpose.
It's very good at killing other Karns, which
Yeah.
is relevant.
Yeah. That's probably the thing. It's the way around some of these things. And then their opponent will be Death Shadow, which is a pretty good matchup. A lot of ways to interact and play the tempo game and kind of not get comboed out instantly.
Yeah, because one of the best ways to beat a lot of combo decks is you have to have disruption and you have to have pressure. And this Death Shadow deck has interaction on both Thoughtseize, Force of Will. Like, there's multiple axes where they're able to actually interact with this combo deck. Plus, they can just slam a troll on turn 2 and just keep going.
Yeah, you can really put a quick clock here between this troll reanimate package.
Yeah, and plus, you don't really have to worry about your life total that much in this matchup.
No.
So you can just throw your life total down the drain, get a quick shadow out on turn 2 or turn 3, and just ride it to victory.
Yeah, I mean, you can really have a shadow just kind of come into play as a 2/2, and then the next thing you know, it's attacking for 8 or 10.
Then you have a second one, and then the game's just over.
Yeah, so we'll take a look at the bracket here. We see Andrew and Josh on one side and Cole and Dan on the other. We're watching the Andrew and Josh match.
Yeah, the Cole versus Dan Becker on the other side, that's basically a mono-red mirror where they're both just trying to do different things. So that's a matchup where it could either go super quick or we could have them on for a game or two after we're done with this matchup.
We figured we'd give Cole a break after dunking on Delver decks for a while. So we're going to see Andrew and Josh. This will be the 1-4 match, so Andrew will be on the play.
Yeah, which is huge in this kind of matchup too. Because being able to get that Thoughtseize in there and maybe snag like a Grim Monolith or something that the hand is hinging on, there's a lot of ways you can just tear it apart right off the bat.
Yeah, you can really end up stranding Josh with a hand that's, key engine and, like a Karn or something that
just a hand that just doesn't function.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we'll see what Andrew's got here.
Yes.
He's going to be on the play.
Our players are getting set here. We're resolving mulligans. That's kind of where we're at. Yeah, and they're discussing confirming who's on the play. So Andrew will start with Cycling Street Wraith, go to 18.
It's definitely a good start if you're going for the Death Shadow plan.
Cycle another one. Reanimate Thoughtseize here, and you're pretty
low life total at that point.
Yeah. Okay, I think we're so the life totals are hooked to a stream deck that the players control. So we're just kind of working it out.
1 to 14. Gonna go to 12? Or are we gonna go to 9?
Let's reanimate, go to 9.
I like reanimate, go to 9.
Oh,
that's the worst option. You're no fun. Really got to take
I think Andrew's pleased with that.
I mean, Josh can't be too sad about it either, honestly. All right, so we're going to go back over to Josh's turn here in just a second. And we'll see if he's got one of those busted mana starts. Ancient Tomb into a Mox Opal that doesn't tap for mana yet. And go.
Okay, that's
It's
a pretty
interesting.
slow start for Josh. But usually turn 2 is kind of where the deck hits its stride, but usually if you're going to do that turn 1, you're playing some keys.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll cycle the troll.
That's a good one to reanimate.
Let's do it. Reanimate and then Death Shadow.
Oh yeah, that's a heck of a clock. Just going down to 8 and play a Death Shadow. Yeah, probably the quickest clock you could definitely have here is shock this, reanimate the troll, and then Or is it actually? I think it's actually better to play the Death Shadow this turn, reanimate next turn.
Yeah, it represents more damage. If I'm Andrew, I'm hoping for Thoughtseize Death Shadow. That'd be a pretty good turn.
Well, use the mana on cycling the troll, so he only gets to cast one spell here.
Oh, I thought that was it. I thought we were still at end step.
Yeah, no, because he casts the Ponder off of the land on turn 1. That is a lowly 1/1 Death Shadow, but like most problems in Legacy, that can get big real quick.
Yeah.
Let's see if Josh has a explosive turn here. Urza Saga's not a bad card. If that Shadow has anything to do with it, he's not going to really have time to start pumping out tokens.
Yeah, it kind of makes you wonder what Josh kept.
Honestly, he might just be playing around days.
That's true.
Like, even if he had the Monolith last turn, like, if there was just a daze,
yeah,
he's
if it
just
gets
dead.
days, yeah. And that would be a good patient play.
And Josh has always kind of known that you don't really have to kill your opponent as quickly as possible. If you have time with a combo deck, you can take that time.
Mm-hmm.
So playing around days is never a bad thing. All right, I'm just passing it back. So the way I'm reading this, with him keeping a 7-card hand, I feel like there's a Karn sitting there.
That makes sense. I mean, he's got something pretty big up the curve, and doesn't have keys. All right, we'll see what's up here. Here's the Thoughtseize.
City, Serum Powder, and there's the Karn and a One Ring, so he's got double 4-mana threat here.
Yeah, what do you take?
So depending on the contents of Andrew's hand, if the Karn comes down next turn, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 mana available without the Opal. So Karn. I'll try to get stream a couple.
Oh, yeah. Yes, we're coming back here. We were having an issue with the Wi-Fi, so we're getting it set back up. Okay, and we'll kind of jump back in. We're still in game 1. Looks like we see a Force of Will on One Ring. Okay, so Josh ended up drawing another One Ring, playing that Andrew forced. We're kind of picking up with Andrew at 8 and this Death Shadow at 5/5.
Yeah, it's not often that you get Thoughtseize bugged in real life. It usually just happens online. Yeah, this Death Shadow's a very real clock, especially with Josh already taking 6 damage off his own Ancient Tomb. Bowmaster's coming in. Which I almost wonder if was countering the ring correct, if like there was a Bowmaster in hand, unless that was just the draw afterwards.
Yeah, I didn't see him. I don't know if he had the Bowmaster in hand. time to see. I think he just didn't. I don't know.
Hmm.
We kind of lost coverage there, so we weren't able to see it either.
Oh, we seem to be back. So
Yep. We are up and running.
let's tack in for 7, taking Josh down to 5. So you got 1 turn left.
So I still don't see the Karn.
Karn's still in hand. So that turn, Josh played the Serum Powder into the second ring. So hand is currently City of Traders Karn.
I mean, Karn and Snaring Bridge is... We can do it here, because this Saga's going to leave a mana here. Go get a key. Grim Monolith.
Monolith untap. Make 5 mana off of that. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 off the second City of Traders. So you can make 11 mana this turn without tapping Ancient Tomb. Not bad for turn 3.
And that's pretty good. That's
turn 4.
like what this deck does.
It really does. Like having access to all the different keys in this deck with all the mana rocks just lets you do stupid stuff. Like when you're playing this deck, it feels like you're playing Vintage.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see what the plan is here. Because a lot of this is just going to depend on what Andrew has in hand.
All right, so we'll tap the key. There's 1 floating from the Urza Saga.
Ooh, Defense Grid. That is a very good draw, I think. Andrew can still force. But if this is a Bowmaster, oh, it's a Daze.
Sure. A mana is not the problem here.
Yeah, 100% just pay for the days, and then this Defense Grid resolves. It's just
that smells
Karn.
smells like a desperation.
Yeah, that is a smelling weakness days.
That's 4.
Yep. So that Defense Grid's in there, that Karn is in there.
And we can go get the Ensnaring Bridge and play it without even tapping the Ancient Tomb still.
Yep. And there's the Bridge of Khazad-dûm. I'm not usually a fan of alternate arts myself, but at least that one's got style.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the fact that the Defense Grid was the draw for turn, Josh is now empty-handed. So there's not a ton that actually can really be done here. Depending on Andrew's draw step, this could just be a Lattice next turn, and that pretty much, well, not pretty much, that is just going to be the game.
Yeah, then you just, kind of what happens from there is you slowly tick up Karn, draw cards, play 1 per turn. Because at this point, everything in the deck is playable.
Mm-hmm.
And then you just make a bunch of mana and play Walking Ballista in the game from there.
Yeah, once you have your opponent under Karn Lattice Lock, it's pretty trivial to actually end the game. Especially when you have
With an Ensnaring Bridge, no cards in hand.
Ensnaring Bridge, no cards in hand, ton of mana available with the key.
So 2, 3, floating. 2, just 2. Yeah,
Another Monolith,
sure.
yeah. So unless Andrew's draw step was exactly Force of Will.
I think this is where we go get Paradox Engine. I mean, in theory, you could force a Paradox Engine.
Yeah.
We're going to go get Lattice.
Yeah, it's just the Lattice. Because
Okay.
yeah, because at that point, like, you can go for Paradox Engine, but you still have to draw another card in order for it to really do anything. And with having the Bowmasters in play, you don't really want to go for a ring. So, all right. So looking at this sideboard plan, the Dismembers are probably going to be coming in. I don't think there's really too much else you really want out of Josh's deck.
No, Karn really lets you go get whatever you need. And the Dismembers can really stop the early shadow, when you're the 1/1/2/2 death shadow that before it becomes a problem.
Yeah, and the Leyline of the Void's like they can do something in this matchup, but this isn't really where you totally need to have that effect.
Mm-hmm.
But it can stop the super quick reanimates. But honestly, if my opponent is spending all their time and resources reanimating a 6/4 in this matchup, I'm very okay with that if I'm Josh.
Yeah, I could see maybe you want to. So what do you cut? Maybe the One Ring.
You can trim on some number of One Rings. You definitely don't want to just completely get rid of them because you are still reliant on playing a combo deck. Some number of Serum Powders could be fine to trim down on because you know what kind of hands you're looking for, so it's not as important, in my opinion, to go for the super fast starts because you know you're not playing a combo mirror. So you are able to keep more keepable 6s, in my opinion, but I'm also not the one playing this deck.
Yeah, I think you could cut the Expedition map as well.
Mm-hmm.
So there's 3 cards for the 3 dismembers here.
This sideboard is much easier to figure out. I'm going to go right down to those 2 null rods, board those in.
Null rods, Force of Negations, Powder Keg. Let's go.
I kind of like bringing in the surgical extractions as well, because you are playing so many Thoughtseizes and discards, like Thoughtseizes and counterspells. Like there's sometimes where you can just take a card and you don't have to worry about it the rest of the game.
Yeah, I see, but you could kind of get. So okay, what do you cut? So you're cutting the Snuff Outs.
Snuff Outs I don't like. The Street Wraiths are kind of weak, honestly. You can trim on some number of those. It really depends on how Andrew wants to play this matchup post-board, because there's multiple ways you can go about it. You can either go for playing a more aggressive Troll of Khazad-dûm strategy and just like try to power out a big threat as quickly as possible, or you can try to go into more of a control game, in which case you would want to cut the Reanimate package. But a lot of it just comes down to playstyle, I think.
Yeah, the problem with cutting the trolls is you become a 16 land deck. Those trolls are really lands 17, 18, and 19, so they're kind of difficult to cut. Especially if you're cutting, you start trimming on Street Wraiths.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of lose some velocity there. So the Snuff Outs are clearly going.
Literally no targets until there's a creature in play that kills you on the spot. But we will have Andrew on the play. So I guess Andrew's pretty much going to be looking for a very similar hand that he had when he played against Marshall when he was on coverage earlier, where it was just disruption, threat, wasteland, and just ride it.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll see what he's able to put together. Yeah, depending on the result of the other match, there's a chance we have double combo in the finals.
This has really been a field of fair decks, except for kind of these two.
Mm-hmm.
And to maybe see them kind of come out is potentially the top 2 is pretty telling.
Yeah, when you're able to go into a known fair meta, especially with like a lot of the Buffalo Chicken Dip events, there's a lot more people playing like the Dark Depth style decks than like your average tournament. It has its own meta just based on the people who normally show up to these. So if you can come in and predict that meta, you can go far with a combo deck.
Yeah, this meta always seems soft to Dark Ritual decks, except for Reanimator.
Well, I was gonna play World Gorger combo if I had been playing today. Which I think I'm still just gonna jam it Eternal Weekend because I love that deck.
You're an evil man.
I am an evil man. I got tired of losing when I played turn 1 Mother of Runes and then my opponent played a Dark Ritual. So I'm just going to go to the dark side.
Yeah, you played Mother of Runes too many times. You've been hurt way too much. I don't know how much D&T we saw in the room, just looking around.
I believe it was just David Lance today.
Okay. I'm not going to say... I don't know its place right now, whether it's well positioned. Everything seems very kind of open and kind of anything can come out of there. So
yeah, really, if if a good player shows up to an event with a legacy legal deck that's one of maybe 15 options, they still have a good shot to win.
Yeah.
Which is one of the reasons why I love this format so much.
It's so wide open. It's really interesting that when Bowmaster first came out, the kind of cries, "Oh, we got to ban this, blah blah blah," and what it ended up doing was slowing down the meta and really just punishing Brainstorm and kind of Delver. So it really slowed things down, and the fear of it was becoming ubiquitous that every deck's going to have it, and that really hasn't happened.
Yeah, it's not so much where we were playing in like the Oko days.
No,
Where if you're playing blue or green, you're splashing for the other, and if you're not trying hard enough.
Well, I think I saw some burn decks that were splashing Oko. Like, I think it got to that point.
It did get to that point, and that's when you know it's really dumb.
Like we've really gone off the rails.
A decent start here out of Josh. Just being able to get a key in under any kind of interaction that Andrew could have really just opens you up to so many explosive mana turns later on.
Yeah, and this Urza's Workshop is kind of a cool card here.
Mm-hmm.
If you are unfamiliar with the card, you can tap it for mana equal to the number of Urza's lands you have. So the workshop, the Urza's Workshop itself, Urza's Saga, and, the Tron lands. But you can only do that if you actually have 3 or more artifacts in play.
Yeah, so in this deck, it's usually just a single mana producing land, but there's times where you can just have that and an Urza Saga in play, and then it's Ancient Tombs 9 through 12.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a lot of different options of ways to build the mana base for this kind of deck. I know there's in the past been a lot of like Cloud Post variants on having the Grim Monolithium keys and just making a bunch of mana that way. But having access to these kind of lands, you can play a bunch of untapped lands that can make a lot of mana.
Yeah, it might end up becoming 16 posts at this point.
It could be.
With the new Vesuva Cave.
I've been talking with a couple of my friends who do play 12 post. I don't think that Vesuva Cave is going to be super relevant because it's only good if you're getting it after a wasteland.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm definitely interested to see if some of the like mud post builds come back off of that.
I haven't seen that in forever.
I haven't either. Pretty much if Ramey's not at a tournament, nobody's playing mud post.
Yeah. So Coil used to play Metalworker in these kinds of decks to just generate mana, but kind of at this point with the key, there's so many keys in Urza Saga to grab them so reliably.
Mm-hmm.
There's just easier ways to make a ton of mana.
Yeah, and because the format has slowed down so much in the last couple of years, there's a lot more people playing removal, so that Metalworker is not going to live most of the time. It's kind of the same problem that's come around and like gotten rid of like goblins and a lot of more of the like goblins, merfolk, and all of the tribal decks. There's just so much removal running around right now.
Yeah, the name sticker goblin, I've seen that a lot in MTGO leagues, and it's been impressive. Like the explosive. I mean, I was playing the other day and I just got whacked for 15 on turn 1 or 2.
Yep.
Turn 1? I think it was turn 1. Alright, so we'll Bowmaster in here by Andrew, and this looks like it looks like they're both slower hands.
Yeah, with that name sticker goblin, I played against it the other night, and unfortunately for my opponent, I had a snuff out. So they went from having 3 mana in their pool to 0 to 0. So it didn't work out too well in their favor.
And if you haven't played, just because the variants differ between paper and MTGO, you only get the mana in paper if the sticker goes on it. And in MTGO, it says it has to be on the battlefield or something.
Yep.
For the roll. So destroying it while the trigger's on the stack means they're going to get 0 mana. So just kind of something to keep in mind if you're unfamiliar with the card and you're going to your Eternal Weekend. So if you can tag it while the trigger's on the stack, you can kind of save yourself.
Yeah, the math works out slightly differently between having sticker sheets and having it be a D20 roll, but it's actually very well designed the way they did that for the online meta, in my opinion.
It was a pretty good. It was a very good, well thought out shortcut.
It definitely was. All right, and it looks like we already have a winner in the other match. We're gonna have some Painter on camera again.
Dan could be the first.
He could be the first double champion.
Yeah, he could be.
And I know that'll go to his head, and I'll have to hear that the whole way home when I drive him back today.
I mean, he's feeling
But it'll be-
powerful. I saw him in his tank top and those guns out.
I give him crap, but it would definitely be well earned.
For sure. And then we got it's hot dog time here. Our hot dog construct. I don't know what I'm looking at. I just see hot dogs. I don't know what they're holding. Is this someone? And
I feel like this has to be somebody he knows. At first, I thought it was Danny DeVito.
it's all signed.
Yeah.
Looks like someone's wearing a Santa hat. Yeah, so this construct will block an attack here.
Ambush construct.
Yeah.
Might be a bit of a misstep from Andrew there.
Yeah, I don't think there's any reason to attack into what is most likely a 3/3 because there's no way that this construct doesn't get made.
Mhm.
We're kind of seeing plan B here, just the beatdown plan.
But honestly, as a plan B, it's not a bad plan B.
It's a pretty good plan B.
Because like a lot of people will say that lands in Legacy is a Dark Depths deck. It's an Urza Saga deck that just happens to play Dark Depths. Like this card has done so much in the format, both in like Vintage, Legacy, and Modern. It has added so much power to a lot of strategies that just really didn't have it for the longest time.
And it's great because you see these kind of cards that blue decks have had trouble kind of absorbing, and it's really nice when we see these kinds of things that they just can't just take and throw in the Delver shell or something like that.
Yeah, the more cards that are powerful that don't just go into default best deck, the better it is for the format.
Mm-hmm. And we really haven't seen Saga in a blue deck other than 8-cast.
It's basically 8-cast and
since
Cephallid
Ragavan.
Breakfast.
Yeah, and really you're just going to grab it's just redundancy for the combo piece.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. 3 mana towards this Murktide. Not a very big Murktide, though.
Mm-mm. It's something, though.
It is at least a threat that cannot be blocked by a Saga token. Unfortunately, it also can't very profitably block this Saga token that's attacking this turn.
No, the Manifold Key is really going to... So we're going to go grab another we're going to make a construct here, I presume. Then we're going to grab probably another key. And we're a Grim Monolith away from off to the races.
Mm-hmm. And just the fact that this token is going to be a 5/5 after the Saga ability resolves, too. Like, you just can attack into the Murktide, take Andrew down to 8, and then basically has lethal on board. Just depends on how Josh wants to play this turn.
All right, so if you're Andrew, what is your play?
I hope
you
that
can
Josh's
bounce.
hand is completely bad. You pretty much have to just hope that
Maybe a
like-
Brazen Borrower to buy you a turn, bounce one of the tokens.
bounce the token that's going to be attacking, or actually more likely, it's take the hit, untap, shadow, and just hope.
Yeah, the problem is if you take 5 here, you're at 8, and there's a second key here, and you're just dead. Because there's essentially 10 power on board.
Mhm.
So, Andrew here, it's very likely he may not get another block, or chance to block, because Box Opal can get one of these, get the construct through, knock him down to 8. Andrew takes his turn, and then you pass back, and you're kind of dead on board here. So
Well, it is 3 mana to make it unblockable.
it's 3.
It's 3.
3.
So it's not going to be unblockable this turn, but next turn, just between the Opal and the City of Traders, one of them can be unblockable.
Now it's unblockable.
Now it's going to be unblockable.
I was gonna say, like, wait a minute.
Ooh, Defense
Okay.
Group's very, very solid card, though.
I just don't feel like that was needed.
Well, it pumps the tokens, so it's still not bad because you don't really have to make your Saga token unblockable here. If my opponent wants to chump block with a Murktide, I'm very
Sure.
okay with that. Nice, that's crunching for 6. Andrew goes down to 7.
Yeah, I think unfortunately, just Andrew had a very slow hand,
Mhm.
and you kind of need an explosive start or very disruptive. And you really see how much mana. The deck. Game 1, we saw how much mana the deck can generate.
Mhm.
Game 2, we're seeing how well the deck plays with very little mana.
Exactly. Like, this is both ends of the spectrum.
Mhm.
Pretty much the only thing that we didn't see is play a spell, untap 16 mana producing artifacts.
Yeah, we didn't get to see the actual Forge combo.
Hey, if Josh wins this game, there's still time. We'll definitely have to see how this one goes. But Andrew is deep in the tank at the moment, and I cannot blame him.
Yeah, there's certainly a how do I get out of it from here kind of moment. All right, so if you're Andrew, what do you think? How do you get out?
So at this point, you have to assume that one of the Saga tokens is going to get unblocked or unblockable. So you almost have to hope that Josh is only going to play one artifact, but you could maybe be able to counter it. But even then, it's not great. Unless he has a removal spell for this artifact or a Brazen Borrower, there's not too much that Andrew can really do here. And that's going to do it.
That's, yeah.
All right. So it looks like we are going to have Josh in the finals versus Dan Becker on Painter.
So Karn Forge versus Painter. This is
Karn Forge versus Painter, very degenerate finals compared to the rest of the field today. We'll have to see if those Karns can pull their weight.
It's weird that Painter is the fair deck.
Right. It's not often that Painter is the good guy in the situation, but I always like an underdog story too.
Yeah, Dan is really experienced with his deck. He's played it for a long time at this point.
Definitely has.
And you couldn't ask for someone better at the deck to be playing it. So
Yeah,
I think this is going to be.
This will be an interesting finals.
Yeah, so this is kind of going to be almost 2 ships passing in the night.
For the most part. But at the same time, if it comes down to they do have the interaction that they have available to them, there's going to be a lot of random janky creatures attacking each other. I kind of hope at least one of the games devolves into that. But we will probably take a couple minutes break, give the guys out there a second to
set up
gather themselves, and we'll be back with the finals in a couple of minutes.
Thanks for sticking around, everyone.
All right, we got our finals match here ready to go. Josh is already on a Serum Powder hand, and it looks like Dan's on a Mulligan. But with this Painter versus Mystic Forge combo, this is like the purest definition of a race in game one.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty much, Dan wants to get there before Josh is able to play a Karn, and Josh wants to get there before Dan's able to assemble the combo.
I mean, what's really the real actual interaction? Chaos Defiler?
Chaos Defiler is pretty much the interaction game one.
Because if we're Painter Pyroblasting, game's probably already over anyway.
Probably. But there is some games where if Josh does have like a quick Karn, Dan is still playing Fury.
Mm-hmm.
That is a good way to end up knocking out a Karn and unlocking all of his artifacts. So it really just depends on almost which half of the deck lines up with which half of the deck.
Yeah, and Dan going down to 5 cards here is not insignificant.
It really is not. But at the same time, there's hands where he can keep 5 and kill on turn 2. Like, both of these decks being able to play Ancient Tombs and play City of Traders, there's a lot of fast mana available, and there's a lot of stuff that can happen really quick.
Hear that, David Lance? You might make it to dinner very soon.
Yeah, so it looks like he's keeping on 5, bottoming some cards. Let's get this finals underway. Just a turn 1 Fable. That is a turn 1 Fable. That is also a way to answer a Karn because you can just attack it.
It just generates so much value.
Yeah, it's such a good card for all of these like mono red stompy style decks, like in pretty much any format.
And this is another card again that just hasn't been absorbed by the blue soup, and it's been really good to see these kind of archetype empowering cards that just aren't absorbed into whatever blue control pile is running around at the moment.
Yeah, it's definitely a card that was probably a little too pushed for Standard and maybe Pioneer. But for Modern and Legacy, this is a very well-balanced card.
And being able to throw away useless cards in game 1, like Swords of Plowshares, is probably not doing a whole lot of work here.
No,
Same
it
thing
is not.
with Fireball, Aerolingus.
Yeah, it's not really what the game comes down to. Yeah, Welder's a very good card, though, and can get to a point where if there's an artifact in Josh's graveyard, that Welder can really mess with it.
Okay, Dan's out of cards here, but he's doing the thing.
He is definitely doing the thing. So if Josh doesn't play a Karn, all Dan needs is a Painter, and then that's actually lethal on turn 3.
From a mult to 5.
From mult to 5. So we'll see what happens here, but this feels like a Grim Monolith. Yep.
All right, so we've got 5/6 mana available.
Yeah, and having it be 6 mana.
And Karn really doesn't help you out a whole lot here, just because the Welder and Shaman token can
actually just get in.
Yeah.
And Josh has a lot of cards in hand, so Ensnaring Bridge still doesn't really get there. There's a Paradox Engine, though.
That can get there.
That can get there if he's got a 1-drop or a 0-drop.
Yep.
Hey, look, a 0-drop. Depending on what Josh has in hand, if he has a way to start drawing cards, this could get ugly real quick for Dan.
Yeah, and we haven't got to see this part of it yet.
Ooh, that is a go. That is not what you want to follow the Paradox Engine up with. So let's see what card Dan drew is, because there's some cards that could really wreck Josh's day right now.
Mm-hmm. So we'll get a token here, and then we'll make the construct, and it's a 5/5.
Yep, which attacking the 2/2 into a 5/5 usually doesn't seem too great, but
Yeah,
when you're getting the treasure tokens off of it, that's all you really need.
Oh, there we go. That's lethal, right?
So he's got 1 mana floating in order to put the painter in
the
the
2
graveyard,
treasures.
flip it out, and then flip the pig, and you are dead, Mr. Josh.
Yeah, so what's happening here is the welder goes against the painter and use the grindstone.
Yeah, so the
Activator.
1 mana floating off of the Ancient Tomb plus the 2 treasure tokens, 3 mana. You activate the grindstone targeting Josh, maintaining priority, flip the grindstone into a painter. Everything is purple, doesn't really matter. Mill Josh's entire deck, and Josh dies on his own draw step. Alright, so looking at the sideboard here, this does seem like a matchup where you do want the ley lines in the voids, just because having Goblin Welders, like you saw in that game, can just do very, very busted stuff.
Yeah, there's so few ways to really interact. Having something to be able to show off the graveyard, you just kind of saw it there with the welders needing the graveyard to do it. The ley lines are pretty big.
Yeah, not. I don't think this is a dismember matchup, but it just depends on how much Josh really values those early welders.
Yeah, they're so redundant. You know, between 8 total.
Usually
probably.
8 welders. Yeah.
So I think you're better off just trying to
Just do
kill
your
him
own-
before
yep,
he kills you.
Just gotta do your own thing. So let's take a look at what Dan's got going on in his sideboard.
I like the pithing needle.
I like the Pithing Needle, I like the Mind Break Traps, and I like the extra 2 Furies.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the Sword of Plowshares are not doing anything in the deck. The 4th Air Lingus, not really what this matchup's about. So that is, hey look, 4 plus 2, 1 plus 3 plus 2. That's good deck building.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of junk to cut here, and it lines up pretty well.
I also do like the Thorn of Amethyst too. And that's not just because I play Thalia.
You know, I almost think that hurts you more than just because Josh can generate so much mana.
He can, but if you can go turn 1 Thorn, they're like just Ancient Tomb Thorn.
Mm-hmm.
There's draws that Josh has that no longer function. So it's not necessarily a like slam dunk in the matchup, but the fact that you have Goblin Engineers to go find it if you need it, and you have Fables to get rid of it, it actually can get to a point where you don't need to have it in play.
Mhm.
Plus, you can do random tricks with Welder, where Thorn's in play on Josh's turn, but not on Dan's turn.
Yeah, you can easily find a card to cut. I mean, we had a clean 6 and 6.
Mhm.
You can just find an extra card to shave in if Dan wants to bring it in.
Yeah, and there is the Soul Guide Lantern in the main deck, which you can easily trim in this matchup. Because really, that's for the decks that are playing Emrakul's or using Graveyard. Josh isn't doing either of those.
No.
Because there are some builds of this deck that will play like Paradox Engine, like Josh is playing. There's some that will play Echo of Eons as one of their ways to start going through their deck. They'll play Basalt Monolith, and the blowing up the graveyard against that version is definitely relevant. But in this matchup, I think that can just come right out. That was the quickest mulligan I've ever seen Josh take.
did not like that. So Josh will go to 6 here.
And Dan is definitely thinking on this 7.
In the tank, I mean, I think Dan's got a game plan. He really knew what he needed out of that 5. And that Fable really seemed to smooth it out, give him the mana he needed and the artifacts for the welder. And
100%. Yeah, and that's one of those times where just knowing your game plan going into a matchup can help you figure out not only what to keep, but just what outs to play towards. Like, having Dan's out in that game be either Painter or the Goblin Engineer, he knew that from turn 1, what his outs were. And played the game to a point where he was able to sculpt it into existence. Some people call it lucky top deck, some people call it playing well.
yeah, I think that's, a lot of newer players or players that talk about bad beat stories. Like, oh, my opponent talked, like, well, they played to that.
Yeah.
Like, I'm playing, like, you kind of saw me do it in my matchup against Cole, where I bolted him to the face instead of the Fury on board.
Yep.
Because I knew I had another bolt in hand, and I could just very easily get in a spot where I just bolt him out.
Yeah. Yeah, when your hand was double lightning bolt brazen borrower, you had a plan, you stuck to it because you recognized it was your best way to win that game.
Yeah, and had he tapped that ancient tomb, I would have got him.
Mm-hmm. We were talking about that on stream because I think he took 6 damage off of his own ancient tomb in that game.
Yeah, he was sitting at 8, and I'm just looking at that ancient tomb. Like, come on,
Tap it, tap it, tap
Do
it, tap
it.
it, tap it.
And that's just like a good real life example. So when you're kind of going through your matchup and you're thinking, what can I do here? How do you play towards that? I'll think about what your out is and how do you play towards it. I mean, it's kind of that in action. I mean, it didn't work out for me, but sometimes it does.
Mm. Yeah. And if I can have a bit of a shameless plug moment.
Go for it.
We talked about this exact thing on the episode of my podcast that we released this week.
Oh, what is the episode of what is your podcast called again?
You can go and look us up on pretty much wherever you find podcasts. Go look up the Pregame Effect, and you can also check out the several episodes that we've actually had Rob on as well.
So if I wanted to find that, what is there a Twitter or a Spotify that I can check out?
We are on Spotify. You can also find us at PGE Podcast on Twitter, or you can go find my Twitter at Ian Hoff MTG, and you can find all the links from there. Back to the not shameless plug. That's a one ring in play. That's not very good for you, Dan, here.
I mean, we got to get those shameless plugs in here.
Oh, that's the whole reason we do it, right?
Right.
All right, so that is another ancient tomb. Not another ancient tomb, another Grim Monolith. So he's going to be able to untap with 6 mana, 3 extra draws. That's not bad for a turn 2.
That's above average.
That is quite above average.
And this is kind of where you can easily get into a situation you draw. I mean, you don't even have to wait for this Urza Saga to pop.
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna see 3 cards here. You could easily find a key and kind of be off to the races and almost win from here.
Mm-hmm.
And it looks like a bit of a slow start from Dan.
Yeah, don't let this deck fool you though. There's a lot of things that you can do with a welder in play.
Yeah, the problem is there's no artifact right now.
Yeah, it's one of the things where if Josh had to play a Lotus Petal in order to play a turn 1 Grim Monolith.
Yeah. All right.
Like,
so we're reading. Dan's reading Urza's Workshop here. So we'll make 5 mana. And I assume we'll play Paradox Engine. There we go. We are off. This is kind of what I was just talking about, that you can kill from this spot.
mm-hmm.
So what you do here is you play another artifact. Doesn't matter what it is. You untap the 1 ring. You start drawing lots of cards.
You start
Play
drawing
another
a
one.
lot of cards.
And this is pretty much the game right here.
I would be shocked if Josh is not able to win from here.
Yeah.
Because this ring is going to draw 3 and 4.
Yep.
And then next spell is going to make a bunch of mana.
So you have access to 8 mana, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
9. The construct with the Urza Saga.
I don't think Josh has enough lands in his deck to whiff from here.
No. And we'll see 4 cards.
And we do see the Dismembers did get brought in. So Josh definitely respects that Goblin Welder on the other side of the board.
So, kind of what you can't hear it now, but what Josh is doing, he's floating mana as he plays and untaps with the Paradox Engine. So he's tapping everything. Basically, what he's going to do is make 8 mana every time, play whatever, and the leftover still sitting in the pool, and he'll just repeat this pattern and keep drawing with 1 ring until he finds Walking Ballista or Karn, and then has enough mana to just blast Dan.
Yep. It turns out Walking Ballista is a pretty good way to spend all of your infinite mana.
Yeah. And you just see, we're just kind of at a state where there's no way Josh whiffs because of the 1 ring.
Very much.
I mean, there's also a Lotus Petal in hand, so even if he somehow can't play something for under 12 mana,
Right.
but if I'm Dan, I make him go through the motions to see what the deck's doing.
Yep. Not only see what the deck's doing, but you can also see like a lot of tendencies of how somebody will play a combo deck like this if you make them go through it at least once.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and this is a really cool, this Coil Forge combo deck. Okay, and Dan's seen enough, and,
Yep.
and he'll scoop up. And we can hear them kind of counting the mana that Josh was generating, but
I was hearing some very large numbers.
yeah, once you start getting to 30 mana and you play Karn,
It's over.
Yeah.
Like I played Mono Green and Pioneer, and there's plenty of times where I just have 28 mana floating and I have a loop going. I show my opponent a card and they concede because they know it's coming.
Yeah, and there's a Walking Bliss in the sideboard. Karn goes and gets that.
Yep. All right, so we're gonna have Dan Becker on the play for Game 3.
Game 3?
I always love it when a finals goes to Game 3.
And this is kind of exactly what we talked about. They're both trying to do their thing as quickly as possible. And this is a quick finals.
This is. There's a lot of game actions in these couple of minutes, but there's a lot going on.
A lot's happening in 2 or 3 turns.
But you pretty much have to just, if you're sitting on Dan's side, you have to hope that you find a Ancient Tomb hand, kind of like you had in Game 1, because whoever spends the most mana on their spells in this kind of matchup usually will win the game.
You can see Dan contemplating his life.
Contemplating all of his life choices, as we always do when playing Magic, let's be honest. But it's playing these kind of tournaments, watching these kind of matches, and like interacting with these people, that's why we play the game.
Yeah.
Like, if it wasn't for the gathering, I would have quit Magic years ago.
That's the best part.
It really
by
is.
far. And speaking of the gathering, both of us will be at Eternal Weekend.
We will. Unfortunately, I won't be able to play Vintage because I ran out of days off because I'm flying to Atlanta for the RC the weekend after. But I will definitely be there. Probably Friday night I'll be there, so hopefully get a nice big dinner out with people or something.
Yeah. Pittsburgh, so what? 2 hours?
About
drive
2 hour
from
drive
Cleveland?
for me. So as soon as a couple of us are done with work, we're gonna drive out there, get a Airbnb or hotel or something. And we're just gonna jam Legacy on Saturday.
Yeah, if you've never been to Eternal Weekend and you're considering going, it's totally worth it. It's a great time. It's just such a, I don't know. There's just such a feeling of nostalgia and kind of, I don't know, mystique in the air about kind of seeing some of these old cards, and with the Eternal community being as small as it is, you kind of see your old friends that you haven't seen in a while. And
because like I've been playing Legacy basically since I started playing competitive Magic. This is how I actually got into playing anything other than kitchen table. I showed up to my LGS up in Cleveland area, and my friend told me, hey, bring whatever deck you've got. It'll be legal. So I showed up in a mono green ramp deck where I was playing Duskdale Worms and a bunch of just big, trampling, big creatures. My opponent turn 1, when I go turn 1, Forest, Llanowar Elf, go. My opponent said, oh, good, you're playing Elves. This is going to be easy. Underground Sea, Dark Rit, Lion's Eye Diamond, Doomsday, Kraken Response, discarding a Deep Analysis.
you were so dead.
I was so dead, but I was like,
dead?
I was like, okay, hold on. What does Underground Sea do? And he realized he had to explain everything to me.
Okay.
But
We're playing 2 different formats.
we
here.
really were. My 4 matches I played that day were Doomsday, Lands, which was before Dark Depths and Thespian Stage was a thing, Countertop, and Dredge. So I got the 4 corners of Legacy that I got to play against that day, and for some reason I came back.
Yeah, it's amazing you came back.
But being able to see all the people that I've played against, all like through Grand Prix, Star City events, people I used to travel with, going to an event like Eternal Weekend is exactly the kind of event that you want to go to see all your old friends. You don't get to see that often.
Yeah, and Card Titan, they recently put out the schedule, and it's fantastic. I mean, there's something, if you want to play it, it's there, from pre-modern to old school to, vintage, legacy. There's even a couple modern RCQs.
Yep.
So if you're on the competitive grind, you want to, do that, that's there for you as well.
And like most Legacy players, if you are a degenerate gambler, there is the high stakes Legacy event on Friday.
Yes.
I can't remember the exact prize payout, but you can win upwards of 40 dual lands for your $250 entry.
Yeah, check out that one's on the website. Also, if you are a degenerate and you know me, find me, because we may be doing what do we do? We did $300 buy-in cube at BCDL Vintage Open.
Oh, I'm
For
so sad
Power?
I wasn't there.
It was degenerate.
Oh, I am so in.
Yeah, so if I know you, come find me, and if you're interested,
Count me a slot.
we can talk to the people that run it.
Oh, that sounds amazing. All right, looks like back to the game.
Yeah, we've resolved mulligans here.
All right, so it looks like Josh is sitting on a 6, and I believe Dan kept a 7, which is good news while you're on the play of this kind of deck.
Mm-hmm.
That is a good
Played
start.
with authority. You could hear the smack of the cards.
Yeah, we're sitting like 10 feet around 2 corners, and we heard the smack of that card hitting the table. He is ready to go.
Dan's dialed in.
A much less smacked City of Traders. That's a lot of mana, though.
For Karn? Oh!
Might have been less smacking, but that I think is more authority.
Okay. So, moment of truth here. Did Dan bring in the Furies, and does he have it?
I feel like he definitely brought him in. It's just whether or not he's holding one is the question.
Yeah, if I'm Josh, I'd probably tick up here. There is no reason to do anything but tick up.
Mm-hmm.
He's
He's
debating
thinking
here.
about it.
What's the worst that could happen?
What happens? You lose the game? Alright. Mountain Welder.
Okay. We can fight the Karn menace. Maybe you will see the welders get in there sideways after all.
I mean, he said that he's attacked with a welder several times today, so. But having that welder in play basically means that Lotus Petal for Josh is not going to get used. Because as soon as that goes to the graveyard, welder can start messing with everything going on the other side.
The thing about face scans, you can really kind of get the contextual layer of the matches because Dan's demeanor has completely changed when that Karn hit the battlefield.
Mm-hmm. The thing is, though, if Dan does have the Karn, or he does have the Fury, if Josh ticks down the Karn and goes for like a Lattice or something here, Dan can literally just throw a Fury at it, answer the Karn, and then he can weld out any permanent he wants.
Mm-hmm.
So it could get kind of interesting. So
3 for Basalt Monolith. Okay, we're
Karn
ticking
coming
down.
in.
This is putting in Fury range. If
This is the moment of truth.
yeah. What's he going to grab?
Paradox Engine. One, two, three.
What do we got? Saga. Free floating. 4, 5.
That's
So
Paradox.
he's probably got a Lotus Petal on tap. Because that's what would make sense here.
Even if he doesn't, though, I think, yeah, this
Okay.
it's still good because it sets him up for next turn. So now it's just, does Dan have the Fury? The Fury would be huge here.
No, he's got it.
That Fury. All right.
So Karn will die a horrible death.
As is deserved.
And we're going to start welding.
Yeah, that
We're
Lotus
gonna
Petal
weld
is
this
turning
Lotus
into
Petal
a...
for the Paradox Engine.
Yeah, oh.
He's like, what? Yes. And
Yes.
in a graveyard.
Like I said, that Lotus Petal is turned off. Josh didn't get the memo. Oh, this is kind of brutal. I like this.
This is next turn. Dan can win
yeah.
next turn.
Well, Dan can win next turn if he has a mana. Because he needs the Goblin Welder to flip into the Painter. If he has a mana source, this is just next turn lethal.
Right. This is
a good sign when you're playing a combo deck.
Yeah.
When your opponent picks up your cards and figures out how dead they are.
really figuring out the interaction between these cards.
Yeah, so if the Goblin Welder gets answered, then Ancient Tomb will still be a kill.
And this is what kind of we were talking about. Like, I wouldn't go for that. I wouldn't have went for the Paradox Engine. I'm protecting Karn like it's
protect Karn like your life depends on it because it literally does.
Mm-hmm.
But this is a 1 ring, so he's going to draw a card here. Dan can put combo into play though if he has that mana, and just kill Josh during his next upkeep. So we'll see what the draw step is here.
Yeah, Painter not needing to do being able to do things on instant speed.
Mm-hmm.
Your 1 ring protection means nothing here.
Yeah, so if he has the mana source, then his game is locked up. If he doesn't, then you have to set up for a 2-turn lethal here. So we'll just see what he's got coming for him. Another Welder.
All right.
Yeah, so this, because he doesn't have the second land, he does need the first Welder to make mana somehow. Yeah, so this will be a kill next turn because Welder can turn Great Furnace into Great Furnace to add an extra mana.
Right.
Second Welder turns Grindstone into the Painter for the trick that we saw in game 1. So really, it's just what does Josh have this turn? But he is untapping with a key and a ring, so he's going to see a lot of cards.
So we'll see if Pithing Needle's in the deck to stop the Grindstone.
Mm-hmm. Although I think there might end up being a situation where Josh might have screwed himself over a little bit here by not floating mana in response to the Saga trigger.
I think he did. I think that's what the blue...
Not off the Urza land.
Oh, yeah.
So that now taps for 1
there.
instead of 2. So unless he has another Saga in play, that might cut him down in mana, which in this kind of deck could be all you need. So we'll see what happens here. Just drawing some cards. God, for the way that the Karn came down on turn 1, this is so much more interesting than I thought this game was going to be.
This has turned out to be great. All right, so we're making mana here.
Monolith to make more. All right, so 1 mana floating. Go up to 4. Or 5 floating.
All right, there's Paradox Engine again, and we have an active.
Welder.
So you'll get.
So I feel like in
So
response
he's going to
to
respond.
this,
Yep, he's going to weld away the Paradox Engine.
question is,
Is there anything
he's
other than the
welding
Paradox Engine?
away the ring into another Paradox Engine to shut off the card draw. The second Paradox Engine doesn't do anything, it's legendary. So Josh can have a bunch of mana, but he's not going to be drawing any cards off this. All right, so he's got a bunch of mana.
So he'll untap Paradox Engine.
So the question is, what else does Josh have in hand? Because this is, if he doesn't have something here, this is going to be game.
So let's see, how much mana does he have? 3, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We've got 12 at least.
Damn near infinite mana.
All right. So expedition map.
Fourteen
14
floating.
are floating now.
Not something you often hear in this format, but hey, if it works, it works. It just depends on what land he can get here. Inventors
I
Fair.
like it. This is great. So Inventors Fair, you sack it and you go get an artifact on to keep the loop going, or you can go find.
You can use that to play it. Go find a ring, play the ring, untap, make a bunch of mana. So he might have gotten his way out of this with that expedition map.
Yeah, what Josh is trying to figure out is if he can do the same welder trick with engineer as you can with welder.
Yeah, unfortunately, engineer is sack a artifact and bring something 3 or less back from your graveyard. Now, it's a good thing we don't have an advantage bar on this stream because it would probably have just broken at this point.
Yeah, welder certainly from a very long time ago where cards were worded significantly differently than they are now.
Yeah, Welder's always been one of those cards where it doesn't really matter what else is going on in the format. If your opponent plays a Welder on turn 1, you're not feeling very good.
Yeah, so he's looking at. We're down to 14 mana, everyone.
Down to 10. The ring. Although it doesn't. I don't know if Josh has any other cards in hand.
No, he doesn't.
So if this ring whiffs, and Dan still has it. Potentially. I don't know. We'll see.
All right, let's see what he draws.
15 floating, untap everything.
Draw.
And it's a
There's
monolith.
a grid monolith, so we'll be able to untap ring and go again.
Got 2 lands in hand, though.
We're down to 14. 21. Mana floating. Forge down to 17. And
there's
Karn. Yeah, that it looks like Dan's going to go a little bit short here. This is great.
This is
a good
insane.
game.
It's kind of like I said. I've said it many times in the past. Sometimes in Legacy, even if you're losing, your opponent's just doing stupid stuff.
It doesn't take much.
It's fun to watch.
And really, the best card against this Karn Forge deck is Null Rod, and you just see so few Null Rods.
Part of that's just because it's a $100 reserve list card too, so it's not like you're opening them in packs.
So we're at 28 mana floating.
30 mana, bunch of mana.
Yeah, Dan's making him go through the motions.
Yep.
But
10, 14, 75 million, 2 billion, and 5. Throw the cards on the floor, walking ballista, and that will
and
do
Josh
it.
will win with Coil Karn Forge combo.
That is
wow.
That is one heck of a finals. I'm not gonna lie.
Wow. Yeah, and Dan would have had the kill next turn.
He
Wow,
would've.
that's fantastic.
Oh man, that is insane. Let's try to get Josh in here as soon as his heart rate calms down.
Yeah,
a
we'll
little
give
bit.
Josh a second to compose himself, and then we'll get him in here for a winner's interview and give him the trophy, and I'll get his name put on it.
That was
great.
That was a lot of fun.
I hope.
Like
everyone
I'm
out
getting
there
goosebumps.
enjoyed
And I'm
it.
not even playing it.
I mean, in a field full of fair decks, the 2 combo decks.
2 combo
really
decks coming
well,
on top feels very Legacy.
Yeah, and it kind of shows you. Like,
it was 2 very different combo decks too. So that was like having multiple axes of attacking a format and having like how many decks did we see today where there was like 1 or 2 in the field? Josh, get in here.
Yeah. Hold on.
We'll give this back to you.
Oh, thanks. Sit down. I'll go get the trophy.
Okay.
Ian will talk to you about your win. Congratulations.
Thank you.
So that was a hell of a finals.
Yeah.
Might want to come a bit closer to the
Oh,
mic.
sorry. Yeah. I don't really play too much Legacy, so Painter was just not a deck I've played too much against, and so having him weld cards into my graveyard to really get my stuff back threw me off so much. I was not ready for that.
Yeah, it was like as soon as he played that welder, I was like, okay, Josh cannot use his Lotus Petal.
Yeah.
And then you did. I'm like, this could go
I
badly.
did it the first time and he did it. My mind, like my heart sank, and game 3, I'm like, oh no.
but
But-
hey, sometimes combo deck just does combo deck
Sometimes you
things.
just do combo things. You like put the Paradox Engine in the graveyard, and I was like, I am so dead. Draw another Paradox Engine, and I'm like, okay, there's a world.
Well,
There's a
looks
world.
like you get a trophy now.
Congratulations! Yeah, hold the trophy. We'll take a picture of you for the bird site. And you get your own trophy to keep.
Woo!
Yeah. So congrats to you. I mean, tell us about the deck. Tell us how you prepared. Give us everything Michael Coyle told you.
Yeah. I have been playing a bunch of Dice Factory and Modern recently, and this is like Dice Factory, but on steroids with like Grim Monolith and way better cards.
Let's be honest, it's not steroids, it's on crack.
It really is on crack. Yeah, the deck's so fun to play. And so I've been talking a ton with Michael Coyle. We've been going back and forth talking about leagues and different stuff. And he's just been the person to help guide with a bunch of stuff towards playing the deck, and it has been so much fun. It's such a blast. Definitely Solitaire deck, not the most fun to be on the receiving end of it, but oh my god.
But sometimes you're playing Legacy.
Yeah,
sometimes you do things to your opponent, sometimes
Yeah.
they do things to you,
I think
and it's all part of the format.
yeah, the most fun part about Legacy for me has just a big Modern player myself. In Legacy, it feels like everything is broken, but when everything's broken, it just feels balanced.
When
And
everything
yeah,
is broken,
exactly. It's like its
nothing
own
is
kind of
broken.
way. Yeah,
Yep.
it's been so much fun.
I'm glad you enjoyed the format.
Thank you.
Very good run today.
Thank you.
Yeah. Tell us about some bad matchups. Like we kind of saw some good ones.
I played against Doomsday round 1. Basically, any blue deck that is a combo deck, also with Force of Will, is just rough. And so Doomsday round 1, they go turn 1 Doomsday, but then they stack their pile incorrectly, so it was able to buy me an extra turn to just like Karn lattice them and just win the game. And just being able to have any deck that's just combo a blue deck that has Force of Will is just rough.
Mhm.
But played against a bunch of other really awesome decks. I played against Sneak and Show in the top 8, and that one I was a little worried about going into it, but I was able to get there.
You got through them, and at the end, that's what
Yeah.
matters.
Did not lose any games or any rounds today, so I can't complain.
So wow, the clean sweep. Awesome. Congrats.
Thank you.
All right. Anything you want to?
Yeah.
anything you
It's
wanna plug
your
or anything?
time.
Thank you to Michael Coyle for letting me borrow way too much money worth of Legacy cards to play this. Really good time, yeah.
Yeah, glad you enjoyed
That's
it.
it. Thank you.
Thank you to Ian and Adam for hanging out and doing coverage with us. Thanks to everyone out there that watched. Thanks to our producer Jimmy, the great staff at the Warp Gate in Westerville, Ohio, our judge Shane, and everyone that comes out and supports these events and makes them as special as they are. So thank you for being a part of our community, and we'll see you all at Eternal Weekend. Come up, say hi, come chat some Legacy with us.
Yeah, thanks for hanging out, everybody. It's been a pleasure being here all day. And like Rob said, we'll see you at Eternal Weekend. We only got 3 more weeks.
Take care, everyone. Have a good night.